passion, if you're actually passionate about it, you play the games multiple times, you talk about them online, you watch all the videos online, you watch the lore, and then you say what the gameplay should be like, the story should be like, and you try and predict it. But getting angry about like the next iteration of Resident Evil, or what the DLC is going to be about, when you're not even going to play a single game, is insane. You are an extremely toxic individual, and should probably find a new fandom to hang out in if you're going to weaponize negativity, negatively weaponize yourself as if you're like a passionate fan when you're not a fan at all.
Got something for me? There you go.
Video games and entertainment in general has always had a problem, which is not just stuff getting more expensive, but the fact that ideology has ruined everything that it touches. But hilariously, something quite remarkable has happened in the gaming media sphere lately. So for years, we've all been asking a very simple question, which is, why do so many modern games feel so hollow? Why do massive studios with hundreds of millions of dollars in budget produce these titles that feel less inspired compared to the indie games and then some before it? Why does it seem like gameplay always takes a backseat, especially to corporate messaging these days? Well, now thanks to Aftermath.com with their very, very revealing article, well, we might finally have our answer. I just can't believe they were willing to say this so openly, because this article, which is titled, "The Mission is about creating supportive environments and authentic content. What's happening?" by Manager AG.
Surveyors are out sweeping the area right now. If you see one light up and signal, you might want to stick around. Something valuable is bound to drop in. They won't make it easy for you, though.
Vaporizer, over there.
Hello, hello. Don't try to sneak up on me, thank you.
Hey! Howdy!
Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, if anybody's here, you can loot. I don't care about that. Hello, hello.
Hey! Hello, Raider? Hey there! Thanks, Raider!
Thank you. Hello. Hello. Anybody needs accessor parts? I can give it to you from my safe pocket. Anybody? You just need to ask. Accessor parts.
All raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Can I help you? Come on in.
Unforgettable.
Yeah, apparently olives need to be brined to be edible.
Welcome to my channel. Want popularity by viewers? Street Ambu or remove the space pygmy.
What the freaking popularity are you talking about? The question is the game running in background? Did I fix that shit? Oh, they did. Hmm. It's not a must, but it's not downloading.
a good idea for an article is not only surprising, but equally very fascinating to me, as you will come to see. Because, wow, only a moron would write something like this and then think that it's a good idea. So, this was written by Luke Plunkett. Don't harass him, okay? The guy already works for Kotaku, so he's already in the trenches every day as it is. But good lord, what are you doing there? Anyway, so the core of this article is about a very specific job role at video game companies. The role, as you saw, is a DEI manager or officer or whatever you want to call it, and what that even means in the gaming sphere these days. And once you actually look at what these positions are designed to do, a lot of the problems with modern AAA gaming start making an uncomfortable amount of sense. Just look at how Luke Plunkett, the Kotaku defender, starts his article, as you can see here. If you've ever been exposed to the worst corners of the internet, and especially the ones that spend their days failing to enjoy a single thing about video games, you'll probably have seen the disdain some from angry YouTubers thought to the current United States administration have for anyone working anywhere near DEI, diversity, equity, and democracy. Already, Luke is trying to paint literally everyone that he disagrees with as just being the worst scum of the world. We call this shifting the balance.
Doesn't come
It's a masterpiece because he's so used to being wrong about
Sweet liberty!
everything when it comes to video games. He can only shift the blame, but never really own up to it himself. Lord almighty. But look at how Luke Plunkett then goes in this next part where he says this, which means you can instantly see why piss baby white men are always so ready to complain about it, but also why video games, an industry traditionally dominated by white men, needs it so badly. Games are selling to a global market in multicultural and multiracial society. Whether you're talking about representation or just good business sense, the better games are able to diversify their development teams and subject matter, the better it is for everyone. Oh, hell yeah, Luke, you tell them. I bet you even beat your chest when you typed that. Yeah, Luke, you really showed them. I mean, piss baby, white men, diversity in the same paragraph? Come on, Luke. We can only take so much epic alpha male energy before us betas start being crushed by your, superior writing, dude. It's sarcasm, by the way, so you can tell that Luke really does believe the slop that he's trying to sell you. First of all, saying that white men dominate gaming is kind of hilarious, because if anything right now, it's actually the Asian men and women who are dominating more than anybody else. Why do you only go after white men, Luke? Why don't you ever push against anyone else? Huh, it's almost as if you got an agenda to push. Very interesting, Luke, very interesting. Secondly, right, claiming that diversity makes for better games, well, that's a lie, isn't it? I mean, isn't every Zelda game made by just Japanese men and women? Isn't every legacy Pokemon game before the series turned to slop also done by only Japanese people pretty much too? Elden Ring, yeah, that's Japanese. Stellar Blade, that was done by the Koreans actually. The ones in the south, not the ones in the north. But hell, even when we go back to when like Western games were dominating, it was, yeah, mostly white men. This is true. I mean, Mass Effect, The Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Dragon Age Origins, Halo, not like the original ones I mean, not saying other people didn't work on it, but it is true. But yeah, it was primarily white men. Hilariously though, what I do find interesting is that the less diverse the development team is when making a game, the more culturally impactful the end product ends up being. And I don't mean just white men, I mean just anyone that is homogenous in any way, Asian, whatever. You see, what I find interesting, and this kind of pokes holes in loose logic, which, let's be real, isn't hard to do, I know, but I would argue that the less diverse a team is, the more whole the vision feels, if that makes sense. The fact that you love Zelda or Super Mario is because those games are not made by a bunch of people from San Francisco who can't even tell you what a woman is. It's because it's a bunch of Japanese guys and women who live the same culture is why you have what you have when those games come out. You ever notice, especially in the last like 5 or 10 years at least, that a lot of Western games have kind of lost their core identities? Or is that just me? Is it any wonder why Veilguard was so devoid of what made Dragon Age cool, which was the fact that it was based on European stuff? I mean, come on, it's like Knights and Templars and stuff like that. But then you realize that the dev team was just full of crazy activist people who wanted to push an agenda instead. You ever wonder why the new Saints Row game was dog water, why Dustborn came and went, why entire companies like Microsoft are being completely ruined and are trying to course correct for so long, after not only mass hiring diversity hires for people who just, know what they're doing in the first place? Even go look at Ubisoft, right? I reported on them so much because they have more leaks than a condom on prom night at this point. From what I was told about Ubisoft back in the day, they cared more about hiring managers in positions who couldn't speak English nor French properly. But these people were still tasked with leading entire teams because they checked the other boxes. choices, and the end result was Ubisoft got so mismanaged that they got cooked. Yet when Ubisoft was primarily a French studio working with French developers, they ended up making games like Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and stuff like Far Cry 3 that defined the industry. Interesting how the further diverse that Ubisoft became as a whole, the more gray slop.
Do we want to move to intercept convoy? Piece of fucking shit. Go, 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 go. Oh, it's a Vox engine we need to take down. Oh, nice. Not gonna happen. No way, Jose. One down, one down, one down. The other one.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 200 meters. Dropping a pin. West. Far.
There is a box of ammo. I dropped here, guys.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
If you're close enough.
Supplies.
One left. The fuck is that sound?
Frost Fabricator. Northwest. 100 meters.
Oh, I think I see super samples.
Marking location. Southeast. Found something. Northwest. 50 meters. Thank you. Box. Northwest.
You want me to reinforce you? Okay.
Objective critical stratagem available. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Allied destroyer leaving squad.
He left. Yeah, A4, A4, A4. Look, look.
Report message. You've got equipment.
C4. Come up, yo. Hey ninja.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver. Sending down sentry.
You need both of that if you want. If you know how to use it. Yeah, take it. It's really destructive.
Liberty dispatched.
He died. Move it. Sorry guys for calling you down here, but nobody was reinforcing. Yeah, watch for those guys with shields and shotguns. They're kinda cocks. Watch for that guy. How are we down to 5 lives? God damn. No. Hope you like samples. No, what's this? No, what's this? What's this? Nice.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
What is it? Look, it's that piece of fucking shit. Watch out, guys. There goes the neighborhood.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
No. Oh my dude. No. That we are being chased, we need to kill them. Yeah, I see two Hulks in front of you, man. Watch it. Two Hulks. Restock. Go, Blue, go. Go. I get you, buddy. Right in front of you. Oh my god. There goes my hero. Die, you piece of shit. Die. Resupply. On the left.
Calling down a support weapon.
Boom. Nice. Oh, host actually quit. Nice. Wait, wait. I got you. Charlie 2. If anybody wants to get the samples to the exit, yeah, take it. Take it. Yeah, head for the exit. I'll catch up on you, don't worry.
Automaton outpost destroyed.
GG. GG.
Deploying sentry.
Go, go, go.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
never sleeps. It does.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 100 meters. Enemy elite. Northwest. 50 meters.
Oh, look, fucking patrol is waiting for us. Nice. Piece of fucking shit. Yeah, I forgot how cancer it is.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements. Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Resupply, resupply. Nice.
T-minus 2 minutes. 30 seconds.
Piece of fucking shit, guys. Watch it. Oh yeah, please orbit the laser. Shoot at the fucking ship. Don't shoot the engine. Nice.
Outside extraction radius. Pelican 1 aborting pickup.
All good, all good. Trust me. So if you can hold out for 2 minutes, the ship will automatically drop in. Don't worry.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
It's too overwhelming. Like you have like 15 cyborgs and all the other shit. Oh, this could be money. Big. Money, money, money. Piece of shit.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
You left. You left.
One minute remains. Destroyer departure imminent.
C2, you don't have to rush. They're gonna send a reinforcement.
Additional reinforcement funding approved. Deploying equipment package.
Roger that. Can you? Order anything you have
Allied destroyer
at this
joining
moment.
squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency
Now we need to follow, guys.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Piece of fucking shit, die. Yeah, yeah. I hear the Vox engine not down, blowing up. No more. What the fuck? Look at that! Look at that, the fucking cunts with shields. He just spawned. He just spawned. He didn't even drop from the ship. Help me, step diver, I'm stuck. Can somebody unclog me from here? I'm stuck. Yeah, leave immediately. Trust me. As soon as you can. Leave. Get in, get in.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Democracy prevails once.
Nice. Want more?
Commando operations present a challenge for only the most elite of the galaxy's elite. Will you brave the gauntlet, Hell Diver? The Galactic War, a battleground awaiting your heroic intervention.
Okay. Thanks for help. There it is. Godspeed. Well, we did it. That's what it's important. Damn it.
Like their games became too, but Luke won't admit that, even though he knows it's true. I mean, Clair Obscur was made by a team of primarily white French developers, and they won every game of the year, didn't they? Wait, what was one of the core strengths of Clair Obscur again? Hold on. Oh, right. It had very, very authentic French roots to it. Now, why is that? Oh, right. Because the development team was actually French people. Amazing. Oh my gosh, who could have guessed that? What do you mean that From Software's games have that authentic Japanese game design feel to them? And they pull from literary works like Berserk, which are also Japanese. Oh, what's that? What? The whole team is Oh, they're Japanese. Oh, that's why their games feel so cohesive. Incredible. Again, Luke's never going to admit any of this, right? But claiming that the more diverse a team is, the better is probably one of the most Cope-like things to say ever, dude. If this were true, then all the games that Luke and his like-minded NPC friends liked would be all they would all be doing amazing right now, right? As you can see here, Luke then starts calling anyone who opposes him as piss babies. Like, oh, Luke, you're so based, man. You're so strong, dude. Like, can you write an article about how you got so alpha so we can all learn, man? Because this is so authentic. He also says that DEI has been stripped of all meaning. Yeah, by you guys, not the other way around. Before, diversity just kind of existed naturally. Because there were no checkboxes. Nobody complained about the half-Asian, half-black love interest in Half-Life, or had a problem with Sergeant Johnson in Halo, or Anderson in Mass Effect. No, people just loved those characters because they felt authentic and not shoehorned in. Remind me how many Japanese people love Barrett Wallace in Final Fantasy VII. I'll wait. Ironically, once the NPCs got into game development, the normal diversity suddenly felt forced and stupid, leading to what happened now. So this now brings us to the DI manager, officer, whatever, that Luke interviews for this article, who is someone named Alana Cole. Luke distinctly ensures not to use Alana's actual place of employment to hide which company she works for. But he calls it one of the biggest companies, and a quick Google search later, however, easily unmasks who this is. So this Alana person works for Activision Blizzard, specifically on Call of Duty. And here's what Luke says next. Remember, Activision Call of Duty person here, okay? Luke says, "Hi, Alana, and thanks for joining us for this. To get us started, can you tell us a bit about your role and what it is you do at the company?" She says, "I worked as a diversity, equity, and inclusion manager at a AAA company for about 3 years. I manage a small team, and together we directed a holistic range of DE&I initiatives spanning game content, team support, and external initiatives. At our largest, we were supporting a studio of approximately 600 developers."
What is holistic? Holistic explained. Believe that he is the part of something that's interconnected and can be explained only by the reference to the whole. Of part of the whole. Wholesome. Yeah, fuck you.
From game ideation through to post-production support. So this Alana chick worked for 3 years to ensure that DEI and forced agenda pushing would be placed into Call of Duty, basically, is what she's trying to say, because Luke is a moron, and something called LinkedIn exists, and it's super easy to figure this all out about who she's talking about. Great job, Luke. Really showed us. You're so cool, bro. Anyways, it's hilarious that Alana just outward confirms that, oh yeah, I worked to ruin your favorite shooter game and fill it with checklists. Who could have thought that? Luke then asks this: given we often only hear about DEI when it's used in the oppositional context, if you look back over the last 5 years or so, what would you say the overall company culture was like in terms of their relationship to your work? Do you think your efforts had a lot of support internally? Call of Duty lady would then reply, "We were lucky to receive a lot of eternal support, which we witnessed in several ways. Leadership would encourage people to engage with our initiatives. We received financial resources and dedicated time to conduct our work. And we saw very little pushback from employees of any level of seniority. Early on, we did have to put in the legwork to ensure that we could prove our value to our colleagues, but not in a way that felt particularly specific to D&I. Ultimately, we were something unfamiliar. And it took some time for people to see that we were helpful for them in terms of saving time, encouraging creativity, and supporting well-being. The level and type of support we received shifted over time, and there were several complicating factors for that." Oh my god. Beautiful. Just beautiful. So the DEI officer lady confirms by her own words, by the way, that initially the existence of what she was hired to do, which was to push forced diversity, was met with opposition from Activision employees. Of course, she says it all worked out. I'm sure it did, Alana, probably because anybody who opposed you guys would just get reported to HR, to be psychologically assessed and whatever, and to be compliant, or they would be promoted to customer, right? Hilariously, too, she also proves another point, which in this entire interview, you'll see that she speaks about working at Activision in a past tense. She said herself that she worked 3 years for the company. Worked, again, in past tense. Yeah, it's because it didn't work. If it did, they would still be there. Of course, companies won't admit this stuff too openly, but it's pretty obvious. I mean, Activision already has enough on their plate when it comes to stupid anyways these days. I mean, need I remind you guys what happened when Black Ops 7 dropped? And how poorly that went for everybody involved, and ended up being the lowest selling Call of Duty in a long time, and got mogged by both Battlefield and Arc Raiders. Ah yes, all those DEI pushes, that really meant a lot when I was shooting a massive Michael Rooker like he was a God of War early 2000s boss with my futuristic Call of Duty guns in the campaign. Thanks, Alana. Very cool. In this next two paragraphs, as you can see here, Alana blames the political shift for why DEI has been put on the back burner the way that it has, which is, yeah, that's true. But where I highlighted, again, of her own volition, I didn't tell her to say that. She admits that despite everything that has been done to validate and make DEI as a concept justifiable in the workplace within video games, that it's still seen as pointless and not morally right despite. Imagine how bad this has to be when you have every billion-dollar corporation for years, by the way, at your beck and call. You have all of HR that's behind you. You have billions of dollars in investments, and even then, people are like, nah, this stuff stinks, no thanks. Like, that's crazy, dude. Like, at what point do you not realize that maybe what you're doing is being forced and is not natural and actually which won't be accepted? This is like seeing a 70-year-old man suddenly having a crisis and genuinely believing that he has what it takes to join the LA Lakers. Like, dude, you're 70 years old and you're 5'6". It's not gonna happen. I'm sorry, but this is how the DEI pushing thing feels like to me. Like, imagine working your cheeks off to get where you are to join the LA Lakers. Wow, you did it. And here comes Loretta at the young age of 86 in her wheelchair with her Lakers jersey on, ready to join the team and bring home the win. Yeah, you'd be confused and annoyed. Like, why are you here? This is not going to work. And then you say that out loud, and now a bunch of out-of-touch HR ladies with SSRR eyes are now talking down to you condescendingly like they know better than you do. That's basically all of Western video games for the past 5 or 6 years, pretty much. Maybe even more than that. Oh, here's Loretta again. She's now in charge of the entire division. What's that? Has she worked in games? What are you, an ageist? So what if Loretta's 88 years old and has a cloudy eye and has never worked in video games? We need her, okay? She checks so many boxes. She's disabled. She's not white. Luke likes that especially. I mean, that cloudy eye has got to get us bonus points, right? I see this as an absolute win. We need her. Now go make that game. I just can't believe that this is where we're at right now. This is literal propaganda being pushed by Aftermath, and they're gaslighting us into like believing this when it's so blatantly obvious that this is and never will work no matter what they do or try. If the only way they can make something work is to make everyone live in like mass psychosis, I mean, come on, man. It's time to throw in the towel, or the keyboard in this case. Amazingly, as seen here where I highlighted, Alana even admits that DEI back in the day was a core concept that existed and could only be accepted through mass compliance. Again, her words, okay, not mine. That is real, by the way. They typed that. She literally just said that. She just said it doesn't work unless they force it. Like, wow, if this ain't the most, if you gotta force a fart, it's probably you know what. I mean, I can't even speak. Like, come on, man. It's ridiculous. But then you have this next part. I mean, man, how did this even make it into the article? Like, dude, let me just read you what they said, okay? So Luke then asked this. Also, what do you mean by performative companies? Do you mean companies making hollow gestures without doing any of the actual work? Call of Duty lady. In my research, I've found that some studios are good at their PR presence, social media outputs, diversity websites, and shareholder report language, but aren't necessarily backing that up with meaningful structural change within their studios. I would say performative DE&I occurs when a team prioritizes optics over organizational change. Dude, you can't be serious. Luke, your DEI officer lady just admitted that the companies tasked with pushing DEI in the first place are phoning it in themselves. What are we doing, Luke? I thought we were trying to convince people that DEI was a good thing. This is not how you do this. This is like your HR lady admitting that cloudy-eyed Loretta with her missing leg and backwards hand was only there for public relations reasons, and they knew that she could never score a single hoop against the Miami Heat even if she tried. Oh, the horror. Poor Loretta. Like, imagine how Loretta feels hearing that, right? Don't worry, by the way. Loretta's also deaf. Did I forget to mention that? It's okay. She can't hear us anyway. I just got confirmation that, oh no, Loretta has died. My condolences to her family. They're not even burying her, by the way. She apparently just turned into dust immediately. Godspeed, Loretta. We're gonna miss you. But it is crazy that Luke just kind of admitted all of this in his big article that was meant to push back against the white man and the angry YouTubers. I thought we were piss babies, Luke, but it seems like you're the piss baby instead. Oh, how could you do this to us, Luke? You were supposed to be the alpha to all these betas. You were the chosen one. Could it be that this was all for PR reasons in the end? Incredible. Then, the COD lady says this: I've had people assume that DE&I is just about race or gender, without factoring in all the other intersectional vectors of marginalization that we need to consider. I've had people assume that my work is primarily focused on sensitivity training, recruitment, human resource issues, supporting external organizations, or reviewing game content, but it's rare that somebody realized I work on all of those areas at the same time. Wow, amazing. I've always treated DE DE&I as a holistic and all-encompassing field that impacts every aspect of game content to developers and audiences in ways that can sometimes be surprising. Yeah, no kidding. That's why there's a deaf girl with a spray bottle thing in Spider-Man 2. But when your mission is about creating supportive environments and authentic content, it's easy to start understanding how your work can touch every part of the game-making process. Like, that's amazing, right? She just admitted that her work is designed to hit and encompass every single facet of game decision from top to bottom. Like, how are these people real, bro? Like, this is crazy. No. DI doesn't affect the games you love. You're crazy. They just, affect the gameplay and the writing and the stories and the characters, even the NPCs in the world. And, like, how we design the quests or the music even, and how people get hired and, work on it in the first place. Also, how we sell it and market it, but, like, no, doesn't affect anything. Come on, you're just being crazy. You're being gaslighted. Come on, no. And maybe on the surface, this Call of Duty lady thinks, oh, this is all just harmless. It's okay. Maybe she even thinks it's positive. But the fact that the deeper you go and look at it, it just makes one thing very clear. This is not about workplace culture at all. This is about, and always has been about, creative influence at its core. We already had enough oversight in games already. You had executive producers, you had creative directors, you have the writers, the gameplay designers, the marketing departments. As if there wasn't enough layers to this lasagna, they then decided there needed to be another layer of oversight that just throws literal doo-doo feces all over the creamy 3-cheese lasagna we were just baking together. And then they think that they could genuinely convince you that the poop gives the beef in that lasagna its flavor instead of the beef itself, and you're crazy if you call that out now. And I gotta ask, man, with all these layers of oversight, this raises a question these people really do need to answer, which is, when you add DEI and more corporate oversight to the overall vision, does the creativity on the project actually improve, or does it just become more constrained? Because this is how you end up with the design by committee mantra, because it is quite literally that. Every creative decision is getting filtered through layers of corporate review, and then every idea is going to be polished down until it's completely safe, right, by these DEI people. All this ends up doing is that the risk disappears, and so too does the edge, and not that kind of edging, you dirty-minded freaks. I mean, the rough edges that make games, have their grit and their personality. So this all just results in, like, more meetings, more approval process, like we needed more of those, and more cooks in the kitchen than before. And the end result is just a development pipeline that just becomes even more bureaucratic. But what makes this story interesting, to me at least, isn't just the role of a DEI officer itself. No, it's how the gaming media responds whenever this topic is brought up. Because instead of asking the critical questions about how these structures influence the creativity and design of all these video games, many outlets instead just kind of defend the practices. And what Luke and Aftermath.com have done here is that their article they wrote frames this DI manager officer role as something that fundamentally misunderstands the very reasons why it exists in the first place by definition. There's barely any actual discussion as to whether these sorts of roles actually improve games rather than hindering them. And it shows that these games journalists are only interested in workplace culture and, let's be honest, corporate messaging too. But you know what they're not interested in talking about? The games themselves. It's just, how much slop can you get away with? How much of an activist were you today to get your golden star in your chest? Nothing about how DEI actually makes Call of Duty or whatever game's gameplay better, because it doesn't. Look, if a studio hires dozens of consultants and coordinators and oversight managers by the dozen, and the final product still feels less exciting than games that released 10 years ago on the same franchise, something in the system is clearly not working, and that cannot be denied now, can it? Here's a deeper issue, okay? The modern AAA industry has become incredibly bureaucratic. That is just the truth. Western studios especially have grown so large that development, it now resembles corporate project management more than artistic creation these days. Can we agree on that one? And when you inject all these extra layers of policy-driven oversight into the environment that is meant to prosper and massage this creativity into something that is great to play, you are just risking and amplifying the exact problems that players are already complaining about and not fixing them. We don't want safe storytelling. Well, with DI, you're never going to get a story that isn't safe. By definition, it can't exist if it's involved. All you're going to get is predictable characters, and what ends up happening in these creative designs that get made in these types of work environments are simply just designed to avoid any kind of controversy rather than making a memorable game. And by definition, this is why the games that Luke hates, The games that are made by the white man, or the Asian guys these days, I guess, are doing so well and have done so great in the past too. It's because this sort of stupid nonsense never existed in games back then or in most Asian games, because the energy of the developers were not being wasted trying to satisfy some HR lady, but instead making cool games like they used to. This is why Oblivion or Skyrim could never exist today, nor could a Mass Effect 1 or 2, because those games were made when all that really mattered was whether the people who were hired to work on a game were great at what they did, and nothing else mattered. Are you white, black, Asian, a man, woman, whatever? Nobody cared. As long as you were great at what you did, and you could look like Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z even. Nobody would care, dude. But these days, it's all I deserve the job because I have a lazy eye. No, I deserve the job over you because I have a lazy eye and I'm missing fingers. Also, I have can't even speak to. I have an emotional support animal. No, you see, I need this job because I'm 1/8 Cherokee Indian and I have Black Lives Matter tattooed on my forehead. Like, none of this matters. Nobody cares at all. It's all complete nonsense. No wonder these games suck. It's like a bunch of chefs who care more about who can cry the most over who knows how to grill a steak right. And this is what happens when large corporations adopt frameworks like ESG reporting or internal diversity mandates, right? You know those priorities inevitably just start influencing the creative pipeline like they always do, not directly at first, but subtly. And it's through the feedback loops and the internal guidelines, through hiring structures and the approval processes too. And slowly the focus of development begins to shift away from one very simple goal, which is making the best possible game that you can. This is why so many gamers have become skeptical whenever these conversations appear in the media, right? Because players aren't blind, they can see the results. Budgets are larger than ever. Development teams are big too, yet many modern releases feel strangely less daring than games from smaller studios or earlier generations. Meanwhile, indie developers and international studios, they often deliver projects that feel far more experimental, far more focused on gameplay, and way more willing to take risks. Which then raises the question of whether Western AAA developers may eventually have to confront soon, which is, has the industry become so layered with corporate structures and consultants and internal mandates that it's forgotten the simple formula that built gaming in the first place? That's why we see what's happening, right? Mainstream outlets increasingly just acting as defenders of these systems rather than investigators of them like they used to be. Like, the critical distance disappears suddenly, and the modern journalism becomes stupid advocacy instead, and players are left trying to piece together the truth from all these scattered fragments of information because nobody is being honest when it comes to these gaming websites anymore. But the most important thing to remember is this, okay? Gamers in general don't care about corporate frameworks at all, right? They don't care about internal policy debates. All they care about is the final product. Is the game fun? Is the world immersive? Does the story resonate? If the answer is no to any of these, then something in the development ecosystem needs to change. The modern gaming audience is more informed than ever right now, okay? Players can see the budgets. They see the marketing, and when the final experience fails to deliver, they start asking questions like they should. Questions about priorities of game design and studio culture, and why so many resources are constantly going towards everything under the sun except gameplay innovation and the story these days. And whether the industry likes it or not, those questions are not going to go away. So Luke Plunkett in his article did prove one thing at least, that not only is he getting cooked by his own article, but that even when he carefully picks someone to interview to push his agenda, they still can't protect the exact principles that Luke and people like him want in the future to be like. It's so bizarre and stupid, but hey, that's journalism, baby. Although I still don't see how I'm a piss baby. Where's the pee, Luke? I'm looking. I don't see it. Luke, you said we were pee babies. Luke, I think you might be wrong here, but I'll end with this, okay? No matter where you are in life, no matter what you're doing or struggling with these days, just remember, at least you're not a games journalist tasked with defending the most stupid thing in the world every day like it's your religion. May God have mercy on these people's souls, but let's be real, I don't even know if they have one to save if they're willing to defend such synthetic beliefs like this one do. My God, but what do you think? That was a lot of talking. Thanks for watching, by the way. Subscribe if you'd like to, and if you play a game today, maybe ask yourself, did a white man work on it? How dare you? Just kidding. Just go have some fun, right? Don't worry about it. You deserve it. Unless you work at Kotaku, then you don't.
It's nice.
Perplexing Furge Bike VPL. Welcome to my channel. Want popularity by viewers? Street Ambu.com. Remove the space nothing.
You do it yourself, I don't care.
Critical drinker situation is insane! Boy, what is this about?
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here.
Hello!
So today's video is going to be an absolute doozy, a true
Star
crossover event
Trek.
featuring Hollywood, multiple franchises, and even some YouTubers. And this collision of parties here is going to lead to boycotts, controversies, and even some
Ew.
apologies as well. So this is the relevant headline for today. Project Hail Mary author nukes modern Star Trek, including Starfleet Academy, and its producer Alex Kurtzman.
Yeah, because it's dog shit. We saw the clips, we saw the advertising posters.
For producing shows that are absolute garbage. Now, this headline has received overwhelming amounts of support. However, some notable soy boy YouTubers have started boycotts against Project Hail Mary, not only for the comments by its writer, but also given the fact that this set of comments was made during a stream with the Critical Drinker, which that previous YouTuber describes as a notable...
Oh my god, here we go. The chuds are at the chuds. No, we can't have the chuds.
Chud. Now, at the end of the day, there's been apologies issued. The Project Hail Mary writer has said that they went too far with their comments about Starfleet Academy and its creator Alex Kurtzman. But how did we get to this point? Well, let's
But here's the thing. Was the bad comments criticism and saying that the show was dog shit? Or was it them attacking him personally? Because I'm perfectly fine with calling some show dog shit and this guy is fucking sucks at writing. But like, yeah, obviously it's not okay to call someone to death threats or like call death upon him.
Again, with the
And that's not what fucking Critical Drinker does. He just says it's dog shit and we need to not have shows like this being put into the mainstream.
most recent set of news involving Starfleet Academy, which is going to end with its second season, has been canceled. The second season was already in production, so they're just finishing that off. And for anyone who's been paying attention to this show right here, this is not surprising at all. This is the modern audience slop that we've been dealing with. It is a show
so
that was
bad.
far more interested in virtue signaling, inserting a modern...
And it wasn't Star Trek. It just wasn't. It didn't feel like it. It's so corny. Like, I understand Star Trek was corny for its time too, but the writing was really good and the characters were believable. They were relatable. This is not anything like that at all.
agenda and
God,
owning the chuds than
I
it
gotta put
was
up the
actually
blinds.
producing entertaining content and achieving positive ratings. But the sort of
There we go.
blame coming from the shills of the show who will do anything to defend it, they're not doing anything about the creators, the actors. They're not to blame. It's everyone else, including right-wingers, MAGA,
Yes.
anti-woke people. They're blaming every...
Alana's a trekker. I'm not a trekker. I just have respect for the medium, and I'm sick and tired of these motherfuckers taking beloved series that have been around for like, I think Star Trek has been around since the 70s, I want to say. I am very well aware of Star Trek. Like, I know it because I saw it on cable television and like I saw memes about it all the time on the internet. Like, I know what it's about. I might have not watched, I've seen some clips here and there, but like I understand that there are some moments in the show that had some historical moments. Like, it was really good acting and writing.
Everyone but the show
The
itself,
60s, yeah, it's been around
because,
for a
well,
long time.
no one watched. But that's not surprising. This show appealed to the modern audience, and that's exactly what they got. And that is demonstrated by this petition. The modern audience is out in full force with 25,000 signatures on this petition to get a third season of Starfleet Academy. To give you an idea,
Bro, that's less signatures than fucking World of Warcraft Classic. You really think this is gonna be enough for a show?
the Acolyte received around 100,000 signatures. Despite being a very successful and relevant franchise for literally decades, Star Trek and Starfleet Academy only produced 25,000 for this petition. I mean, that just shows you how bad things are. Now, you would think this is a learning lesson for those involved with Starfleet Academy. We did too much ham-fisted agenda pushing. Maybe we should
WoW
stop
Classic
trying to
got
own the chuds and
200,000,
actually produce
bro.
stuff that people enjoy. No lessons were learned.
Just make a good show and the people will come. I think the beauty of entertainment is that you can make jokes and stuff, but ultimately, if you make a good product or you are a good entertainer, it doesn't matter if a person is left or right-leaning or a far left right-winger or a far right-winger. It doesn't matter. They're gonna watch it because it's a good content. It's fun.
In fact, the most recent headline comes from this, where an actor for the project came out and said that they want to make the second season gay as F and to go out in flames, promising to make his character even louder and more annoying when it comes to representation.
I have no problem with someone being gay. You wanna go suck someone's pee-pee, you wanna go eat a box, but that's not your entire personality. I've known plenty of gay people that I just didn't know were gay because they would just have a job or be an actor or like whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. Why? Why does it matter to you so much? Boxware?
Yup,
You don't
they are
get it?
going with own the chuds. They literally learn nothing. They will never learn, and this show is going to be a laughing stock once again. But you know what, people like myself, we're not complaining. If they're
Why
gonna...
do you need to feel so validated? When I see straight characters making out and stuff, if it's congruent with the plot, I don't fucking care. It doesn't. I don't want straight relationships to be the entire point of the story either. I just want a good story, period. I want it to be relatable.
Go through with this second season, at least make it some content for us to farm, you know?
I don't even know.
But of course...
And I don't even know if, like, it even fits to being gay for a Klingon. I heard that they were a bloodthirsty, like, race, essentially.
More blaming is taking place.
Why are we making this about relationships with a Klingon?
Even from actors like Robert Picardo, blaming the show getting canceled on a lack of advertising, which is very rich when it comes to an IP like Star Trek. That is the
This
advertising.
poster's so
Being
bad,
an
dude.
IP of Star Trek is an advertisement. As long as you go out there and produce...
That's fucking cope. Your entire reason for putting this out and it being even remotely popular is because Star Trek has been around since the 60s. It's almost 60 years old. Like, actually, it's over 60 years old. What am I talking about? Like, what are we... If your show fails, even with this amazing franchise and story that you could have taken and made something good out of it, it's not the franchise's fault. It's not the fans' fault. It is literally your own fucking fault. You didn't make a good product. You had it handed to you. You had all the... This is what I can liken it to. You go to a studio and you are given the most expensive paints, like that Picasso or Leonardo da Vinci used or whatever the fuck, and you can't produce what they can because you don't know how, and then you blame everybody else for looking at it and thinking like, oh my god, this is dog shit? How is it the person's fault, the viewer's fault, the beholder's fucking fault for not liking it when you're not producing something as great as something they did 60 years ago?
Something decent. It will have some legs. But in this case, they cared more about virtue signaling than producing entertainment. And while they're paying for it. So while Picardo is blaming the show getting canceled on a lack of advertising, the Project Hail Mary author has a different theory, saying modern Star Trek, including Starfleet Academy and its producer, are creating garbage. Yes.
Yeah.
Plain and simple and very
True.
blunt. But he's right.
Based?
I think anybody looking at this objectively realizes this author has a point, and the numbers are backing it up. Now, of course, let's pause for a second and talk about Project Hail Mary. This released about a week and a half ago. I had the pleasure of watching it. I would highly recommend it. It was a great experience, and one that I think pretty much anybody can enjoy. And the numbers are really proving that. It's already grossed over 300 million globally. It's doing really, really well. And, well,
next week, yeah.
They're getting a lot of favors from everyone involved, including Ryan Gosling.
Okay.
Told fans it's not their job to save movie theaters.
Oh my god. A Hollywood actor actually saying something that the audience wants? What? Based?
Hollywood needs to make movies worth seeing, which is a very refreshing thing to hear from an actor. This has been received very well by people who are like, wow, this looks like accountability. Actors and people involved in these movies saying, we need to produce something good.
They used to produce good things. That's what fucking kills me. It's like if Hollywood always produced dog shit all the time, I don't think people would expect anything else. But it's like we've gotten to the point where you're going to the movie theaters and it's literally not worth the $30 for a fucking ticket to go to watch the movie or with the popcorn or whatever. Like, it's just not worth your fucking time. You're not getting entertainment out of it.
Fill up theaters. It's not our job to save theaters. We just need to make movies worth seeing in the first place. And he's absolutely right. Now let's focus on Andy Weir, who's the writer of Project Hail Mary. And, well, he definitely has a chip on his shoulder when it comes to Star Trek. Apparently, he pitched a Star Trek show to Paramount. And he was there with the showrunners and spent a lot of time talking with executive producer Alex Kurtzman. But, well, it didn't really work out. And his pitch was not accepted, and his attitude was, well, F him. Now, this comment would get a lot of controversy, especially given the fact that related
That's crazy! They rejected his pitch and he just turned around and fucking made it anyway? Dude, I would feel so vindicated. I would never shut the fuck up about it. This guy well, not this guy, but the guy that Andy Weir, I'd be like, yeah, suck my dick!
Now, this comment would get a lot of controversy, especially given the fact that related comments were shared in a collaboration with The Critical Drinker, who has really gone mainstream because of this collaboration. And during it, the Project Hail Mary author said that the modern Star Trek shows, including Starfleet Academy and its producer, are garbage. And, well, that received overwhelming support for the honesty and for, well, speaking what a lot of people think is the truth. And if you look at these things objectively, yeah, he's right. And a lot of people in Hollywood are afraid to make any statements like this, but he is stating the obvious. Modern Star Trek, including Starfleet Academy, is garbage, and the ratings back that up.
If you can't have a successful, beautiful, like, lore-driven franchise handed to you, and you can't even make something that's like mid and it's dog shit, it's your fault. It's the same thing with Lord of the Rings. I think it's the same thing with like a lot of IPs that I really enjoy that have wonderful like world building, storytelling, and writing. And again, you can't even excuse and say like, oh well, you know, it's not Tolkien that was in charge of the movies. It's like, yeah, but they still made something amazing. I think that he probably would have been pretty happy with it. Maybe not like super duper happy, because writers are usually pretty picky about what people do with their like proverbial baby, but I would like to think that there would be some points that were like, yeah, that's really good. That was really well made. I enjoyed that, and it was really good. Yeah, Star Wars. Yeah, Star Wars is another really great example. Like a franchise that literally had everything handed. Like you're handed things on a silver platter, and you still fuck it up. New Lord of the Rings show written by Stephen Colbert. I don't know what to think of that. I hope it's good because I don't want to fucking go through another Rings of Power moment. I'm not gonna lie.
But some people are not happy about this, including Matt Jarbo, who, as I learn more about, he seems to be more and more of a lolcow that people have been farming for quite some time. But he had a lot to say, saying, I cannot in good conscience support Project Hail Mary after Andy Weir went on a stream with...
You went and talked to someone I don't like.
Noted chud critical drinker. For years, this man has tried to destroy everything that you guys stand for, and to give him a pass like that is a bridge too far. Holy soy. The soy levels are off the charts, ladies and gentlemen. This guy unironically called Critical Drinker a noted chud. That is crazy work. On top of that, he's trying to say that Critical Drinker is responsible for destroying everything these people stand for. I mean, I'm glad you speak on behalf of all these people in the industry, but Matt Jarbo here would go on.
I hate this fucking follow policing and content policing. No, you can't talk to these people, no!
On to explain his comments, and they're just as bad as it looks right here.
What I'm going to say is going to definitely not win me any friends, and I don't really care about that at this particular point in time, but I have to talk to you guys about Project Hail Mary and, well, my reasoning for not going to see it in theaters and my reasoning for telling
Who is this guy? Who the fuck cares?
you to not also go and see it in theaters. And if you have gone and seen it, don't go see it again. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, Matt, what the hell, why are you talking?
You can't enjoy this thing because I don't like it. No, you can't do that.
Talking about this movie is amazing. I've heard nothing but good things. How could it possibly be something worth boycotting and not seeing in the best possible screen available? And that, of course, has everything to do with this. So Andy Weir, the writer of the book as well as The Martian, went on a podcast with Will Jordan, a.k.a. The Critical Drinker, to yuck it up about science fiction, fantasy, YouTube, and everything else in between, and I just find that is a step too far. Will Jordan, Critical Drinker, and his acolytes are people who want to see Hollywood destroyed in order to then push their own manosphere message. If you listen to things that he says, he pretty much, winks and dog whistles to his audience in very sexist, bigoted, discriminatory, misogynistic, sexist, I think I already said that, ways.
Oh my god, it's every fucking buzzword you could ever fucking think of, man. It's so tiring.
It's every single dog whistle known to man. It's misogynistic. She's racist, and did I mention that she's sexist?
In order to make sure that his audience is always angry about
He didn't call him a Nazi? Yeah, I honestly, you know what? Props to him. He didn't do that at least.
something.
It's truly fascinating that people like Matt Jarbo will just voluntarily share these awful opinions for people like myself to farm for content, because it's really that simple. I mean, this is an insane effort trying to start a boycott against Project Hail Mary because Andy Weir went on a stream with noted chud Critical Drinker. Like, it is absolutely one of the funniest things I have seen. But looking at this tweet, it's got to be a humiliation fetish at this point. I mean, look at this. 325,000 views on this tweet, 100 likes, and over 1,200 replies.
That is such
over
a
12
ratio.
times
That is one of the most abysmal ratios I've seen in a while. I know we saw someone recently with like 1,600 comments, but this is pretty fucking bad.
Many replies as likes, and
what is it
all
like
of them
now?
are dunking on this guy. Here's just a few, right? Is this a parody post? Are you being serious right now? Are you using chud unironically? Someone tell me this is a meme. I don't know who this guy is. Posted 20 hours ago, only has 11 likes with 19,000 followers. I don't think any more needs to be said. Matt Jarbo is a little bee. I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. They are bodying you in the comments, and you deserve it. They live rent-free in your head, don't they?
Nerdrotic.
How will they ever recover from this? No. The Rock of Shame doesn't need likes. The Rock of Shame just sits here to tell you that it is smarter.
Hello there. How did you like your first Full House flip? So you actually enjoy it? That's great. Pinnacle needs a talented house renovator. So when the town council members finally come to their senses, we have someone to fix that poor old
than you.
Bro.
And this last one right here, didn't know who you are, so I had to ask Grok who you are and why I should care about your opinion. You're gonna need to DoorDash some cream for this burn, where Grok, an AI system, literally says you probably shouldn't when asked whether or not
At least
you should care about this
much.
guy's opinion. I mean, it's absolutely insane.
Dude, the Grok is cool. Wait, can I Grok myself? Should I care about Spagalana's opinion on things? What does Grok say about me?
But this guy is also someone who quoted this. Star Trek is more full of social justice and progressive politics than a lot of other sci-fi. It chooses to have a world where money isn't an issue, where religion is something that is not important, and people actually work for the betterment of each other. And this post asks, does he know what he's talking about? Well, people in the chat, does Matt Jarbo know what he's talking about here, whether you're a Star Trek fan or not? Please comment below if this guy knows what he's talking about when it comes to Star Trek. But of course, some more trouble was a brewing. Here was another.
I might not have any idea or care about Star Trek that much, but I am so sick. When I was a kid growing up and I would see things like Star Wars or freaking Blizzard with all the amazing storytelling and fun games that they would produce, I was like, damn, I'm so happy to be playing this game or reading this book or watching this movie. I wonder what I'm gonna watch in 20 years. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I could go back to being ignorant and just not knowing what would come, because I'm like, I was hoping that it would be better. Yeah, we gotta go back.
Angle to all this, where the author Don Winslow hit back at Project Hail Mary's author Andy Weir, saying this: congrats on the success of Project Hail Mary and The Martian. I'm a real fan. But when you have your moment, don't use it to crap on other writers' work. I disagree. I think this should happen more often. I think anyone involved with Starfleet Academy should be shamed. I think they should be put on blast for fumbling an IP like that, because
It's
they thought it
honestly
was more important
disgraceful, yeah.
to virtue signal and to own the chud, so to speak, than it was to not only respect the IP, but to make something entertaining out of it. They completely dropped the ball. But we got sort of a bad twist here, where Andy Weir has apologized to Alex Kurtzman over these Star Trek remarks, basically saying it came off as more mean-spirited than he had hoped, which, again, I disagree with apologizing here. I think he did nothing wrong.
Also, he got rejected for his pitch, and probably, if I had to guess, this is all speculation, but they probably laughed at him. Because that's what probably happens behind closed doors with these Hollywood executives when you're, like, pitching something, like, for an idea. I wouldn't blame him. He's probably fucking resentful and being like, fuck you. Like, at least Amazon wanted my money. Like, they saw the potential. You guys are a bunch of fricks that didn't even, like, want to give me a chance. So, like, I'd say fuck him. Like, who gives a fuck?
I think he was speaking on behalf of probably any sane person looking at the situation, and I think this sort of interaction that he started should be a more common one. We should not have to coddle these people driving IPs into the ground because they care more about the modern agenda or their own personal politics.
And they don't care about, that's the funny part, they'll complain about like how things get run into the ground, that they're not making money, nobody's buying their merch, because people do buy merch for things that they like, they're not buying product, they're not showing up or like watching it repeatedly. If you really enjoy something, you'll also be willing to watch it twice. So think to yourself, like, why are you blaming your audience for not enjoying the crap that you put on the plate? Oh, you piece of shit, you should like it because it's Star Trek. No, man! You wrote it for a fucking audience that nobody gives a fuck about. They're not gonna go watch your shit. It's happened time and time again.
But of course, we see Nerdrotic here
You're not allowed to have
quoting the
preferences,
related
you
post,
chud.
saying you guys talk crap about each other all the time. More of it needs to be made public.
Yeah, this exactly took the word right out of my fucking mouth.
Bring Shane back to Hollywood. Starfleet Academy should be embarrassing for all involved.
Yo, Sandwich! Yo, what up, King? What up? Thank you so much for the raid. Hi guys, I'm Smog Alana. I don't play WoW. I don't do the thing Savix does, but I just do commentary and I react and yeah. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you got a good time on WoW. A good stream. Smog. She used to play WoW. That's right. That's right. I hope Classic Plus, I'm not gonna lie, chat, I know you're gonna be like, ew, look at this stupid VTuber, ew, yuck. Hear me out. If WoW Classic is cool and it comes out, I'll play it. I'll play it. I'll play it. I promise. I promise I will. I promise I will. DVD player. No, I'm not. I appreciate it, but I know it might not be a cup of tea. We're just like, we just do react and stuff. We yap. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're watching a video about Star Trek and how they shitted it up.
From the Paramount management down to the catering. A live stream of a Spock action figure was watched by more live concurrent viewers than Starfleet Academy's premiere on YouTube. No one who worked on this show should be allowed to write and produce a grocery list, and I cannot disagree with anything that was.
This is honestly this reminds me of the people that would shit on, for example, the WoW streamers that went to go play RuneScape when there was like not a lot of content to do on World of Warcraft on retail and on Classic. It was in a very bad lull at that time, and I think like you think yourself, like, you make a not so good product, there's nothing going on. Why don't you just like take the L and then take that annoyance or that energy and just like put it into making a good game, or in this case a good show? Why do you fucking do this game of blaming the customer that pays $15 a month, or they pay for the show to watch it, and blame them instead of being like, guys, I think we're doing something wrong. They're going to another product, another game, or watching another show. Like, why?
Said here. That is how bad Starfleet Academy was, and we should not be, again, coddling these people who produced absolute slop. This was a very great headline. It has a little asterisk next to it now because he has apologized, but he was not wrong. Andy Weir was not wrong for making these comments. I think they're very agreeable on their face to begin with, and I think that this is a pattern of behavior and accountability that should be more active. We should not be pretending that something like Starfleet Academy is a respectable show. Anybody involved should be accountable. And if they want to blame right-wingers or a lack of advertising, they should be shamed even further. And I can't wait.
What's sad to me is, like, if someone put a gun to my head and said, you have to make a Star Trek, I would assemble the fattest, nerdiest dudes that have been watching Star Trek since like the 80s or the 70s. I would bring all the new Trekkies too, from like the 2000s to the 2020s. Like, I would bring like a variety of people, and I would be like, guys, can you break it down for me and we can work together? But these people have such an ego. Like, even though I'm not a Trekkie, I've only watched like clips here and there, maybe like a few YouTube videos. I don't know what I'm getting myself into, but if they said, you have to do it, Alana, and I don't know what I'm talking about, I would bring in people to explain it to me. Like, why not? Why do you hate your job so much? This seems like such a fun thing to get into, too, because there's so much lore for Star Trek. There's so much to it. It has characters that have been around forever, and also, like, legacies throughout the generations of, like, the show going, right? And the actors and stuff. Why wouldn't you just, like, want to appreciate the medium? Even if it's not gonna be perfect, obviously, because I'm at the helm, I'm not a Trekkie. Why don't you just fucking do it? Why do you hate your job? I feel like tackling this thing would be so fun to me, in my opinion. You're going into like a really big franchise that has like really solid world building and characters. Why not make it fun? Why do you have to shit it up?
For the second season to come
'Cause
out,
they don't care.
where there will be more attention
'Cause they don't care.
from people making fun of it than positive attention towards the show. They've made that very clear. The actors have made that very clear. They're going to be as woke as possible. Bring it on. Your show is canceled. At least make entertainment out of it. I mean, we know you guys are not capable of creating entertainment in a positive way, so at least make something entertainment for people like myself and others to make fun of. But anyways, that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Gotta self-insert. I gotta be insecure and have a self-insert character all the fucking time. Ha ha ha. Very cool. I will never understand that attitude. Just make something good. Make a good show. What did Grok say about you? Ah, I was joking around. I didn't pull it up. I'm sure it's some dumb shit like, oh, Alana's a stupid VTuber. Chud. Yeah. Let's ask Grok. Yeah, you guys can ask him. He's probably like, this dumb fox VTuber? Disgusting chud? Big Boss still around. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna watch a Big Boss video. Yeah, we're gonna watch this. This last season better be so woke that even the woke are offended, like gays cheating on gay soap opera. I do find it very funny when even the people that is the target audience for the new show, for the new quote-unquote generation, I think that's so funny to me. Like when they end up eating themselves like an Ouroboros. First time chatter says you sound like a more southern Emiro. Well, I'm not from the south. But thanks. I think she has a way better voice than I do. But thanks, I suppose. Oh, I hope things turn out well. Yes, I hope so too. I'm trying to be strong. I'm trying. Thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to forget and like not think about it. Because it's tough. Grok basically calls you a chaotic neutral VTuber. Nice. I am kind of chaotic neutral. I've always played characters in Dungeons and Dragons. And I always was like a more chaotic neutral character.
Okay. Looking for some traps. Here we go. Well, I guess today we're gonna have an explosive intro. Finally, welcome back to the channel, buddy, and I hope you're doing fine. And today we're gonna talk about the most recent missive from Hunger. Yes, I know there are a few missing. We will do that next week and the week after, because first I want them to ramp up a little bit the communication process and telling us a little bit more about the development stage, because I know that otherwise all the comments under the missive would have been, oh my god, when tech test, when game, blah blah blah. So I'm happy that they ramped up their communication with us. So today we're gonna talk about the missive number 9, we're gonna talk about the traps, and we will also talk about the development update that they shared with us. Alright, and with that, let's get started. Sweet, missive number 9. Traps. Hello living! Not every threat in hunger comes from what you can see. Some are waiting, buried beneath leaves, coiled behind a doorway, or sitting in silence just long enough to make you question the ground you walk on. This missive explores the two kinds of traps that shape life and death in the world after the end. So, and here we have 3 traps right now. We're gonna have a look at the onion, the iron caltrop, and the uncommon trap. Okay, so the onion. Let me show you that real quick. So the onion is a basic trap that you can find in the world. And it's a pretty straightforward tripwire. It deals a tiny bit of explosion damage. You can see that my armor gets damaged, but not by much. The more annoying effect is the bleed that it applies on you. Now keep in mind, at least the way it works right now, with bleed, the moment you move, you take damage. You hold still, you will be fine. But let's be honest, when you fight in PvP, you really don't want to hold still, so bleed in PvP can be quite devastating. Okay, then I would say we have a look at the iron caltrops. And the iron caltrops, I at least found it most of the time on bridges. They are kind of hard to spot. You can develop an eye for that, obviously. And when you step on them, it applies, I mean, you probably guessed it already, a bleed effect. You can, of course, disarm all the traps by either shooting them or by hitting them. I do not recommend hitting the explosive traps, though. And then we have one more, and that would be the uncommon trap. That's something that you find a lot in the military camps. So the iron caltrops, right now at least, you find them on bridges. The onion is where you find on these, well, the staircases and stone cliffs. And the uncommon trap is your regular explosive tripwire. You can find it on the map. For example, there's a crashed balloon. They have it. Most of the time they are at the military camp. You can use these traps against the enemy. Traps don't always spawn at the same location. And you have to be careful with the uncommon trap, because the iron caltrop and the onion, it applies bleed, so as long as you're not in PvP, you just hold still and you're gonna be fine. With the uncommon trap, it will deal a massive amount of damage on you. And on top of that, same as the onion, it will reveal your position. You can of course use the trap and lure hunger into it to get a little bit of extra damage on them, or you just disarm it by shooting. There will be traits in the game, or let's call them masteries, where you can disarm traps. And later on, you might even get masteries where you can claim traps from enemy players. But we will talk about that in a bit. There is one more trap though that is not mentioned right here, and that is the trip mine. I think I showed it already in one of my previous videos, so it's not really me leaking something. I showed it already, where you step on a plate and then it releases gas, which poisons you. Poison in hunger is a little bit an odd place. You can still heal, but I think it's hindered, and well, it takes forever until the poison is gone. So it might look like I'm not taking a lot of damage, but over time it accumulates. So during PvP, this will chip away at you, but outside of PvP, you can just counter heal it with your blood bag. Then I would say we keep going here. Map traps. Map traps are part of the world itself, built directly into the environments you explore. They exist as part of the level design, placed within ruins, beneath bridges, or hidden in the dark corners of the battlefield. These traps act as environmental hazards. Some explode, some release poison. Others leave you bleeding as you scramble to escape their reach. They are designed to threaten the living, but can also be used in creative ways by the living against the hunger. Certain points of interest and many dungeons may contain unique trap types or more complex arrangements. In these places, traps are not simply hazards, but deliberate challenges. Some areas test more than reflexes alone. They test observation, patience, and memory. The most prepared survivors learn to read the environment carefully and recognize the signs that danger lies ahead. And this is something that I can't remember if I actually encountered that already in the dungeons. Sadly, I was not able to do a video about that yet. I absolutely would love to, but they are still reworking so much that we decided to not do that right now. I'm looking forward to some Mina traps, maybe even some puzzles where you get punished when you do it wrong. Really eager to see what they are cooking with this one. Map traps can always be found in the same area, but their chance of appearance varies from expedition to expedition. If you activate one, remember the location, as it will come in handy for the future, both for yourself and the potential to use it against a pursuing player or hunger. Okay, here we have a little scene where they show some of that. I showed you already some clips, so I think we're good with that, and we can just continue with player. traps. Later in development, players will gain access to their own deployable traps, items that can be brought into expeditions as part of a loadout and placed strategically during play. These tools are not part of the early access launch, but will arrive later as Hunger's arsenal expands. Little bit sad about that, especially when you play as a solo and you might play against teams. Traps can give you that edge that you need to kinda, you know, equalize the playing field, but maybe we get completely different traps in Hunger and not just trip mines or caltrops. Caltrops is something that I actually would like to see in Hunt, but we will see. Player traps can down or kill other players, and these outcomes contribute directly to the trapper's own down and kill count, which boosts the experience they gain. They can also be used against AI, allowing players to control space, shape engagements, and manage threats from a distance. Now, I know that traps are always a little bit of a difficult topic, something they're lame, some absolutely love to play around with that and try to find the most evil spots for maximum damage. I think that would be nice for people who go into dungeons. You place them at the dungeon entry or a little bit behind you, so maybe you can secure a little bit your rear with traps. Or just rush to the hotspots, like the favorite POIs of everybody, and lay a little bit of an ambush. A player and their allies cannot trigger their own traps. This ensures that careful placement and planning are rewarded rather than punished. And right here, I think I have to disagree, but again, this is still topic to change, and maybe we can change it after a couple playtests, or maybe it's fine, I don't know. But the traps are very lethal, right? They say player traps can down or kill other players. So crazy potential. But you cannot trigger it yourself, like there's no drawback. I mean, lethal traps is nothing new, right? You can build some in Arc Raiders, you can build some in Hunt, obviously, with the Alert Troop Mine Dark Dynamite satchel combo. And I think even in Tarkov nowadays it's possible, although I didn't play Tarkov in a very long time. And then there is no drawback, so if you step into a trap, you should get punished for that. If you can't remember the traps where you place them, a little bit more difficult is, you know, your teammates place them and they don't tell you about it. So that is the only point where I'm like, yeah, okay, I understand. But just running through them and you don't trigger them, maybe with a mastery trait, I could see that work, but straight up just being immune to your own traps, if you do a little bit of an oopsie and you want to be mean with the traps, and then at the end of the day you step into it yourself, yeah, I think you should get blown to bits, but that's just me. Let's continue reading first. One exception exists for those who pursue the survival mastery tree. Players who unlock turncoat mechanism gain the rare ability to assume ownership of traps placed by others, including those found within the world itself, provided they identify them and avoid them first. This allows them to move safely through hazards and even turn another player's trap into a weapon against its original owner. So the idea is cool, and masteries to disarm traps, okay, fine, but just to simply turn them against them, I think this would be bad, because you don't realize that somebody else touched your trap, and you think you're fine, and you go through it, and then suddenly you die. In Hunt Showdown, you can pick up traps from the enemy, you can disarm them, and then place them again yourself, and then they count as yours. And I think this is how it should be. Because when the initial team, the people who place the trap, come back, they will see that the arrangement of the traps changed. So clearly somebody touched them. But if I understand this right here correctly with the turncoat mechanism, you just swap ownership. There needs to be something for the team who placed the traps to realize, oh yeah, this is not our trap anymore. Goddamn, somebody was here. Otherwise, I think this will be even more frustrating than stepping into the traps of your teammates. But we will see. I'm very curious what you think about this. Don't forget to drop some comments in the comment section below. Okay, let's have a look at the next thing. So they show here a screenshot with some concept art, I assume. So we have some man traps all the way on the left. I'm gonna say one thing. I don't want traps that completely restrict your movement. They will be camped into oblivion and you're an easy target. I don't like it. Traps that slow, totally fine. Maybe the man trap slows you for 10 seconds with a heavy bleed. Sure. Everything where you lose control of your character in PvP games is not fun. So they really need to be careful with that. Otherwise, a man trap, ooh, yeah, I'm looking forward to place a couple of those. And then we have the regular common grenade that explodes. They're placing that in our hand, and you can see a trip mine. So when you know, cut off the hands of a drag, can you then place grenades in their mouth? And when somebody else tries to loot the drag, they blow up. I mean, this is just a wild fantasy, but would be cool. They can also do completely different traps, because I think they even talk about some other effects in a bit. Masteries and the art of trapping. Traps are not only to be feared, they can be mastered. Through progression in the survival mastery tree, players can unlock tools and abilities that make traps easier to detect, disarm, and, as mentioned above, convert into their own control. For those who invest in this path, the battlefield itself becomes an extension of their strategy. Every hazard, every snare, another weapon to be turned against the unwary. In addition, as Hunger expands, more and more trap types will be added to the maps. Both ancient traps found in levels, as well as those to be placed by the player. Flashing, shocking, smoking, or making large amounts of loud noise will all be mechanics to come. Finally, like most items in Hunger, player-placed traps will be craftable by players with the right profession. And here with the crafting, I think this is interesting, because it also means you might not be able to run the good traps every round. Maybe you will be able to get the noise traps, they are cheaper to craft, but the actual traps that can kill you, maybe you can bring that only every 5 matches or every 10 matches. We will see how the balance will look like. They also talk here about, you know, we have smoke. I like that, so maybe we can craft some smoke grenades, which is not really a trap, but you get what I mean. Flashing, they need to be careful with that, because flash bombs are always really, really difficult, and Eva has already a flash ultimate, and that is... It sparked already 1 or 2 discussions when it comes to balance. And shocking, maybe it makes your aim shake when you step into it. There is a lot that they can do. We have another screenshot down here that shows a little bit of some concept art. So we have a trip mine here, a rare mine. So we have this one with black powder and shrapnel, so this is not with gas. Again, they can go absolutely wild with this. And I personally, huge fan of traps. I'm a little bit of a devil when it comes to that stuff. At least people tell me that. I think I'm a nice guy normally. It's just so cool to have this strategic approach with traps. You engage people, you fall back to your stronghold where you place a few traps in advance and try to lure them into the traps. I think that will be fun. That's it with the traps. I would say we switch now to the development update that they shared with us. Okay, so this is maybe even more important and more fun than the traps missive. So let's talk about the development update. Good progress continues to be made on scaling our backend stack. In addition to this work, the current focus is on matchmaking and continued polish across the game. Sweet. Matchmaking will absolutely be necessary for this game. Maybe we do it like Arc Raiders, not with the friendly lobbies. I think that is BS, but it needs to be fair. It will not be perfect, because I think it's totally impossible to make the perfect matchmaking. But in a game like Hunger, where you have character progression and gear and stuff like that, the absolute newbies should not play against the veterans. Alongside this, the team continues to carry out general polish across the game. This includes performance improvements, system refinements, bug fixing, ongoing balance work, and the addition of further atmospheric detail across our maps. Yeah, and one of these atmospheric details is Eloise talks already to you. She says hello and she says goodbye, and I can't wait until she has a full dialogue for the quests and everything.
Oh good, you're back. Be careful out there. Hello. Mind the wind along the wall.
One system currently in development is staged reloads. This will allow players to interrupt a long reload to return to the weapon and resume the reload from the stage they previously reached. Because many of our weapons have multi-step reload processes, implementing this requires a significant amount of manual work across the weapon roster. As a result, we prioritize this work after making major updates to the mastery tree. Yeah, and this is something that I can't wait for. I played the early days where you could not reload while sprinting. Now there's a mastery for that, and then they put the mastery very into the early levels, so you can get that very quickly. It's just something that we need in this game, especially when you have very slow reloading rifles, for example the Louisville. And yes, you can reload while sprinting, but sometimes a drag attacks you, you have to switch to melee. Sometimes you need to vault, and then, you know, you want to jump over a fence. Reload cancelled, you have to start it again from the beginning. It's not good, and I'm happy that they mentioned this, and this is probably even better than the whole traps missive. But let's continue. Players will also see balance adjustments across the entire weapon roster. We have worked to smooth the highs and lows between weapons so that the overall power curve remains intact, while reducing extreme outliers and damage spikes. Early weapons, particularly flintlock and ramrod weapons, can now be specialized into earlier through the mastery tree in ways that make them genuinely formidable. Internally, we are already seeing players choose to continue running these weapons well into the late game. These weapons still carry the natural drawbacks, particularly very long reload times, but the damage and specialization potential now better reflect the trade-off. The mastery tree has been adjusted accordingly, with several elements split out to better support these playstyles. This is most likely a result from the latest tech test. Now, keep in mind that tech tests are for testing tech stuff, not for balance. I saw a lot of people complain excessively over the top. I think they got already the point, and they still kept going that the balance is not where it should be. Because a tech test is not a balance test. Okay, even in the next tech test, I don't think the balance will be perfect, but they're working on this, and this right here shows that they're listening. The gap between the Swan, for example, and the Louisville rifle was crazy. So I hope that it will feel better. In melee, honestly, the gap wasn't that crazy, but when it came to firearms, having a Louisville rifle going up against a Swan, yeah, that was a little bit difficult, and the criticism was justified. Can't wait for the next tech test, and no, I don't know when that will be, but weapon balance will be a hot topic in the next one. We are also continuing to add quality of life features. One example is a new bookmarking system that allows players to bookmark essentially any item in the game. Players will naturally use this for things like crafting recipes, cosmetic schemas, and other items they wish to track. Initially, we considered building separate systems that allowed players to bookmark specific categories, such as schemas or crafting ingredients, but we concluded that the more general system would be more useful. By allowing players to bookmark and highlight anything they choose, the feature becomes purpose agnostic and adaptable to different playstyles. Nice. So, this is something that I was not able to show much yet with the crafting. The crafting has lots of items, you need to collect them in the world, you can find them. It will be an essential pillar of the game. So I know a lot of people are like, I don't like crafting. In this game, having a profession will most likely be mandatory. So let's see how that will feel at the end. Quest content has also continued to expand. We have added a large number of additional repeatable quests and completed a final tone of voice pass across all existing quest arcs. At the same time, work has begun in earnest on the Cauldron quest givers and the next layer of story progression within the chateau. We have also introduced a number of high-value items, cosmetic schema, etc. for players to work toward in both the outer ramparts and the Cauldron, all purchasable with in-game currency. Nice, in-game currency, I like this. Also, we will have dailies, we're gonna have weeklies, we're gonna have monthlies. This is nice because this gives you reputation for the vendors, it gives you always something to do. It will not get boring in Hunger, at least I hope. Cosmetics work has also progressed, with Prestige 2 cosmetics now being introduced for most living. In parallel, development has begun on several new living characters planned for post-launch introduction. Nice. More, I don't want to call them heroes, but characters that you can play with different abilities will keep the game fresh. Sure, it's always a little bit risk for balance, but so far, since most of the abilities have a quite crazy cooldown, and at the end, when you prestige the characters, you can just build whatever the hell you want. I'm looking forward to this. We are also currently working on a tutorial experience designed to help new players establish some of the fundamentals of the game before entering their first live expedition. Hunger contains a large number of interconnected systems, and the tutorial is intended to introduce players to core mechanics such as movement, looting, healing, and extraction in a controlled environment before they encounter the full risk of a live expedition. Hell yeah. I think one of the biggest pain points during the last playtests was the onboarding. While some people who played already can reach level 50, 60 in a day, others basically ran out of gear because they died to everything, because they did not understand yet how the game works, which makes sense, right? Not blaming here anybody, and I don't want to throw any shade. A good tutorial for a player onboarding is definitely not a mistake. Much of this additional work is being completed in parallel with the backend engineering mentioned above. While the backend scaling architecture and server management systems are being implemented, other parts of the team are using the time to add as much value as possible to the game. As a result, a number of improvements, features and pieces of content are being implemented now that we had originally expected would only arrive post-launch. We know many of you are eager for the announcement of the next tech test. We're working toward confirming the date and sharing it as soon as possible, but the remaining core systems must be completed first, specifically the backend scaling architecture and the server management systems that allow the game to reliably handle larger concurrent player populations. The good news is that strong progress is being made. This is a smaller development update, but it reflects the necessary work required before we move forward to the next stage. So when will be the next tech test? I can see the comments already. I don't know. Okay? They acknowledge though that it will come. I'm a little bit disappointed that it came that late because they said, well, early access will be the first quarter, or that's not true. They said, my mistake, they said early 2026. And when I talk about early 2026, I think about the first quarter, that's January, February, March. Not much happened. Finally, in the last weeks, they're pumping out this missive, so something's happening. And they told us that they make good progress. But again, early access will be then summer, because we will have the tech test. Then they will have to work on the feedback from the tech test. They also plan to do an open beta, which is freaking great. And then we will have early access. Yeah, let them cook. I know it's annoying. Believe me, I'm waiting for this game as long as you do. And I want to play it, I want to have it. However, nowadays you get one chance to deliver a good product, and rarely you can come back after a failed launch. They have already crazy amount of content, in my opinion, for early access. It's really good. We need to be a little bit more patient. I know it's annoying, but what you gonna do? Don't forget at the end, the annoying YouTuber begging for attention. A like would be appreciated. Don't forget to sub. Next week, I'm gonna do one of the other two missives, and then the week after I try to do the other one. I try, okay? Because now we have some information flow again, and we should get back to some hunger news. And I also try to always get a little bit of clips snuck in there to show you maybe one or two things that you didn't see yet. And with that, let's roll the outro. Yeah, and that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed it. It's been a while, and I'm sorry that I did not cover all the missives yet, because I knew the focus would be so much on the when tech tests and blah 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 that we could not properly discuss the actual topic, and that would have been annoying. But you know who's absolutely not annoying? My patrons! Guys, thank you so much for supporting me over on Patreon. You are perfect! And with that, don't forget to check out my link tree. That's in the description below. I also released a new review, and that one is about Crimson Desert on the review channel. I'm gonna pin that in the, well, you guessed it, in the pinned comment below. And then at the end, mostly hunt, and I can't wait to add more hunger. I see you in the next one. Until then, have a good day, and bye-bye.
It's taken a couple of months to get there in amongst the monthly updates for Project Zomboid since the start of the year, but the modding scene is finally starting to look like it's back in full force with both some innovative new creations and updated fan favorites. In this video, I'll be taking a look at a selection of mods from the last couple of months, most of which will be fully usable in multiplayer. A link to a Steam Workshop collection with every mod shown in this video will be down in the description as well. Let's kick things off with a groundbreaking new mod mod that has brought in a feature the community has been requesting for years now. This is the horse mod, and while it is one of the few mods in this video that only work in single player, I just had to cover it because this is a mod that can completely change the experience you'll have in a Project Zomboid playthrough. Now, RV Nomad runs have been a long-term staple in this community for years. Now we have the option of removing the vehicle entirely and instead riding on horseback through a broken world. The horse itself has multiple movement speeds, you can jump over small fences while at a gallop, and you can even kick zombies by the side of your horse using the standard push keybind. Horses require an entirely different kind of maintenance to mechanical vehicles, as you'd probably expect. You'll need to ensure that they are well fed, watered, and much like livestock, protected from the rotten grasp of the undead. The horses in this mod are available in 4 different breeds with 2 color variants for each breed. For players looking to use horses for full loot runs or a full nomad experience, there's equipment available for your noble steed like saddlebags to store loot and saddles to reduce character pain while riding them. Sure, the mod isn't available in multiplayer just yet, and there are a few smaller issues that need to be worked out, but that doesn't take away from the fact that the creators of this mod have brought something to Zomboid that the wider community has been after for a very, very long time now. Oh, and if you're already wishing medieval Zomboid were a thing now that you've seen horses, well, this next mod takes us one step closer to that very scenario. This is Medieval Z, a mod that brings knightly weapons and armor to Kentucky in all of their glory. Medieval Z contains a whole range of items, including 4 new helmets, over 12 armor pieces, several new weapons like swords, spears, and hammers, decorative clothing like tabards, and even shields for your offhand and sheaths for your swords. Every item in this mod can be crafted in the vanilla crafting menu with the help of 3 recipe magazines that you'll need to find out in the world, and it's completely compatible with multiplayer environments. The armor in Medieval Z is designed to be one step above the highest tier of armor available in vanilla Zomboid. But if I could give you just one piece of advice here, make sure you disable the discomfort modifier in the sandbox settings to get the most out of this mod, or your character is going to get upset fast when wearing a full set of armor. Combine Medieval Z with the horse mod, and all we really need now is a suitably medieval map to play on. Modders, consider this a formal request from me. I would love to be slaying zombies in the hall of an ancient castle or walking through a quaint little thatch roof village on horseback sometime in the not too distant future. So, the last mod we looked at in this video is usable in multiplayer, and you've likely already noticed that I'll be displaying whether each mod in this video is currently functional in multiplayer or just single player only at the top corner of the screen during the mod's introduction. Now, if you're looking to play Project Zomboid, mods or otherwise, in a multiplayer setting with your friends, then you need look no further than today's sponsor, Bisect Hosting. Now, having hosted multiplayer servers on Zomboid for years now, the 2 things that matter most are reliability and easy setup. Bisect Hosting offers instant deployment for your server across 21 global locations and 100 different games, as well as scaling RAM allowances that allow for top-notch performance even on larger Zomboid servers when the horde starts building and things get a little crazy. Perhaps most importantly though, Steam Workshop support is fully integrated, so adding mods to your server is a breeze. So if you want to get started in your own brand of Kentucky's favorite apocalypse, click the link in the description and use code Mr. Atomic Duck for 25% off your first month using Bisect Hosting. Coming up, we've got more multiplayer compatible mods, starting with a new firearms collection named Gale Gun Store. Now, I like to take a look at firearms mods once in a while because I know it's an area of the game that a lot of players enjoy, especially since the vanilla version of Project Zomboid doesn't feature them too heavily. If you want more variety when it comes to firearms, this mod is going to be an easy choice, with over 320 different weapons from vastly different time periods and over 280 attachments to customize them with, including functional suppressors, lasers, and interchangeable magazines. Now, Gale Gun Store doesn't just use context menus when it comes to modifying your zombie killer of choice. It comes with its own customization interface with some fantastic visual representation of the changes that you're making. On the right hand side of this screen, you can see exactly how modifications will affect weapon statistics. Now, Now, I'm by no means a firearms expert, but I feel like this mod would be a fantastic option for players that want to see more guns in the game and some associated mechanics to enhance that experience. Our next mod in today's video is single player only, but absolutely worth mentioning purely because it adds something I don't think I've ever seen in Zomboid before, mods or otherwise. This is the throwing weapons mod, which brings a total of 8 thrown items to the game that can directly take down zombies without drawing as much attention as the currently available explosive options. These weapons of choice include spears, knives, axes, and even throwable sports balls that, while doing no damage to a zombie, are capable of knocking them over. It's also just good fun to bonk them over the head with a football, to be honest. The mod comes complete with a new perk in throwing that can be leveled over time, as well as a new knife thrower occupation choice and a new trait called Steady Arm that will aid in your efforts if you want to give throwing weapons a try. On top of all this, keep an eye out for throwing magazines and books while you're out looting to help give multipliers to your skill gains or provide crafting recipes for thrown weapons. While this mod isn't one that you'll be able to use when playing with your friends, hopefully that's something that comes in the future, and honestly, even if not, it's a great addition to any single player run. We're moving away from weapons next and over to vehicles, a cornerstone of any successful Zomboid run and famously a bit of a grind to level the associated mechanics skill for. Thanks to the mod Better Auto Mechanics though, this experience can be much easier and more intuitive. Better Auto Mechanics is an upgrade of the classic Auto Mechanics mod, now offering patch uninstall so you can remove all of, say, the doors or all of the lights on a vehicle with the click of one button. It also comes with smart XP tracking, so if you're not going to gain XP from dismantling a particular vehicle, the mod will alert you of this so that you're never wasting any time on something that's not worth doing, and it will never perform an action that isn't going to give you XP. Honestly, this is one of those mods that I feel is going to quickly become a must-have for many players and is probably telling of some of the improvements that could be made to the vanilla mechanics skill. Until then though, Better Auto Mechanics has you well covered. Now, while we're on the topic of vehicles, I think it's worth mentioning a mod that has very quickly risen to the top of the Steam Workshop over the last few months, that being Realistic Dashboard and Gauges. As the name suggests, this completely replaces the current UI when driving a vehicle with a highly interactive alternative. You'll find all of the options of the vanilla version with some new additions, allowing you to change the radio station, air conditioning, or roll down a window, all from the dashboard without the need for extra menus. What I particularly like about this mod is that the dashboard is no longer only visible for the driver of a vehicle, but also for anyone riding in the front passenger seat. So if you're playing with friends in a multiplayer environment, they are more than welcome to take the role of passenger princess or road trip DJ while you drive. Another small detail that I very much appreciate is the more that you damage your vehicle, the more this damage is reflected in the UI of the dashboard, with cracks appearing in the glass and the check engine light moving through multiple stages of intensity as it becomes increasingly damaged. If it's realism you're after, this mod is a great complement to any playthrough and is fully compatible with the very popular KI5 car mods. Next up, we're taking a look at a mod on a much smaller scale, but certainly no less useful than the ones highlighted so far in this video. This is Distinguished Bolt Cutters, bringing functionality to an item that is otherwise just a very heavy melee weapon. These new and improved bolt cutters are capable of not only cutting through wire fences to give you new ways to access buildings, but more importantly, they can also cut locks on fence gates and garage doors. No longer will you have to stand there attacking a metal door for what seems like an eternity, building muscle strain only to be met with mediocre loot. Now it's just a case of finding some bolt cutters and making a couple of clicks. There's some additional sandbox settings for this mod in case you want to make some changes, allowing you to adjust the strength level requirements that you need for using bolt cutters, how long the act of cutting actually takes, and how much muscle strain is generated while doing so. This is one of those mods that's dead simple but incredibly beneficial, and something I'd love to see added to the vanilla game. Now, while we're looking at features that should be brought to the vanilla game, it's a perfect time to take a look at a couple of mods that rework existing mechanics mechanics in some new ways. This is Caffeine Makes Sense, and as the name suggests, it attempts to handle fatigue and stimulant items in a more realistic fashion. Right now, in the vanilla version of the game, drinking a coffee or taking caffeine pills simply removes a flat amount of fatigue, making your character less tired for a certain time. With this mod in play, consuming any item containing caffeine will instead start a gradual ramp of energy, which will come to a peak over time and then start to decay. Fatigue will continue to build, but as your caffeine levels also climb, you will be able to remain functional and push forward. Once your caffeine levels start to eventually drop off, that fatigue will catch up with your character and cause its usual negative effects. Taking too much caffeine will cause your character to become tense and jittery, as well as degrading their sleep quality. With this mod in play, fatigue is not just removed as it is in vanilla, instead it is delayed until your caffeine levels start to drop. It's an interesting take on existing mechanics that I think is worth a try. Now, the same creator of Caffeine Makes Sense has also made the mod Armor Makes Sense, which, as you can imagine, reworks the mechanics of armor in a similar way to the modder's outlook on caffeine and fatigue. Now, to understand this mod, first and foremost, it's important to know that discomfort from wearable items is completely removed. Effects on movement and combat speed are assigned by the region of the body that those items are protecting, and heavier armor will also drain endurance while running or fighting. On top of that, the mod attempts to simulate how armor would affect the temperature of the wearer, causing you to overheat quickly in the summer months, but allowing it to also keep you warm in the winter. Gas masks and respirators can reduce airflow, armor can reduce sleep quality, and higher tier crafted armor will, generally speaking, have less downsides than the thrown together alternatives built with scrap metal pieces. If, like myself, you're not a fan of the current discomfort system in vanilla and want to see armor given a better place in Project Zomboid, then this mod is well worth a go. Okay, so next up is a mod that attempts to give weather, seasons, and the time of day a bit more impact by simulating more realistic and immersive lighting conditions. If you're tired of seeing the same day over and over again, the mod Here Goes the Sun will be one to check out for yourself. The most noticeable feature of this mod is the redesigned sunrises and sunsets, coming in different shades based on the time of year and having different transitions based on the currently ongoing weather conditions. Even after the rise of the sun, a winter's day will be washed with grey and icy blue colors, whereas spring and summer will feel much brighter. Sure, this one isn't going to change any major mechanics, but if you're looking for extra levels of immersion, Here Goes the Sun is a great option. One thing I constantly find and being asked in the comments of my videos or on my live streams, especially by new players, is how I know which items to take and which ones to leave behind. The easy answer is that with time spent playing, this is something you'll eventually learn, but this next mod can be a great help when you're getting started to speed along that process. This is Item Rarity UI, which takes a similar approach to many RPG titles by highlighting the names of items in different colors, each representing a different level of rarity. I will say I don't think this mod is perfect. It does tag a few items as incredibly rare that I'd maybe disagree with, but overall it is a very useful tool from beginners, and I can almost guarantee that some other modders will pick up this template for other mods in the future that offer clothing, weapons, or item packs. Until then, I'd recommend this mod as a support tool for new players. And speaking of mods that add clothing or other items to the game, I'd like to take a look at Hardwood's Firefighter Finery next, a mod that brings a bit more variety and some visual improvements to firefighter hardware and uniforms. The clothing featured in this mod is a heavy-duty version of the vanilla items, so you'll still find the old stuff that you're used to, but there's new and improved versions also available with their own unique look. New jackets, new pants, even new respirators. To go with this new outfit you'll be wearing, there is also a handful of firefighting equipment that happens to double as some fantastic zombie slaying weaponry. You'll find a heavy-duty fire axe, a Halligan tool, and a couple of other options to fight with. I know this isn't covering a huge array of items like some other mods will, but sometimes it is quality over quantity, and this mod is a great example of just that. Now, one of the very small things about Project Zomboid that has annoyed me for a little while now is the way that coolers just don't have a function in vanilla. Sure, it's cool to stumble across a cooler stocked with beer, But you'd think that you could use the cooler itself to keep food fresh for a bit longer than normal. Well, with Sunshi's cooler system, you'll be able to do just that. While this mod is in play, you can add 1, 2, or 3 cold packs to a cooler, and any food within will be kept fresh for longer. The more cold packs you use, the longer it will keep, up to the maximum of 3. This can be incredibly helpful if you're going out on a loot run and want to keep the food you grab from the local Gigamart fresh until you get back to your safe house with your freezer, or if you're taking an extended road trip and want to make sure that you won't be eating stale food by the time you arrive. The mod is fully compatible with multiplayer, it works great with additional food mods like Vanilla Food Expanded, and it even brings in a crafting recipe so that you can create cold packs at your safe house with materials that you can find while scavenging. It is a well thought out solution for food preservation on the move that just makes sense. Now, very quickly before I wrap up this video, I've got a mod that will help you keep track of all of the updates your existing collection has been through. Sometimes we all suffer from stacking a playthrough with one too many mods and seeing an unexpected update prematurely end a playthrough, or if you run a multiplayer server of your own, sometimes it's just nice to know which mods have had recent updates so that you can keep track of any issues cropping up with your player base. This is where the mod Workshop Update Checker comes in, giving you a handy list of all of your mods that can be accessed on the main menu screen, complete with which ones are currently loaded, their version number, and when they were last updated. If a mod is updated while you are playing, you'll also be given a handy in-game notification that an update is available to download. There's no performance impact with this mod in play, it's incredibly lightweight and will help those of you subscribed to hundreds of mods keep track of incoming updates. So that's it for all of the mods in today's video, but we've gone ahead and collected them into a workshop collection linked down in the description for easy access. If there's any other mods that I or anyone watching this needs to check out in the future, then please do let me know down in the comments below. I wanted to say one last thank you to Bisect Hosting for sponsoring this video, and again, you can purchase a Zomboid server with them using my link down in the description, then use code Mr. Atomic Duck for 25% off your first month. As always, very special thank you to my Patreon supporters, and I will see you all in the next one.
Neurotic Official. Welcome to my channel.
Darko. Zdravo, Darko. Tu-du-du-du-du-du-du-du. La 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 la. Mhm. Nice.
Crisis.
Da. Da. Kreczenie, farba, szmerglanie. Все radowy. Mhm. Tako. Samo ne sviđa mi se. Pustite šta mi se ne sviđa. Ovo je. Sam majstor ili fušer majstor? Da, ovo ne može ili ne mora. Mhm. Dum, dum, da-da-dum, dum, dum. Da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum. It's time to go deep. Dobro. Kao bambus, ja? Okay. Mosaic. Honeycomb. Yeah, I can now finish the job. Yeah, halfway through. Fuck off. Watch this.
Kad semo tražil the igramo.
Trial, igra sam jutros. Možda malo kasnije. Možda malo kasnije. What? Okay. Nice. Zavisi šta ćeš da igraš. Zavisi koji tral hoćeš da igraš. Ako je ono sa onim retardima leteći, molim vas da ne nosite Enmil, znači ja ću uzeti onaj Herpin. Znači nešto ozbiljno. Može Hulk Cracker, može energetska puška.
Nice Mr. Radio.
Ej, jebi ga, nisi ništa radio. Za jedno sat, dva, ako radiš popodne, ne znam si slobodan uopšte danas. Jedno sat, dva. I kad će sljedeći event? Nisi, ima ono da se minsko polje demontira. Naprimjer... radim danas i sutra. Popodne, a? Ne radiš u nedelju, ili tako? Pa dobro, nedelju imaš drugih planova. Hurricane, Harvester, Close Scrutiny. Imaš Uncovered Caches, ako hoćeš možemo Uncovered Caches sada radimo. To ti je da otvaraš one kontejnere. To ti je, kako ti kažem, ona zakopana blago da tražiš, ta varijanta. ružan krevet, sve ti jebe. Oh my god. Jest, taj tepih. Drvce. Treba dva kreveta, a? Najbolja ideja da svako ima svoju sobu, ali ono je. What do I know? I'm just a simple carpenter. Ne znam da li ima smisla, ali... Pržile su me bre, ovi robotići, pržili su me laserno samo tako ko da sam majmun. Mamin ga nabijem. Šta je okopriva? A, baš lepo izgleda. Ali kao... dupleks ili kako to kaže. Ovo je riba. Ovako. Sukubo je ružna. Zdravo, Darko.
Radi mi sutra, ne pitaj me ništa.
I wasn't asking.
Imam da pređem da bi otkazao, ali nego moram trpim tamo sranje. Taj ne može, teško mu je. Šta meni nije teško?
Meni je lako, meni je lako. Kažeš, meni je lako u životu.
Strašno bre jebote, razumeš?
Izvine, smijem se tebi, smijem se idiotluku.
Mene treba jebati zato što je njemu teško brate. Samo nedelju ne radim se. Što je nedelja, nešto uskrs. Svakom ne radim. Nikad nedelju, ma beže.
Da. Sad se pitam. Si ti sad ustao ili?
Malo sam ležao bio. Sutra. Radio treću. Kurac više svega. više, rekao, neću raditi više, maš pičku mater. Te život, vremena ni zašto. Sebe ni gde otići, ni vrati ništa. Pičko više.
Izvini, samo završamo ovdje. Crvena kao kupleraja.
To radim sutra do 12 uveče, ne radim uopšte celu noć, kakva idiotska smena jebote od 5-6 valjda dokle do...
Ne kapiram.
Pa ni ja ne kapiram.
Ne kapiram. Možda se ja glup.
Sad dođem i legnem odmah, šta?
Ti si u istoj situaciji kao ja juče. Znači, došao mi da zadarim nekoga, razumeš, kad sam čuo apsurd.
Šuko me glava zabolela od nervoze, krvni pritisak mi skoči, samo ono mali mozak kad te boli, znaš? Ovo sam se iznervirao, brate. Nego nemam, brate, nemam alternativu da imam, brate, maršu pičku materiju.
Misliš, ono, radim i trpim, da me jebu.
Bukvalno to. Kad nemam gde da pređem nešto drugo i onda moram trpim čim bude bilo idem...
Ti bio rekao nešto moleraj da si to da radiš?
Ma da, pa čekam to. Ja sve nešto čekam, ništa da dođe. Ma preću da idem da molerišem tamo preko dana, boli me kurac. Meni bolje to nego da...
Bolje se plaći u svakom slučaju. Imaš radno vreme, kažeš je duže za danas, ono, znaš, dosta.
I brate, ono, razumeš, ne ovo jebote. Znaš, ovo se iznervirao juče, konta. Toliko mi je skočio krvni pritisak, me celo noć glavu bolelo, vas. Kopa se jedan majmun, me ne treba jebati non stop.
Jebite mene, nemojte nju.
A ne, da, nemoj. Teško im je jebati. Pičko. Ništa ja ovdje nisam radio. Imam trader cash, ono, jednu zvezdicu i to je to, ništa nisam radio. Ovaj mine ću morati u nedelju, pošto vratno kasnije nazad, ni kasnije mine uopšte.
U toku dana. Ima na onom sajtu, ja to proverim. Onaj, kako se zove, CurseForge. Proveriš kad su tačno.
Ja ne volim da sednem ni da igram kad ja hoću šta hoću, razumeš? Sve moram nešto se tempiram koja ide u pičku materiju, više.
Ne moraš samo.
Juče sam zvao i za molera, bre. Kurca sam ih napušio, bre. S tim odlaganje više, rekao mi, pravite majmunima ili šta, brate, ako neću ja radim, onda recite, nemoj i ćao. A nije to ovo, ono, pa po mi kurac, bre, više. Samo bi se nešto odlažda, samo neke priče, razumeš? Brate, ne volim to, brate, reci mi lepo, tako i u pičko materiju. Ja bar to volim tako, brate. Što kažeš lepo i ćao, a mi tu jebote razlačiš, zavlačiš ko neke... Reci tako i u kurac. Kaže lepo, ako me jebo ovde to traje, razumeš? Mili, ja radim treću od marta pretprošle godine, čoveče.
Znam, pričao sam
Non
bio.
stop sam treća. Čoveče, ne mogu otići mi zdravlje, jebote, živci sve, razumeš?
A ne vidiš belog dana.
Ma idu kurac, bre. Svi kao nemate nigdje gde si, pa rekao gde sam, u pičke materne sam. Bez. To život, bre. Da se i normalan.
Ja to lako s ljudima koje poznajem, kao nemate nigde. Ja kažem, hoćeš ti da mi izdržavaš, da mi ti platiš račune? Nećeš, pa da uživaj.
Kovu kafu malo da popijem. Tamo ću da ispušim jednu sad tamo dok ti to ne završi.
Valjda sam ga okitio do kraja. Samo da vidim. Šta fali?
Joj, sad ću da...
Okay.
Joe. Welcome to my channel.
A majku ti jebe, muvcija. Ne iskoristio mapu, mada neke sam mape znao da su ti raider cache-ovi.
Ma ja sam nešto ušao kratko, brate, jedno da sam naletao slučajno bio. Sam mislio uopšte ne igrao, brate, u Rodotu sam.
Mhm.
Nek idem kod ove Celeste da su mi predovdje.
Za taj Raider Caches, to nije ti ni važno što ćeš donesiš, možeš bez išta. Bitno ti je samo da ne pogineš kad izlaziš s mape.
No ne gledam kod Celeste, uzeo sam 2 kej parca. Nemam ni semenke nešto, stošio sam sve pičku.
Znam, to ti je onako...
Ja sam nakopio preko 1000 sevima jebote.
I onda si kupovio.
Pa da, i onda, znaš, da sam održavao semenkice.
Najlakše se nalazi na onoj jebenoj Steli Montis, ako ne igraš tu mapu, onda...
Znam, odemo onaj kurac.
Sidvold.
Kao zove one.
Jedino kad sam stvarno radio molera je bilo je kada mi je Keva dala kantu farbe ili dve da okrećimo ja i sestra sobe. To je rekla radite. O Bože. Kad sam bio klinac. Za 16-17 godina. Klinac, bukvalno. Ti to jebeš. Šta se radi? Kurac sam ga stavi na pod. Bilo gdje.
Settings, crossplay, off.
Je, to sve radi.
Dala mi non, ne znam što.
A da što smo igrali sa Slavkom, sećaš?
Davno je to bilo vas.
Si igraš s nekim možda?
Nisam. Da igra na konzolinu. Ovih par, on je sve na PC-u. Što sam igrao?
Težak život nas molera. Znači, for ovoj igri nisi moler, već ono, handyman. To mi kažu handyman. Majstar za zjebeno sve. Ne bi mogo to da radim, šanse nema. Možda da ti okrećim kuću, ali da ti okrećim kuću, uradim instalacije, postavim pločice i uradim plafon. A ne, to zove 3 čovjeka. Jebote tepih. Uradio sam komplet sobu, još se pitam, nema logike. Evo, još 2-3 minuta samo da izmalam ovaj zid. Nema logike da ima soba 2 kreveta za po jednu osobu, jeli? I da ima sve duplo. I onda nisam provalio da mi kaže da udarim pregradni zid. Ja. Šta se desilo sa tržištem onih skinova što si mi pričao za Counter Strike?
No ništa, Valve, vidim koliko da vidim da izbacuju one kutije što su bile da otvaraš na ključ, jel?
Misliš ključevi sad ništa ne vrede, šta?
Vrede, samo ne ubacuju nove kutije tog tipa. Zato što se ne znamo, dosta zemalja su zabranjene, vodi se kao kocka.
A Valve neće da se zajebava sa tim.
Jer ti faktički otvoriš i ono kao ono, znaš, kao ruletka se vrti ono, pa šta ti padne.
I tebe onda radi dopamin, ono.
I sad su bacili neke kutije da ono, imaš ne znam koliko ponuda za neki skin, što je jeftinije nego na onim sajtovima. Ubacili su 22 para rukavica, ne znam, čuda modebaca novih.
To možeš od Valve da uzmeš, šta?
Pa dobijaju se u toj novoj kutiji nekoj koja samo može kroz drop da dođe.
A drop dobiješ samo igranje, ali tako? Koja znam ništa. Znači Valve vraća stvari kod same sebe, ali tako? Pošto ako sam dobro shvatio, stvari su bile izmakle kontrole debelo. Si mi pričao da je lik samoubistvo izvršio, kao kad mu je pukao taj market jebeni.
Uđe na Discordu, rekao sad ću se ubijem i ovo, ono i ono da i pljasa ono sa zgrade.
Bože spasi, putale.
Što gledaju na Counter, to su ljudi koji ne igraju igru, već gledaju kao da je berza, znaš. Kao investicija, ti investiraš, to je kozmetika za igru, je sve normalno, jebote. Dođe Valve, vlasnik igre, lupi patch, brate, i sam ugasi to, jebote. Možda radiš šta hoće, jebote. Samo neće ni Valve naglo da preseče, razumeš, da ne najebu i ovi normalni ljudi koji, da kažem, vole skinovi igraju, mislim, nisu tu da Boga, razumeš?
Da. Jebote, uff.
Kao kad probušiš balon malo da se izdova, znaš. To ja mislim nije zapamćeno u istoriji gaminga ni u jednoj igri da se toliko cene nekih kinova nadovavaju, to je nerealno, totalno. Aj po meni ti što to rade, a ni ti što kupuju mi nisu jasni vas. Ti znaš čovječe da to ne košta toliko i ti opet ideš kupuješ daješ za ono, ne znam, neki nož, ono, 5000 evra. To je kozmetika za igru, jebote, nije...
Pa trebalo bi da je razumeš pristojno i da to je način da developeri uzmu malo novca, ili dosta zavisi, pošto je već igra izašla. Da nastave da rade stvari za igru ili da ne nastave, zavisi. Ark Raiders. Kažem, glupi ljudi rade glupe stvari.
Ali to dugo traje i ono više, brate, ja ne znam, ono, dokle to Valve mislio da pušta, ali... Možda je Valve neko pritisnuo neke regulatorske, razumeš, došli im na vrata, brate. Ili da im ne bi došli da oni preduhitre, brate. Pitanje vremena samo. Što u Americi, što ovdje, pa brate, ono, šta je to? Da ti imaš jebote ekonomiju u video igri, ono, veća nego mnoge realne ekonomije. Čuj, preko 6 milijardi kao vrednost skinovao u video igre, pa me zabavati, evo. Premašili, izašlo ono u svim mainstream medijima, razumiješ. Posle toga je bio taj update, 2 dana posle Vestina, razumiješ. Znači su oni prvi reagovali, su vidjeli. Čuj, 6 milijardi.
Valve mi piše da je Rumun bot. O majku ti jebem, ali moguće to. Ko da nisam znao. Ko da nisam jebeno znao. Sam kliknuo na play, jesam kurac. Jesam, nego palio. Ja gdje sam upao u taj kao rank za trajale, ja ne mogu da se šupam. Toliko su ovi momci nabrijani, znaš, s kojima sam tamo rankiran da ne znam. Treba samo da se pomučim da bi ostao, znaš, u toj ligi, da ispadnem sljedeće nedelje. Evo, baš šta se radi. Kad sam pritisnuo escape, vidio sam te tamo. Sa strane.
Šta igramo pa...
Znaš šta, samo malo. Igramo ono... Secret, a ne caches. Znaš šta te podsjeća ovo? Ovo što nosi. A sad? Znam. Da. Ovo djelo. Gdje je ovi buried caches? Ta znam. Ajmo.
Pa imam samo pištolj ako to radim.
Pa samo to, ništa nećemo posebno, veli mi. Neće biti nikakav show program. Imate još neki nabuđeni detalj da sam sve poskidao, znaš. Ostaje samo ovaj međer na nozi i ovaj kevlar na meni.
Da se dobija gas maska za ovaj... To kad... Drugi, vjerovatno.
Drugi ili treći? Nisam siguran, moram bi da pogledam. Ako sad klikne, promenit će mi na taj arbor. Ujut. Sorry. Na level 2 dobiješ. Na level 3 ima još neke nabuđene akcesorije. Ostaneš do...
Se prođe treći, onda će novi neki skin, vjerovatno.
Najvjerovatnije, ja nema više šta da zbuče. Znaš, to ima prepostak. Nema kuđi više. Znaš što su kao objašnjali kao evolving, pa jest evolving, kao negdje likovan bio kao taj level 3. Jebate, ne znam kako je kod vas u Novom Sadu, ovdje je ledara. Možda da izađem napolje.
Sunce, ali kao da dova vetrić nešto.
Kako sunce. Znaš šta je to sunce? Sunce samo kao sija. To je ta legenda. Jutro sam bio malo ugrao prostoriju da mi nije zima, jedno pola sata, sat. Posle otvorio prozor i vrati, isključio grejanje. Ja rekao, bit će toplije malo, znaš, kao sunce počne sija. Ma, kak je šalno, jebote mene. Palio sam sad uljeni radijator, malo gre, nema smisla. Audi. Da, jel vidiš ovo na desnoj čizmi?
Mali međed.
Da. Evo ga.
Ja ga čujem se.
Samo pogledaj okolo da nas neko ne gituje. Boga mi imaju dobri za ovaj. Ne bi ovo otvarao da me neko ne sašije. XP mi ne treba svedno. Mislim da svaki daje 800 poena. Evo ga ovdje.
Da, evo dobio sam 800. Da sam pogledao.
Herbal bandage. Here. Burletta.
Treba pištolj ovaj mali. Ako nemaš nijedno oružje, ponesi ga. Ne, pa eto, to ti kao light tamo ako ti zafali. Jebi ga. Ma za ako hoćeš. Imaš onih herbal bandaža, oni su ti solidno dobri. Za free su odlični, moram da kažem. Pazi, ne možeš samo da sprintaš, ako sprintaš nećeš čuti ono tik, 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 tik. Nema ništa. Mislim, možeš dobiti XP, ali kako već si max level, već ti ukucao ga, znaš. 3200. Aha. Free shield. Free shield i za ovo opet oni herbal bandaž. Imaš i... Znate, ko ćeš još jedna kutija heavy ammo. Imamo 70 komada, to je baš dosta.
Pokaže 4 samo 1600, da je to 3 zvezde, jest.
Jeste, imaš već 4 zvezdice, ovo sve bonus. Ja mislim da ja imam, mislim da imam 6200. Ovdje znaju da budu dva Raider cache u ovoj šumi. I to baš ne daleko jedan na drugog. E sad nećeš ga ni čuti ako je već neko otvorio, nabasao na njega. Nit ga čujem, nit ga vidim. Ti? Mislim da je fora da možeš da ga lootuješ dok god ima bar jedan item u njemu. Tako nešto. Ali ovi su ti ograničeni sa vremenom. Posle ne znam koliko minuta meča, evo ga. Znam koliko minuta meča eksplodiraju, znaš. Samo pukne. Ne znam da li možda to šteti, ali opet medium shield. Nije, meni je dobar shield, uzeo sam rezervni jedan, što da ne. Mrtav čovjek. Ja ga ne bi čačko.
I 800.
Je. Jedan me Slavko bio AFK, ja se šetao po mapi i sam otvarao ovo. Samo se šetao po periferiji, napravio sam pun krug oko mape. Imaš... ti treba, to ti kao famas, ono varijanta. Mislim, ja ću ga razbiti za delo čim izađem. Ovo me podsjeća kad sam igrao Trial sa Slavkom. Znači, očigledno je da hoću da demontiram minu, da uradim Trial. Ne, ja sam seo na minu i pokušavam da je demontiram i vičem liku preko mikrofona. No, no, dude, no. Brate, puče pod minu pištolju. Nije ni pucao mene u minu. Ja bacio dimnu bombu i sprint. Evo imaš ih još. Zvoli. Može se ti za ovaj nakupiti ovdje kanda dosta. Hello, hello. If you, yes. If you rotate to the right side, you can find at least 3 or 4. So good luck. There is one here. Yeah, there is one here. It's. Wait. Where was it? Oh, nice.
Here.
Yeah, it's here, guys.
Raider cache. Over
It's right there. In the wood. I sad. Jebi ga, sad moramo... A to što su naišli, oni su ti isto otvorili. Znaš? Sad moramo na oči da ih otvorimo. To je već malo teži slučaj. Ne znam, oni su se kanda sponovali kasno, ako su zarotirali s te strane. Ti treba za petla hrana. Mali crveni kaktus. Evo ga. Brate, direkt na nas. Gotovo je. To je dosta. Baš dosta. Ima toliko je municije zenvila, mogli bi da... Igrač, pazi. Ja bih povukao nazad. Dole je neko bacio gasnu bombu od njih, znaš. Hello.
down there.
I did saw you throwing a gas grenade. What's up? Dole... Jesi ti bacio gasnu bombu ili oni? Je, dole, pala bilo. Tu. Sad radim se Bastion na kući da ga vodim, a? Ajde. Tu ima jedan Raider cache, ali... Mati moja. Ne, tu je. Igrači. Brale, ovaj ili otvoren Raider cache ili eksplodirao. Ajmo vamo desno. Poslije ne znam koliko minuta počinju da eksplodiraju. Bukvalno nemaš ništa od njega. Jedino ako je neko otvorio Raider cache. Kako se to zvuci? Kao molot neko baci. Ja se ne sjećam da je bila ovolika livada ovdje. Ovo su developeri malo podebljali ovu šumu ovdje. Samo možda se preučiš biblioteci. Ovdje u dvorištu je znao da bude Raider cache. Znao.
Raider cache. Here.
Aha.
Here.
Meni odgovara.
Over here. A prickly pear.
Mhm. Evo ga.
Here.
Čujemo ono malo govedo od onoga komete iza nas. Koga se ovaj agro? Ma vaš. Meni najsmešnije kad te uoči i onda počne da lebdi, znaš, u kaveri iza nekoga drveta. I onda sve kroz krošnju te brije, razumeš, polubanje. Pitaš šta radimo kroz šumu, pa gledao sam bio mapu da mogu da se pojavi ti keševi, znam da jedan tu, zna da bude među drveci. Sad smo manje više blizu starta. Vidi opruge. Jao. Jesi pokupi alat? Ovo razbiješ. Ne sad, nego kad ideš s mape. Kad ideš s mape dobiješ opruge. Gdje si mamu ti jebem? Ne vidim ga. Taj smo mi otvorili, ja mislim. Izdobio XP.
Jesam, znači da smo otvorili.
A, jesmo. Lepo, na zdravlje.
Jeste, to su ove dve zgrade, mi smo da ovdje negdje. Smo napravili zaokružen kolez.
Pa, to jeste bio plan. I da ovaj ka nama ide, a? Neko umro. Nema. Gledao sam imali ovdje sa strane ovih. Ovo je dosta. Jevih. Sa 6400 na 8800. Beno.
Decadent Causeway. Welcome to my channel. Wanna more viewers, best followers and viewers on Street Ambu or remove the space rejoin.
What viewers, mate? Buy yourself a viewer. Bože sačuvaj. Kupi sebi viewere pa onda botuj sam sebi.
Samo da ispušim jedno. Jebi ga, ne znam šta igramo sad. Znači ovo smo rešili kako ćemo ove robote to da nosimo.
Ne znam, ima još tu challenge.
Sorry, busy day. There you go. Back again. Thanks. Hello again.
Yes. Damage wasps, damage pariser, damage arsk enemy in Old Town.
Da. Ima i to. Kad ima u Beret City taj close curtain, pitam se. Ja, skoro. Sve počne za sat vremena. Puh. Sad je dare rotaciju. Bez veze. Bez veze, baš bez veze.
Parizeri, vaporizeri. Wasps.
Nemam pojma. To sam radio danas, to za vaporizera, znaš?
Onda ću nosim krekera. Škreker ili da nosim onu ploču si mi ti dao, aj nju ću. Ćeš nju, a?
Pa moš nju.
Čekaj, municija stoje.
Ja se 3 puta po 24 otprilike ponesi. Mada i to je malo. Hmm. 40 granata imaš?
40 municije za ovu pušku.
A, za onu lasersku plazmu. Ako možeš, ponesi 50, slobodno. Neko koja imam. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 50 ponesi slobodno. Ja sam pono 50, verujem, ispucao sam skoro sve.
Ne mogu ni da pravim, jedino kupim.
Ne možeš da nemoj kupuješ. Nemoj se. Kad ubiješ jednog od njih, oni ti bacaju baterije, znaš. Bio je glitch, ne znam da se sećaš. pre ovog zadnjeg peča. Bio je glitch gde, naravno je bilo zajebano za ovaj Ophelion, opali metak i ako mi fali municije, znaš, on mi opali kad reloadujem. Još jedan. Ja gledam, reloadujem to energetsko oružje, on opali još 2 ona metka iz ovoga Ophelion. I onda piše da je glitch takav da ako ti ostane recimo jedan metak u komari ili tako nešto, jedna ćelija kako hoćeš, i ti udariš reload i on kao opali sljedeći put. To je bio bug. Jao. Sama mi puška pucala bila. Skida se.
Viš da su nam presvukli konobara ovog ćelavog jeza, ima drugu jaknu sad.
Ubija sam sam 6-7 komada. Mislim si imao skoro koliko 18 pojena si imao. Sad pitanje je gde da...
Attention raiders, we have reports of surveyors scanning the area under vaporizer escort.
Da stanemo,
We're
znaš.
not sure what'll happen if they find what they're looking for, but it may be worth
Možda
keeping
u
an eye
selo.
on.
Ja sam, kad sam igrao Buried City, bio sam u potkrovlju. Izvirim kroz onaj kapak, opalim burst iz puške 2-3 puta. Kad vidim da će da me zgromi, onda odem pod krov. S tim što moraš da budeš malo dalje od krova da te ne bi noge zapalio.
Arc assessor, over there.
Znači tamo pada.
Over here.
Mašta, pinuo sam ništa.
Wasp. A vaporizer.
Ima ovdje ulaz dole. Ček, polako. Ovdje. Imaš ovdje bunker.
Over there.
Dole.
There, by the data vault. Down here.
Nisam mogao da nađem ulaz, zato sam sišao tuda. To sam mislio će bude, znaš. Ti možeš da stojiš u dnu prostorije, bukvalno, znaš. Možda ga tagoš. Ne. Op. Da. Da, moraš nazad, skloniš, inače gotovo. Nisi ni napunio. Moraš sačekati da vata prođe. To mu je inače snajperski hitac. Ima dva režima, jedan je onaj kao laser što prži, drugi mu je snajperski hitac. Mislim da na neku sleđe idem. Znam da je gledao vama, je gledao. Sam... Uzmi shield, stavi drugi, samo zameni shield. Kako nemaš? Šta si radio s onim što si prošli put uzeo? Samo ga zameni. Ne treba, to treba da ostaviš u inventaru. Greška danak na iskustvu. Stani, stani. Cheater. Glutaš za bateriju. To ajmo. Ajmo dalje. Ajde da spopnemo na brdo. Sad imamo bolji pregled. Ajde da nas neko buca sleđe. 3900 imamo pojena. To ti je po 1-2 arkaleja. Ne vredi XP-a, već si maksimum level. Ne donosi to ništa. Ni tebi ni meni. Si max level, samo bez veze ideš. Ono što hoćeš da lutuješ ti je onaj trup i to ti je to. Ma da, ostalo ništa. Samo dobiješ metal onaj. Pokušavam da skontam gdje su drugi ovi. Jesi ti na trećem koraku? Onda ti trebaju... Ne treba kuglice. Znaš. Ne treba im. A jesi? Treba ti SS-ori. Treba plastika. Ja pretpostavljam da ćeš PvP da radiš s ovim da bi nekog izbušio kao sito.
Tebi trebaju one loptice.
Lutaj sve.
Vaporizer by the warehouse.
Pucam kad je zalutao metak.
Hey!
Thanks! Don't shoot! Ti imaš već 4 znaš za ovu zebanciju.
Drži ovu lopticu, evo ti ovdje.
Odletit će u pičku materinu, znaš? Kao što si vidio.
Ja zaboravim uvijek se skotavljam. To je to, samo sam jedno naš.
Dosta.
Da, i za Parizer ima 3 zvezdice. Možemo na vas povedati sad.
Pa da vidiš vaspo. Evo, palo nešto.
Ispod nas je igrač ušao.
Neće se zjebam, ajmo. Znaš da imaju vaspoj oko one kule gore, znaš, na krovu. Ona veliki toren skroz gore na brdo.
By the head house.
Samo pazi vaporizera. To ti je... Preko trafu stanice popneš gore. Ne, roketir mi ne treba. Pazi, dobro health kida, znaš. Ovo se zebacanje. Baš dobro health kida. Ko da ti igrač povodi snajperom. 1700 za vas poja. To neko iz podruma se čuje.
Da. Iz 2 podruma.
Ne znam, iz dubine prostorije dolazi. Vlast.
Šta ima?
Pucam u buve. A Wasp, šta je Wasp, jebega?
Nikad nisam razmišljao šta znači
Wasp je... Zolja jebenga, da?
Šta igrate, obično onaj mod ili...
No, close scrutiny, to ti je onaj bez luta.
Hoćete još igrati?
Ne znam, vidjet ćemo šta ima na repertoaru. U suštini je... Činiš nam onda igru težom. Uglavnom duo se, 30 su jako... Kod igra meš Hans Odan, razumeš? Ili kao CS sa 5 ekipa, razumeš?
Dobro.
Nije do tebe, nego ono...
Jeste vidjeli, u sredo rekao sam ti to za onaj DMZ što su stavili free to play. U Black Ops 7.
Da, čuo sam, nego malo mi je mnogo velika instalacija, Drakula, znaš? No offense.
Da, malo 300 gigama.
Znaš, Drakula, razlog zašto sam počeo da se pitam da li da igram više Helldiver 2 bio što je bila instalacija u jednom trenutku 140 GB.
Da, pa su onda smanjili na 20 GB.
Ne, pitali su nas kao bili, da li želite kao da imate ponekad duži loading time, ali da vam kao veličina instalacije bude kao ono, mnogo manje. Tipa 5 puta manje, sa 130 GB na 20. Znaš šta su rekli ljudi? Pretrpet ćemo nekako 10 sekundi, razumeš, učitavanja. Jel ovo govedo... Rotiraj se oko kuće dok ne puca u tebe. Kad Ne znam. Ne, Dark štit. Glup je, on roka samo u mene, znaš. Sad ne može da puca, znaš. Kad sam sebe shieldo, ne može da puca na tebe. A ovdje možda i nije loše da ih biješ, kad si na brdu. Hoćeš jedan onaj energetski okvir. Koliko imaš?
15, 20, 25, 27.
Piše ti donji desni ćošak, znaš? Ne moraš ni da brojiš. Piše ti fino koliko imaš municije. Nama je izlaz tu.
Ono, u stvari nemamo za vas, ali nema veze.
A nema, gde su Vaspoj druže, ajde. Nađi mi Vaspoj. Znaš kako imaš? Imaš dva Vaspa koja prate jednog onoga Vaporizera. To već shield uključio, a pička. Kako fino kad te kare iz daljine, a? Shield je uključio. Neće on još dugo, znaš. Bam. Ovo su im ukrali kill. Neko je dole tamo u magazinu, to znaš.
We have ARC on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes. Supply drop. Down there. Wasp. Down there.
Gade mali.
Jasno šta se radi.
Nisi Dragan. Tu je bio Peđa malo pre.
Ali otiša.
Raider, there, by the warehouse. Hello, Raider. Hello there. Howdy.
Vidiš ih dole.
Raider.
Pa ne postoji nikovom pravcu, počet ćeš da ratujemo tu da pred kraj. Će tripuje da rokamo po njima.
Hello there.
Ja sam na Berit City pucao do zadnje sekunde, verujem. Jel imate vi, Kesiću, slobodnih?
Da, naši u ponedeljak.
A nedelja? Subota?
To nema šta. Do utorka ne radim.
Polako, Darko, polako. Shieldova si gad. Šta ga rok? Još, ajde, skini to govno, skini.
Vi imate za nedelju, jel?
Ovi što su zapadni hrišćani, oni su, brate, imali 4 dana.
Onda će oni da rade za naše.
Da. Pazi, Darko dolazi. To ti je kao kravica. Ajde, pičko, ajde, skini shield, mamu ti jebem.
Ali ja ću
Bradar, ajmo.
toliko mu treba da ga ubiješ, skoro ketira otprilike.
A shielduje se non stop, taman kreneš da ga pržiš, on kao pička uključi onaj shield i onda je na njih. Onda te cima, znaš, levo desno da potrošiš okvir. Kad već isputaš skoro okvir, onda on krene da prži po tebi. Ovo je bilo, u zadnja 3 minuta smo ga skembali. Ako ćeš kariš po ovim krovima, možeš fino da ih poskidaš. Samo treba znat da ga jedan igrač non stop malo taguje. 3.400 za ove Vaspa, nije loše. Koliko si ti dobio za ove, jeli, parizere?
Sad ćemo da... 3.420, pa isto smo ovdje.
Ne, za Vaporizer, ja sam za Vaporizer radio mnogo više.
Nekad vidim. $10.017 za vaporizera, za Vaspove 3.420.
Koliko ti treba za zadnji korak ovih Vaporizer regulatora? Mislim, ti vidiš, ne vidim ja.
Imam 8 od 15 i treba mi onih sintetik, onih resin, onih hardcore.
Imam toga.
7 od 20.
7 od 20?
Pa da. Što nisam ni skupljao nešto.
Imam ja 8 komada. Jel ti treba tih regulatora?
Imam 8 od 15.
Pa neću ti ja, sad ću ti reći koliko. 1, 2, 3, 4... Sam uzeo to. Pa neću ti ja 6 komada. Hope it helps, što se kaže. U suštini ćeš me... Ne, treba mi. Prvo mi treba accessor unity. Ako ba... Ne, nego znaš kad priđeš one burgije. Znaš na što mislim. Znaš kad priđeš i lutuješ ono govno. To mi treba. Ja isto si zebao, rekao sam ti. Se malo smiri hype za to.
Reksijani, a? A da, ti si još na drugom, ako ne možda završiš. Da.
Nije da ne mogu, nego neću da se guzim tamo, razumeš.
Nisam ja radio to isto. Čekam, pičkomat. Aj ponos sam ovih 5 ovih. Čekaj da vidim da li mogu da napravim municiju za ovu pušku.
Evo ti jedan limun, petla. Kako je srećno.
Pa 10 sam napravio, ali ja mislim da će biti dosta. I ovo što imam 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Pošto mi se osta moram pijem vode, bez.
A ja. Jes kad dobije pištolj. Meni to za kurac ne treba. Kancer. Nemaš. Znam da ti treba, ali to mogu da ti ponesem ako baš hoćeš. Koliko ti treba shader gira?
3 od 3 piše.
3 imam.
I 3 magneta tu, ancelatora tu imam, ja mislim.
To praviš ti u refinery.
I vaporizera 2. Hoćeš ti napravim još otkup.
Si siguran da hoćeš to da trošiš tako? Ajmo onda u Berit City to da uzmemo. Biće fino kad me neko kokne i tebe će da se omasti. Je, to sam teo. Neću da to vučem okolo.
Ma da, pa da napravimo, pa da se ratio, poneću ja ključ.
Jest.
Pa ću ti ja napravim, pa ti dam čutku. Imao sam sreću da nahvatam onda i ovaj blueprint. Da, mnogo treba za ovaj zadnji korak. 18 tih, pa ne znam, onih 20 parizera, pa onih loptica, pa pičke mate. Deset loptica, sintetik arkova 20, pa parizera 15 i 18 matriksa je, evo te život, brate.
Ma da, mnogo.
Da nema toliko pacova tih i to, da bi to bilo lakše se reguliše.
Ovdje nešto to ne može tako baš lako da sredi kao što su oni zamislili. Toliko ih ima da nema šanse da ti ne treba, što kaže čovjek, da izgorave pola inventara samo da skupi ta govna. 10 snajperskih pušaka je izgora da skupi materijal za to. Jo, kao mesari. Kurs.
Imam ja ključ.
Pa moramo doći do heč. On nije prvi minut meč. Gledam sad. Vreme.
Loot spot. Out here. On me. In here. In here.
Ja ga raketir nekoga je kurca napušio, znaš. Fali mu jedan metak do smrti. Što se kako kliza guzicom i staklo, znaš. Zašto? Tamo vozi. After you. Nema veze, ko ima ključ. Bitno je samo se vrat otvara. Eto, tarasio si me viške inventar. Ja nisam ni stigao do trećeg koraka, tek plastike sam se nakupio koliko hoćeš.
Kad sam našao onih akumulatora, šok sam ih našao posle toga, da više niko ne kupi, znaš.
Pa...
Sada idemo ovamo, Raider. Prvo da napravimo ovu šotku.
Koje je to attachment slotove ima taj shotgun?
Pa ne znam kako da vidim to.
Desni klik inspect i kažeš mi da li ima slotove i šta se stavlja u njih. Jel ima kundak, jel ima šipku onu napred kao kako hoćeš. Ima kundak i?
Ne mi je napravljeno još, ne mogu desni klik.
Pa šta ti fali? Fali ti magnetic akcelerator.
Magnetik je, da, evo sad ću ga napraviti. Sad ću da napravim. Evo je.
I šta ima od slotova?
Pa jebem li, ja idem desni klik, pa na inspect, pa ne mogu da vidim.
Ako nema ništa... Da, inspect i gore levo ti pokazuje slotove.
Možda nema slotova, možda je već kakva jeste, znaš.
To je što je, da. To je to onda.
Ja kontam, ne znam koje municije ide u nju, pičku.
I ide to što to nosiš, energy klipovi do nje. To je energetsko oružje. Energy shotgun.
Ništa, ja ću ti bacim odmah, pa ćemo izađemo i onda...
Ne moram da izađemo, mogu da pucam iz nje, nije problem.
Češ da nosim ja kreker onda da ti izbacim i municiju onda za ovo, tako ćemo.
Može, a reci ti meni šta je tebi ostalo challenge?
Čekaj, Raider. Pa imam 3 zvezde za Vaspove, imamo onaj kao Damage Arcs in Old Town.
Ostalo si uradio. A mine ne možeš ni da uradiš, ne možeš da uradiš kad hoćeš, moraš samo kad ima event aktivan. A nema aktivan.
Sad, jedino ko bude u nedelju jebi ga pa onda.
Znam. Znam.
Ček samo da bacim municiju za ovaj kreker. Dosta.
Za Hulk Cracker? Ne. Poneći ti ja municiju za Hulk Cracker. Imaš ti neko oružje da se braniš od igrača?
Nemam bilo ovaj, to je to.
Da.
košta. Ova šotka od...
Mhm. Da, gear bench, da napravim sebi još jedan shield. Rezervni shield. Ono kad si pokupio sa mnom, kad smo otvarali one keše, kad je bilo 2-3 shielda medium da se pokupe. Ili stava su opterećeni da nosim, teški su. Sa 2 možeš nekako da se izguraš, ako 3-4 nosiš inventara, to ti je preteško. Koliko jedan? Jedan je 7 kila jebate, ko puška je teška. Jesi dao ono za projekt? I? Koliko ti još?
Park, sintetika još 5 i ovih, ja mislim, vaporizera, kad ubacim nisam ubacio sad, imam 8 od 15 i ti si mi dao 6. Da se otešće na šotku, znači još 4, 90, znači 12 od 15.
Plastike.
Vaporizera, plastike 5.
Još 5 ti treba. Mislim da oni mitraljezi znaju da daju. Znaš, oni centri, kad sam igrao Seed Vault na Steli Montis, tamo imaš po onim budžacima nekada na mitraljeze koji čuvaju. Svaki mislim da centri daje, ima dobru šansu da ti baci plastiku.
Any raiders topside are en route. The wind's picking up hard. If you're scavenging today, expect limited visibility and a lot of noise. Stay safe.
Launcher ammo. Here.
Još. Ja bi ti rekao da staviš tu municiju u safe pocket, veruj mi. Municija je dosta skupa da se napravi. Skupa i da se kupi.
Go to that location.
Ispred nas igrači koliko vidim. Hello! We saw Spider chasing somebody, but we didn't saw who. Do you need healing?
No, thank you.
Yeah, I saw your character limping.
Yeah, all good. I'm going to save my friend.
You need a revive? I can give you the defib.
No, he's my friend. I can revive him.
Okay. U suštini treba da budemo ovdje negdje. Guys, we'll call the wasps in the old city. Wait. Cover me. Drži ovo. Ja ni ne vidim gdje je pa onaj skener mali, znaš? Evo ga. Hoće da ga šiknem tamo u grad. Šta je bilo? Nema reakcije. Ispalio sam skener, ništa se ne desilo. Ovo ti je sve Old Town. Ovdje. Znači šta god da ubiješ ovdje se računa. Bilo bi lepo kad bi naišao neki veliki jark. Liper ili Bastion ovdje u gradu. I to je pub. Evo ti povode sad.
169.
Nigdje ne vidim ove male leteće govnare, znaš. Pogledaj.
Could be something in there.
Hello?
Snitch. There.
Neće on stići do bulja da nas vidiš. Ti imaš Hulk Cracker, ubit ćeš ga brže nego svi mi. A moraš naći ugao za to. I don't think that's in Old City, guys. He might be stuck. He's stuck, he's stuck. Hello, hello. Hello, guys.
Hey, hello!
Where is the spider? He got retarded. Can anybody see him? Yeah, down there. Okay.
Hey, Raider!
Samo pazi da ne padneš s krova, može lagano da se oklizne ovdje.
Hey! Hello?
Howdy.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Nobody's gonna kill that snitch.
No.
Do you need something?
No.
Okay. You wanted to
Okay.
call reinforcement, is that it?
Došao, thanks.
Izjebat će nas bombarder, znaš, pazi. Pazi, Darko. Pazi na to. To. Znaš. Bombarder ti je u pičku materinu. Pokrenuo sam jednog vaspa bio. Levo, vidiš ih? Mislim, ne moraš pucat u njih, samo ti kažem gdje su. Imaš na svakom krovu po jednog, zanimljivo, a? Znaš odakle dolaze ovi spoteri? Tamo negdje iz parka, iz centra. Ne vidim ja ništa u daljini. Pokušavam da markujem nešto, znaš, ali... Kurec baje. To je Hornet. To je Hornet. Mislim, bilo bi mnogo više poena da ima neki veliki jark da se ubije, znaš. Ali ne vidim ništa veliko. Lupi ga granatom iz onog grenade launchera, umreći odmah. Ko će s njim da se nateže pola sati zemvila? Samo ga raspeš. Pa ovo je bila neka patrola koja je ovdje pala kod nas, znaš. Imaš i one male, kako se zove, Arc Energy Cell. A ne, stani, pusti ga da pozove pojačanje. Znaš? Gde ode mamuti jebem? Gde ode? Ode u drugi grad. Sad izvadi onaj grenade launcher. Čekaj, moraš nek stane. To. Mora da stane u mjestu. Gledam neće li da pozove pojačanje da ga brani. Ali ne treba da ga ubiješ, nego samo da... Tak, to. Bravo. To ti je Wasp. To ti nije to. Moraš sačekati, sad. Vidiš? Moraš bukvalno da ti napraviš od sebe metu da bi to oni pucali. Fali ti malo pojena za Waspove. Možda još 3-4 Wasp. Plafon. Evo ti. Bravo. Inače mislim kad ga ubiješ granatom da dobiješ maksimalno poena. Dobiješ 3600 poena, tako. Kad ga pucaš ovako, ne dobiješ toliko puno. Zato što ga eksplodiraju sva 4 motora odjednom. Inače, meni je za ovaj Old City rekao 14.000 bio. Ali sam samo vaporizer pucao. Nisi imao municije za sve. Je, znam. Ali ovdje su ti izlazi. To je fazan. Možeš njega da cepneš, da, eto. Nađak plastiku, verovo ti meni ili ne, znaš? Bolje granatama, Rok. Sad počinju brže da dolaze, jel?
All raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
I've got some arc synthetic resin.
Predložio bi ti vamo. To.
Down here. Okay.
Hadi. Ima kapacitet 8 metaka. 8 ćelija, kako hoćeš. Treba nešto ti dam, drži. Ajmo. Vamo, vamo. Ova! Interesantno puca. Recent Tempest, šta god. Zdravo, Vlado! Ljudi, vi mora da ste ludi. Kako se radi u državnim službama za praznike, da čujem?
Pa, radite super, brate, mi danas nećemo da...
Hoćete da štrajkujete?
Tek od utorka se radi.
To ti nećeš da radiš ili se ne radi?
Svi.
Znači svi štrajkujete?
Ma štrajk nego, nema potrebe da se radi jer je praznik. Ja sam htio danas malo da prošetamo
Reksa. Da.
Moj drug je bio danas da uzme prase i da odnese da se pečuje. Cijela prasa pa ću da podelim. Biće danas baš onako lepo.
Da, fino i sunčano, što se ono kaže. Ti si odradio sve, ali tako?
Pa mislim da, sve osim mina, da. Da, sve osim mina. A mine su ostale. Čujem ovamo šta sam dobio.
Raider. I like this.
Jel imaš Angle 3? Grip.
Ne mogu da sjetim kako to izgleda. Moram da im... Jel ljubičast taj? Plavi, jel da? Znam. Imam ga. Thanks.
Dobio sam to i Vita spray imaju sve.
Pa manje više imaju sve. Znači nemaš samo mine, jel da?
A još 4 plastike i 3 parizera i onda ostaje matriksi, to je to.
Dok se 4 plastike.
Yes. 4 plastike i 3 parizera. Vaporizer i onda ostaje samo matriksi. Ja sam žedan ostavio, sad ću doći pije vode. Što sam opet spije vode.
Ako ti trebaju ovi, kako si ti rekao, parizeri, možemo to ulovimo. Koliko treba? 4 komada? Vaporizeri. Sjajno. Tebe ti 4 vaporizera, jel tako još?
3. 3 vaporizera i 4 plastike.
Dobro,
Koga
3.
ubijamo velike ove, a?
3 vaporizera ćemo da koknemo, je? Da. Ponesite granate, ti to svaki put izbaciš iz inventara.
Pa nisam znao šta ćemo igrati.
A nemaš još taj close gate.
A dobro, ako ne stignemo danas, to možemo nedelju, ne znam. Ne radimo sad. Ne znam koliko sati to bude.
Ja sam zadnji trial odradio, bio prošli ponedjeljak, to jest ovaj ponedjeljak ujutru, ne znam, 5-6. I tačno sam skupio po nekoliko mi treba da se poguram u ovaj, šta mu odlađe? Rank.
Call of Duty, ja kad čujem Call of Duty, pa vraća mi se, znaš? Ono se setim, ono sve isto, u stvari sve gore svake godine. Neću ni da igram, neću ni pravo, ono što me ne interesuje.
Drakula me priča za Call of Duty, ja sam mu rekao Drakula igra 300 gigabajta. Mogu da igram to što mi ti kažeš, ali problem je što ja ne mogu samo to da instaliram. Igra mi traži, ako hoću da igram taj mod što je rekao Drakula, da instaliram 300 gigabajta govana, razumiješ, skinuo. Rekao, ako hoću samo jednu stvar da igram, ako hoćeš da igraš običan deathmatch, da skineš 300 gigabajta gluposti.
Pa imam Dotu, imam ovo, imam malo u Counteru, gdje mi...
Što nije Dota 200 gigabajta?
Bukvalno. Pa nije ni Ark, nije ni Counter, jebate velik toliko. 40-50, koji je ovo nešto, tako. Jedino Elden Scrolls je velik od tih igra.
A dobro, on ima veliku mapu, tako. Ima veliku mapu, zato je prepostavljam toliki. Nađemo neku dobru štek poziciju, samo ga vrtimo okolo, kao što smo prošli put. Ovdje nije dobra pozicija, to na kec.
Attention raiders, we have reports of surveyors scanning the area under vaporizer escort. We're not sure what'll happen if they find what they're looking for, but it may be worth keeping an eye on.
Ovako rekreativno. Ti nemaš stašiš municiju ništa posebno, ovo ti je običan herpin, razumiješ?
Hello there.
Hello.
Howdy.
Anybody spawn at the bunker? Hello. Znači, idem da lutam, hoću samo da nađem visoku poziciju da možemo da motamo onoga vaporizera. Znaš? Pa imaš granatni lancer, tako ga jednom ubićeš ga, ko konje. Ti ga gađaš sa Anvilom, a on odskače, razumeš, samo od tebe. Hello, hello! Are you hunting vaporizer, maybe? Kažem ti, jedna granata za ove oklopljene gadove, za njega ili za onoga, kako se zove onaj drugi, čoban. Onaj Farfly. A ti misliš da se spone, a?
Pa bez veze zove.
Ja još ne vidim gdje je sesar pao. Pokušam na taga, ne vidim gdje je. Vidljivost je 0 jeba.
A vaporizer. There.
Sad će on, odi. A moraš ući bilo gdje, razumiješ. Te gađe snajperom, a?
Jebem ti mamu, kako ti mene tako povodiš jebem.
Znaš što je interesantno, što je povodio i tebi i mene. Uzmi sebi jedan zavoj. Gađi ga samo ga gađi. Pobježi, da ti kažem. Pazi. Aj, skini ta govna, e. Odri ga. Shield. Bravo.
Ušte lepo kao za logo.
Bravo. To.
Brže ti dam ulice, evo ti ovdje.
Hey, some energy clips. Here.
Hvala. To stavi u sve pokete, šta su to, parizeri, ne? Parizeri.
Ovo parizeri, onda ti lakše.
Jes, vaporizeri. No, trebalo bi da jednog vidiš da ga taguješ iz daljine. Isto ko ovoga gada. Moguće da sad zove pojačanje, znaš? Nisam siguran. Hoćeš da spopnemo na krov ove zgrade. To ti Arkale. Ne treba. To što nude, vidio sam oba. Bez veze potražiš municiju njih. Ja ništa ne vidim.
Over here.
Njega nisam teo, znaš. Slabo te čujem, Vlado. Vrlo slabo, jebi ga. Čuj, nemaš da odeš, na livadi si. Na livadi si. Nemaš da odeš, znaš, to pokušava ti kažem. Jebi ga, nemam pojma za miš, ali bio si na livadi. Ne bi ti savjetovao da izlaziš dok god se ne nakilaš. Wow. To su dvojice, znaš. To nije jedan, to su dva. Evo ti 5 za ovaj, drži. Ništa. A vi ga treba lutovati, jel da? Evo ti pić. Ajde drugo, ajde. Kad si već pri ruci. A to bacini stepenice raztrčim do dole. Da! Do you mind us shooting that son of a bitch, guys? Pazi, pazi, da nas ne navabi na otvoreno. Sad će on na nas, gledaj. Udri. Među. Do you need vaporizer units? Hello, hello. Već su oni lootali, It's okay. Ne, ako ubiješ server, onda neće pozvati ovoga, znaš, asesora. Hello, hello.
Hello, Raider.
Hello.
Vaporizer, down there.
Boys.
Yeah, another one is coming, guys. Cover, cover. Take cover. Yep. Cover. Oh, reload guns.
A vaporizer, over there.
Odri. Escaped. So do we fight over this, or we need one? We need one more. We can help with the others. Zgrabi i bježi ka meni. Malo trči. To u sve poketu jest. Vamo. Jel treba... Ne, rekao si 3. A dobro. Ne treba meni, razumiješ što me se radi. Džaba kad nemam one asesore, razumiješ. Uopšte mi ne treba. Ne treba toliko, rekao si mi 3 asesora ti trebam. Anybody need assessor unit? Hello guys. Džaba ih skupljam, Darko, kad nemam gdje da ih ubacim. Anybody need assessor unit? Hello? Ne te toliko razumeš, samo prizivaš da te drugi igrači koknu zarad nečega što ne treba toliko komada. Možemo za high score da ih bijemo, znaš.
Piše new personal, 15.462.
Ne samo nek priđe, razumeš. Pazi, pazi. Cover. Cover. Stojiš na otvorenom. Stojiš na otvorenom, razumeš? Mislim, dok god imaš krov iznad glave, ne može ti on, Bog zna šta uraditi. If anybody need a sensor unit, you can take it. We don't really need it. Hello, hello. Who wants a sensor unit?
Down there.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, samo to, a? Ne, ideš na druga vrata, razumeš? Trenutno ni šani u mene. Ne može obojicu da puca odjednom, znači mora jednoga da taguje, ili drugog. Reload. On te pogodio snajpera. Pa možda probaš, ali ono... Nemam...
Drži, da li imaš save pocket da ti dam ove... Da siđem dole da ti uzem ove, evo ti ove.
Ma jak? Peć. Ja shielda nemam, ovo ti je samoubistvo, čisto. Imam. Imam malo je prazno, garantovano. Bježanija! Znači neš poveći. Znam da si napravio. Imao si žicu da pobegneš s njom.
Znaš kuda ću ja polako, ne moraš ti da žuriš ovdje. Jesi uspio da uzmeš dve?
2.
Aj možemo da me digneš, pošto nije lutano. Če ima laser, nije lutano. Da isprazniš i ono...
Da li nema više dima? Ne. Je, ali nemam dim više.
Samo da pobijem ove. Ja nemam ni shield. Da izlutamo to dok smo još tu i da...
Nemam ni ja shield, o tome se radi.
All raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Drži za ovaj. Slušaj, meni je dosta 2, verujem. Džaba ti to lutaš kad ćeš poginut s tim u inventaru. A da.
Ajde ih ubijem. Vidiš da ima i tamo desno laser i da priđeš da probaš. Ja ću ja budem ovdje gore. Ovdje prođeš. Viš da to niko nije lutao.
Bježu cover, neš me reći. Ne, zato što mogu da se zakunem da sam kliknuo shift levi klik da mi prebaci tu save pocket. Ne mrdaj se, budi DS. Znači moraš ostati u coveru. Ne.
Da, nemamo ništa i to je ništa. Dobro nam se namestilo ovo dole, viš da nama ni ljudi nam ništa priča.
Vaporizer, there.
Pazi, ovdje ušao ovaj isto.
Over there. Down there.
Gdje je catch?
Samo me ti revive-uj, znam ja da je hatch. Brzo.
Kako da te revive?
Rukama!
A, može i to.
A nisi znao da može.
Jebo to, tko znam. Ti si koristio onaj pištolj.
Pa zato što je brže, viš koliko ti je trebalo da me digneš, jel viš? Gas. Ja, nemam, imam 3. Nije ga prevukao. Uradio sam bio shift levi klik. Treba da ga prebaci u save pocket. Kakva 4.
Get out safely. I repeat,
Taman kad sam krenuo da lutujem, znači nisi imao ništa, Darko, tome se radi. Nisi imao shield, nisi imao dimne bombe. Razumeš?
Ti uzniću, ti nismo imali ni štitove, ni ništa. Bolje išta nego ništa. Sam gledao dole i vidim da nema ljudi, vidim da niko nije lutao.
A nema, svi su se ono istrošili. Ako čekaš ovako kraj meča, možeš da lutaš. Svaki put ako čekaš ovako, baš kraj meča, jer niko neće toliko da čeka.
A možemo ući, koliko ćeš fali?
3, još 2. Džaba, ne mogu ja to da pobijem, nemam dimnu bombu, nemam ništa. Da imam silo. Ne možeš se izvući, o tome se radi.
Sad bi ja otišao da stavimo save pocket i...
Ma kaki, ne vredi. Ne vredi trugo.
Uf. Ali je slatko, ali ne možemo od videa.
Ajmo. Ja nemam Raider Catch Key. Imaš ti?
Imam ja.
Otvori.
Bez brige, ponesimo.
Bar je neko pono. Znači, fora mislim da sam ga napravio, nisam ga prevukao.
Sad samo da ispušim. Možemo tako da se šunjamo po mapi i da razgledamo, vidimo da nema ljudi. Samo smokova onih zipova nešto, znaš.
Daj ti zipovi da možda pobegneš kad zgrabiš to. Zato ti treba zipovi.
A jesi imao ono govno dometaš signal, jebote, ja sam imao i zaboravio, brate.
Ma jako. Imao sam spreve, što neče fora. Ja nisam zaborio, nego sam pogledao i inventario sam da ga nema. Jel ti treba onaj Arc Synthetic Resin?
Šta ću ti reći? Raider Project. Treba mi 4 sintetika. Od Autorizera sam rešio 4 sintetika i onda ostaje Matrixi.
Treba još 2 da ubacim ovdje, ovo Sensor Matrix.
Sve ćemo ti uzeti, čak samo da repair ovo. Znači, ponesi ovo za signal, smokovi. Ja mogu te pokrivam s ovim krekerom, ne znam šta da nosim. Čekajte, krekeri. Čekaj, treba mi zavoji. Može da su, tako sam ja uzeo sva 3 puta, ali nisam imao ni ono za ometanje, ni ono, ali sam ja na safe pocket išao, pa ako izginem, znaš. Prvi put sam ne izginuo loše. Imam ja 3 smoka, poneću. Imam jedan zip, poneću. Imam 3 defibrilatora, poneću sve, koga jebe, stavit ću safe pocket, znaš. To je smoke, ovaj nek stoji tu, ako zatreba. 5 ovih. Samo moment da napravim ovaj štit.
Još sam imao, nisam ga pono. Sad izidemo ko slepci.
Čuti, uzao si bar 3. Još ja gledam kad smo pucali dole, čak i onaj pored je možda bio lutar, on nešto je u daljini pao. Ja mislim da je taj bio lutar. Ali ovaj kod nas nije uopšte, viš da nije bio nijedan igrač. Ček samo da vidim, da, treba da napravim onaj charger.
I would trust a grenade put together by anyone else but me.
Parizera što mi je ostalo viška, to čuvam tebi. Imam 2. To sam rešio. Znači imam jedan zip, imam 3 defibrilatora, 3 smoke. Da ponesem jedan defibrilator ili što je bio jedan?
Imam ja, uvijek nosim 2, nego sad se nisam setio da te revivim. Toko sam gledao na sada, izađemo na vreme da se nisam setio da mogu da držim. Razliku od Kecmana. Kecman je u fazonu kao nije žurba. Uvijek je žurba.
Čekaj, možda zip da napraviš jedan.
Sad imaš Locket Gate inače aktivan za mine.
Koliko traje?
55 minuta.
Aj, da... Ćeš što da odradimo pa ti onda skupljamo ovo?
Da, može.
Ajde. Ček, samo da ubacimo ovo. Pa vidiš da može da se skupi, samo tako sam ja. Malo sam i izviđao gdje ima puno igrača, nisam se ne gore iskreno ti kaže, ne možeš uzeti ništa, znaš? Samo tako se šunja, sad ću doći.
A new out-of-this-world game mode. Destructible terrain on Aaron, Miramar. And this one, choosing from different paths, upgrading your gear, and fighting against increasing odds to challenge and defeat to go with it. About to go through more terrain around them when they explode. Not apply to buildings, so you're safe indoors for now. Keep an eye out for destructible terrain in ranked games as well. And during custom match esports mode on Erangel, Miramar, Rondo, and Tago. Update as well. The hybrid scope will let you easily swap between 1x and 4x magnification. We've also added a new tilted grip, a solid starter choice that improves both horizontal and vertical recoil.
Oh.
Dylan, are you asking when someone approaches me saying, hey, I'm making a game, specifically I'm making an MMORPG game? Okay, the reason I have questions for this is because companies making MMORPG games need a...
Okay then, Raiders, we are back and we've got loads to go over today as we have had an emergency hotfix update get pushed out earlier on today, addressing some of the more weirder issues inside of the game right now. We're going to break down the hotfixes that have happened inside of the game for you that apparently with regards to Italy. This is, make sure you check out our massive thank you tokens or a free copy of the game here at Lentech inside of Arc Raiders. So starting off, we had a post go up from Embark Osin literally about 5 minutes ago at the point of recording, which states that we are pushing a hotfix right now to tackle a couple of things that we've been working on. The first one right here is a fix for a duplication glitch, which is obviously going to be quite a big one, and I'm really glad that they rectify that, as duplication inside of these sorts of games are definitely not great for the economy, so I'm glad that they've rectified that. We also have another one where they fixed an exploit that let players reconnect to a round that they shouldn't be able to reconnect to. Really, really odd for that being the case. I don't know why that would benefit any player at all, but apparently they are able to reconnect to games that they were never even in. And then addressed some instances of crashes happening on PS5. We will continue to monitor the situation as we investigate further. Now, this is a big one because I know that since the latest patch update happened on Tuesday, there's been quite a lot of instances on crashes, especially on the PlayStation 5. It's probably been one of the biggest ones that we've seen at the moment. Obviously, there is a lot more problems happening inside of the game, including crashes and just overall hard locks that we've seen happening quite often. So fingers crossed they address that one very soon. We'll have to wait and see exactly how that one plays out. But a nice little hotfix on a random Friday for you guys. Obviously, they were bad enough that they needed to rectify it, although there was one specific glitch that people are wondering about, and that is the tripping issue. People are wondering what's happening when you trip over a small ledge or railing and you literally fall the longest distance and take absolutely no damage. Now, it does work in our favor, and it has happened to me quite a few times, where you can like trip and fall over somewhat of a curb, and then you just end up taking 0 damage as you hit the floor. But this is what Embark Osin had to say. Is there a clip? So yeah, I don't think they even really knew about it. So hopefully now that clip's been provided and they do know exactly what that is. That one should be rectified at some stage soon. It's only a small issue by the looks of things, so I'm going to guess that this one's going to be rectified early next week. But if it does, make sure you stay tuned to the channel and bring that news to your faces. Moving on from that, we have got a big one, and this one is one that will just make you chuckle. For the next couple of minutes, you're going to be watching a clip that went viral online over on the Arc Raiders info page, so a massive shout out to them for posting this one up. This was the interaction as a PvP player killed a PvE player in Arc Raiders, and the PvE player later joined the lobby for a chat. I can't believe what I'm hearing, but take a listen to this.
Hey.
Who are you?
I'm the guy that you walked up behind and then cold-blooded SOS me on site when I was in the middle of an art courier. Hey, just letting you know, I did put a bounty out on you, and I'm making it my mission in my life to always kill you on site. Anywhere you go, everybody I know, I'm telling about it. I'm telling about you, telling what you did. I got a video of it and everything. I'm gonna make my mission to make sure you do not ever enjoy this game again.
You do that.
I hope you never have anything good happen to you. You are a horrible person. Horrible person.
Yeah, welcome to Ark, buddy.
No, I've been playing way longer than you. I already looked up your name and everything, dude. I've been fucking day one. I know how this game be, and that shit, what you did, is you know that's dirty gaming. You know that shit. You know that shit's frowned upon. Over 90% of the entire Ark community doesn't like what you did, and you do it anyway, and you feel good about yourself. That's why your mom doesn't call you anymore. You know that, right? That's why your dad's never gonna say he's proud of you. That's why your girlfriend left for that fucking guy. You know what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah. Ne znam šta si ti pono, ali nisi da poneseš ništa bitno od naoružanja. Ja, drži ovo. Aj pravo da staneš na nju, čučnju. Ne da trčiš, samo staneš. Čučneš i polako nagaziš na nju. Ako se ne pomeraš, neće eksplodirati. Dođi. Ajde. Čučni i polako stani na nju. Jel ti da diffuse? Da. Moja pretpostavka je da dok je ovaj event mogu svi da difuziraju. Pazi, ima ljudi koji će na kvarno da te puknu dok si na mini, znaš? Naravno. Naravno da ima. To je to. 3000 pojena. E sad, gore na tom brdu. Piči levo. Znači drži baš levu stranu.
Znam, to ona riba bila nakana, sjećaš se prošli put kad smo igrali. Baš smo išli ovom stazom.
Malo pre sam dobio bio onaj snap hook od petla. Ja gledam, ne veram. I šta sam radio, prodao sam je, 14.000 košta jebote. A da mogu nekad nešto pametno s njim da uradim, nisam baš siguran. Ako vidiš drugi igrače kako trčkaju levo desno, vratno su difuzirali sve jednu minu.
Evo je, čekaj. Ovo mi je došlo. Pošli su, mislim. Početak. Još jedna.
Pazi, leteće mine, leteći arkovi, sam to reći. Rekao sam 3 stvari jedno. Imaš i džemer one.
Imam, da, čuj mene jebate.
A ne znam što toliko filozofiraš, ako krene na tebe izvadi džemer i samo čete u cover. Dva metka. Jer sam skinuo vas plus 2 metka. Vas. Cover. Pazi, pucni iza nas dolazi. Alo! Pazi, mine. Pored nas. Hello, hello. Are you doing the mines? You want us to leave you one? Oni idu po loot. A mi da počistimo te 2-3 mine što su ostale. Oh, don't mind us, we won't come inside, guys. Good luck looting.
Yeah, we're friendly.
We're doing mines.
Brojem mjesto. Još.
Kada su ovi likovi više na ovu mapu, a odradili su već ovo. Sjenim da je to u pitanju. Ima pored mene još jedna ovdje. Devet i 300. Možemo do šume da odemo, ako hoćeš. A? Koliko je? 9 i 6. To neko otvara. Čuješ? Kako mi ja uču. Mi smo defuzirali odmah te, pored toga bunkera. A znaš za kodove za bunkere, da su promenili sad kako radi. Hello, hello. You're doing the bunker, huh? Or the minefield? Opening a bunker, guys?
Hopefully.
Do you like the new change that you have to get new codes every match you do the hidden bunker?
Yeah, I know. You can't use
So if we get the codes, we'll try to like help, you know. We'll try.
what?
We'll try to help open bunker if we find the code.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ako ne odneseš kodove tamo, bunker ostaje zaključan. U svakom meču se generišu 4 kao propusnice, kao kako hoćeš. Ta pas karda. Jebote, cimaj ti mene, a? Uopšte nije nužno, evo, to je zato što hoću to da uradim. Mi možemo li naći onaj... Stvarno mi novac ne treba.
Imam ja preko 3 miliona, brzo to.
Ne, sve preko 3 miliona mi ne treba. Prijatno.
Nalutaš za jedan dan, pa za fantastiku. Samo beri citi, brat, ko javno tut.
Ne, ja nisam uopšte lutovao ništa s onim dijamantom, znaš. Samo sam lutovao one materijale i pravio, ne znam, municiju, one, kako zovu, energy korove, svašta nešto.
Film reel.
Jesi našao onaj key card? A, nisi? Oh, wow. Budalo.
I've got an advanced arc power cell.
Imate da jedne baterije, one, to dve, one velike. Od toga se prave oni energy klipovi.
Base. Mod components.
Toga praviš dratke za oružje, to znaš. Treba ti dve mod komponente napraviš koju hoćeš tačno. Plavi ljubičiste misli se pravi od toga. Hello guys. Hello. Have you find the codes? The codes for the bunker. Ajmo levo ovdje. Ti imaš jedno oružje ili dva? Našo. Ako vereš našo. To najbolje kad uđeš s jednim oružjem i to da nije nešto super skupo. Šta god nađeš možda... Mine su ti ovdje, druže, ispred nas. A ti si samo, kako kaže, state the fact. A ovo je počišćeno. Ja vidio sam jednu minu, neaktivnu. Ma bre, i ono smo počistili okolo. Ne, to je neaktivno, ne vip se. A našao si jedno, a? Tu nisam čuo. Tu nisu ni oni čuli, bojim se. Ovo ti je 9900, znaš? Neko otvara nešto, ajmo. Ajmo da nas ne slože ovdje u šumi. Jesi ti otišao bi u crkvu, labati? Nekog sam čuo da udara pajserom po onim sanducima u crkvi. Ajmo, ajmo. Znaš šta je fazon kod toga bunkera? Otvorena su samo prednja vrata, znaš Darko? Na prednja vrata možda uđeš i izađeš i to je to, znaš? Ja sam jednom ušao bio kad su igrači otvorili. Ja nešto malo trčkarao unutra, šetao se, luto poneki sanduk, krenuo napolje. Ja rekao izaću, znaš, ima 15 izlaza. Ja rekao izaću negdje sa strane. Ma ne, samo prednja vrata, tu možda se uđe. Ne možda uđeš na one liftove, na ona okna, na sajle. Ne, samo prednja vrata.
Hey there.
Halo.
Howdy.
Neko je vamo protrčao. Donji put. O. Pogledaj. Klepio sam ga sam onda i neće da izleti opruge. Imaš na onoj grani, ja mislim da je zelena grana. Imaš kad biješ ove sanduke da dobiješ malo materijala, možda dobiješ oprugu od toga. Opa. Nisam tako, teo sam malo dalje skočim, ali da. Ej! Pritisnuo sam space da skoči preko onoga, kako se to zove, ovoga branika sa strane ceste. Nije branik, je venge. Hečevi ne rade, to znaš, moramo tići na regularni izlaz. Neaktivni su, apsolutno. Ja bio zadovoljan 1 minut da nađem samo još. Treba aprikoti. A aprikoti ti daju delove za oružje, znaš. To nisam znao. Možeš dobiti, na primjer, ja sam dobio core od materijalka. Tek poslije sam pročitao da kako radi. Hello.
No.
Have you done the minefield on the hill?
Hello.
Hey. Hello. Ideš prema pauku. Ako kreneš u selo, ne letiš na pauku. Ovdje može biti mina, ali... Rolao sam se, znaš? To je neka fora, rolao sam se bio. Glavati jebeni robot. Da li više roll radi kod njega ili ne? Apsolutno. Deaktivirano. Kad ga brzo napičeš s municijom, ubiješ ga ko zeca. Da su nam htjeli da nam kažu da li ovdje ima ili nema mina, rekao bi im da ne idu gore, znaš. Da ne idu na Reinforced bunker i gore na Pilgrim Peak. Pošto oni nisu ništa rekli, nisam ni ja. Znaš da sam gledao, onaj mali, kako se zove, kometa. On uništava mine, znaš. Ne znam da li je bug ili šta, ali gledao sam ga da se kotrlja preko mine, mine pucaju. Sve. To da jedno. To je otvoreno. To je već lutano ako je otvoreno. Imam 3 akumulatora.
Dobro, to će trebati.
Ne, neće, već sam dao. Osim ako ne treba za zadnji korak. Ajde, probamo dole da stignemo na zadnji onaj voz. Nema. Ovo je... Ko je mislio da deaktira mine, mislim da im je jebo majku. Više ni jedna mina nema. Pa obično uradiš par hiljada, 9900 teško. Zašto taj Andil buđa? Imaš 6 metaka, a osim vaspova ništa ne može da vam šotuje. Bjeć. Nisam u ljubitelj. Pa im ja za ovaj pokret. Ajmo. Morat ćemo ipak vamo. Ako ti treba plastika, možeš da probaš barona da otvoriš. Jesi dao već svu plastiku?
Ja mislim da mi fali 3-4 samo onda ostaju oni matriksi 18. A možeš se ponošću mi
Ja moram čekat skoro 20 minuta prođe se, onda ćeš sigurno lutovat. Niko neće drugi uzeti. Mislim kad ga u oku gađaš da moraš ekstra štetu, znaš? Da, tu ima Raider Cache pored tebe. To bi uzeo kad ne bi imao šta drugo, to stoji. Arkali sam sav uzeo. Ne, tu to ne radi. Pol izlaza ti ne radi, znaš. Naprimjer, taj jedan otišto ne radi. Može baterija ovdje. Brala, ova ide polako ka nam. Jao, koji si ti govedo?
Imaš ono, imaš?
A imam. Pio. Pio. To smo samo mi pilići, je. Samo hodaj, ne. Samo hodaj, nemoj da stojiš. Ovo ima duration, znaš. Ne, slušaj, rechargeuje se, znaš. Odi samo na cooldown. Odi vam. Ne mrdaj, samo ne mrdaj. Ne mrdaj iz dima. Gledaj kako ulaze u zgradu, a? Znači, fazon roketir ide ka nama. Pazi kako gađaš. Metak zaluta put njega. Najbali smo.
Kao da mu se prekine konekcija, znaš, onda mora sam da ga iskopčam i ukopčam.
Dok si ti to uradio s ukopčavanjem, tebe su koknuli na livadu.
Samo od sebe. To znači do kabla nešto problem.
USB portovi možda.
Firefly burner.
A šta onda nije poenta, kupiš novi miš, ono se isto desi.
Ne, probaj. Jesi probao da ubodeš u drugi port?
Pa jesam. Neka radi normalno, neka pravi problem. Ne kupiš ono drugi miš, ono isti kurac. Kako se to rešava?
Nikako. Pazi. A baš kampuje dole, a? Ono, radi ga to. Jel? Imao si žicu, znaš da možda iskoristiš sajlo.
Drži malo.
To sam i uradio, ako nisi me registrovao, sam to napravio. Možda izvučeš i da držiš ovaj.
Hold position and await shutdown command.
Hey, hello! Hey there! Howdy!
Hello. Da, u tome i jeste poenta. Možeš znaš da možeš da se healaš dok si na sajru.
Da li sam testirao? Nisam znao da može da otvori.
Da, može.
Samo moram nešto da uradim jače od mene.
Ajde. Ako hoćeš sutra ili preksutra, radimo to za asesore.
Možemo.
Ovo me iscrpalo.
Znamo li da skupljamo matrikse i da
Zapravo...
U nedelju sam tu, jebi ga.
Pa to.
Mislim, i sutra ću ja dođem oko ponoći. Šta ću? Da legnem. Jebo sve. Jer nemamo šta da radimo, samo da...
Ne, samo to. Šta ćeš drugo?
Dobro, prošli smo ceo trial danas. Opravim pištolj.
Got something for it?
Ja ću odmah da se stuširam. A možda bacim jednu dotu i... Nemam pojma. Šta ću da radim? Pičku.
Neko mora da radi, ne može samo fun and games, kako ono kažu, znaš.
Znam, ali ovdje da radim. Heavy shield sam isto dobio, koji će mi kurac.
Ja to razlupam. Pa dobiješ delove, možeš i to ako hoćeš.
Da sprejem ja to, kako budem igrali, odmah imam ove.
Ovdje inventar management traje još 10 minuta pošto završiš sve meče. Dok poizbacuješ shotpad iz meča, što si pokupio. Nemaš 60.000 pojena. Ukupno travu.
Spremno. Foto elektrik, to je tu. Pa šta da ubacimo, ne zipi. Čekaj, ova dva.
Dimna bomba ti treba isto.
Imam 3 da stavit ću sve odmah, da ne moram ništa da nameštam, samo da... Treba mi kreker, jel tako?
Da.
Jack kreker, čekaj ovog. Kreki. Municija. To treba mi... Imam 8 smokova, poneću 3.
Ne treba sada ponesiš.
2 defibrilatora, jednu sajlu. I možda da naprimiš 3, čekaj.
3 ti idu u slot, ja obično ponesem pun slot, to je 3.
Evo, napravio sam 3. I onda kad budemo seli na vrlo ništa diram, samo start. Sad da vidim. Treba mi još 3 plastike i onda 18 Matrixa je život. Ali dobro, rešit ću.
18 Matrixa.
Pa da, to ti je na 3. koraku.
Znaš šta ti kažem? Otišao sam. Živo se kasnije. Uzdravlje.
Sutra je živ bio. Ćao.
Ćao. Be right back. Or something like that.
Neurotic Official. Welcome to my channel.
April 9th through April 13th, don't lose your mind. Because in this Steam Fest, you've already lost a bunch of other stuff. Steam's Hidden Object Fest is putting discounts right in front of your face and hiding everything else. Not because we're jerks. It's part of the fun of these games. Can you find stuff when it's in a relaxing game? What about when things are a tad more stressful? Listen, Steam has nothing to hide, but all of these games do, and that's the fun of it. Wow, I sound like I'm taunting you. I promise I'm not. Hidden Object Fest, April 9th through 13th on Steam. Come join us, we're fun.
I think I am better. Interface screen, better participation.
And that's why your dog doesn't want to come to you whenever you call it.
Anything else?
Huh?
Anything else?
Can't wait to meet you in real life. Can't wait to meet you in person. Can't wait to see you.
Anything else? So, yes, who'd have thought it? The PvE player was probably 10 times more toxic than the PvP player. The thing that really is skimming over on Twitter right now in terms of what this actually means is that this game is a PvPvE, and we all know that even if you are in those Care Bear lobbies, you jump into a game taking in equipment with the risk that you may well lose absolutely everything. It's kind of in the structure of an Ark Raiders game, such as an extraction shooter. It's a very, very odd one. I don't understand why this isn't even a thing and why this is something that was even happening. But this has completely split the community in two. It's essentially made it so that the PvE community is battling against the PvP community in the comment section of this. It received over 6,500 likes, a total of 2,500 bookmarks. And the comment section on this is just mental. You know, I don't know how some people are like essentially excusing what it is that guy had to say about the situation. I'm not too sure that it really helped actually, and I do think that there are definitely better ways of going about it. Sometimes you will get ratted on. It's part of the nature of the game. I personally prefer to play PvE. I'm not a massive PvP player. My reactions aren't quite as they used to be once upon a time, but if I do get taken out, kudos, you caught me off guard, man, and I just didn't have my backup. You need to make sure that you are thinking about it when you go into this game. The whole idea of the PvPvE is that it does give you that tension, so to say, and it means that you guys need to be on word the entire time, just in case somebody does take a shot at you. If you go in with a weapon that they have wanted for a little while, or any other reason at all, to be completely honest, they may well just pop a trigger and be able to go at you, at which point you need to be ready to fight at that stage. It's a really, really wild idea, and I don't know why it's happened, but I want to know what your guys' opinions are via the comment section below. So let's get the conversation going. I'll be replying to comments all day on this one, so make sure that you get involved. Talking about your top comments, though, we do have to go over your top comments from the previous video where we went over the false bans, and the devs actually having a conversation about new boss mechanics, including tripwires, which was an interesting one coming from Simblom, which was a very great conversation. Nonetheless, you guys had a lot to say about this. This first one right here coming from Millen 3D Studio states, I feel like every false ban, 10 cheaters claim that they were falsely banned. Now, this is obviously a very, very true factor. There are going to be some people who are cheating in the game and claiming that they did nothing wrong. There are going to be people that have done wrong things in the game and claim to have done nothing wrong, even though they've been banned 2 or 3 times. But I do think that the peripherals at the moment that are being banned for disabilities are a very, very difficult one to get around, and Embark are actually fully aware of that situation. So I'm really, really hoping that that part of it just kind of like gets rectified so that the cheaters can then be banned in full toll. This next one here is actually a very interesting comment. It says, why do streamers think that the majority of the gamers give a S about what they think or do about the game? Sounds like a me to me. Now, this is obviously about the comment about Ninja, I believe, and if I'm wrong and it's about me, then absolutely fair enough. The way that I run my channel is essentially I give you guys the news and my opinions on it. If you don't like my opinions or you don't want to hear them, that's absolutely fine and you're fully entitled to that. It's just what I like to do in terms of putting out content. If it is with regards to Ninja leaving the game, then I do completely agree. I don't think anyone should really care whether they leave a game and move on to another one or whatever. But unfortunately, the way that the current climate is on social media and the way the current climate is for streamers, they seem to be, for some reason, put on a much bigger pedestal than they should be. And I completely back it. I don't think that they should be on a pedestal in any way, shape or form. And that's coming from a content creator. I think that realistically, we all started off the same way. We're just a dude in his bedroom making games on a PC. It just seems to be one of those things that unfortunately some people really do idolize a lot of these bigger streamers and YouTubers. I just don't particularly understand why. And this final one right here coming from T. Brookie states, there are not enough bans of players with one-day accounts using exploits, the underground economy of selling blueprints, aimbots, etc. So many cheats and claim innocence. Now, this is actually a really, really big one because I actually fully agree with this. We've seen that there have been a lot of people that have been cheating inside of the game. Sometimes you will die and it will be against a level 1 Steam account, which is essentially just been booted up today and has done absolutely nothing in terms of any games, which screams the fact that they're using cheats and they've been banned on previous accounts or they don't want their actual account to be banned. Is really weird and really annoying because a lot of people are getting banned by either like through false bans or through the peripheral system, and yet actual cheaters seem to be getting away with it left, right and center. There is a specific YouTube channel which is a channel revolved around bugs, revolved around cheats, revolved around glitches, and they've just been left to do their own accord for such a long time now. It actually baffles me, but unfortunately it is what it is. We can't change anything, and hopefully Embark actually go ahead and do that. I want to know what your guys' opinions are on everything we've touched base on today. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe with post notifications turned on, and hit the comment section. Let's get some combos going. If you haven't already, make sure you show some love to the channel. I'd be greatly appreciated. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you ways. And as always, I'll see you in the clouds.
I'm coming on my level 80 druid. Honestly, that's what as much damage.
Damn.
I do think that gaming It's called Gaming is Now for the Rich. I think this actually did happen. I do. I think that we're in a situation now where gaming is so expensive, and especially like with this PlayStation update, oh my God, it's bad. Like, I think it'll get better. I do. But right now, it is not good.
Imagine being blamed for not buying enough when they're the ones that are making everything too expensive to buy. How many of you guys have been sitting around asking, when is this going to stop? It's now gotten to the point where the price to just live, let alone even buy a video game, is getting out of the reach of damn near everyone.
That's right.
And now we have PlayStation raising their prices for the second time in less than a year, $100 across the board. And this is coming off of the tail of other price increases that we've seen already throughout the entire industry. Nintendo, Xbox, PC gaming hardware.
Yeah.
It just feels like it won't stop. All these guys are sitting around, these executives, talking about how all these price increases are supposed to feel inevitable.
They're necessary.
Like it's just a bridge that we have to cross, but that bridge is now turned into an escalator that the vast majority of people cannot afford to get on.
Yeah.
None of this is necessary. They're all lying to you. Every single one of them. They can cry AI, they can talk about market headwinds, they can talk about shortages or inflation or whatever they want, but at the end of the day, all this is these are companies that do not want to take any accountability. They would much rather hand over and pass down their mistakes to you, the customer, and make you pay the cost of it.
Yeah.
They have taken our dedication, they have taken our loyalty, they have taken our money, and they have done nothing but churn out garbage games. Now they want to blame us for it. This
mad.
entire industry is just going to eat itself alive.
Is this... I just realized, somebody in chat said it. This is the Concord tax. This is our punishment for not liking Concord. We thought that we got away with it. We thought everything was okay. But that $400 million, they're going to have to make it up somewhere. And now it's time to pay up. Yep, this is the final Concord. How do you feel about pirating games? I mean, I don't think you should, but I see why people do. Does that make sense?
Today what I want to do is I want to talk about where these prices are coming from. How apparently now video games are being made for the rich. What that's going to do for society, and also how all of this is just going to end up in flames. Before that, a word from today's sponsor, Boot.dev, longtime partner of the channel and one of the best websites if you want to learn to code.
Marathon,
Instead of
Sony
just
spent
vibing out to a YouTube video in the background that you then close afterwards. If you guys actually want to learn how to do it, this is the site to use. I hop on the site in my free time because it doesn't feel like I'm actually studying. I'm earning XP, completing quests, fighting bosses, and the whole time I'm actually learning back-end development. Python, SQL, Go, real skills, the kind of stuff that would land you a job with a median salary of 100 grand, probably more, and you're doing it probably from the comfort of your own couch. There's a bear wizard named Boots that acts as your tutor. He doesn't just hand you the answers. Instead, it tries to push you towards figuring it out yourself. And then they also just drop the training grounds, which is basically infinite challenge grind, so you can really lock something in before moving on. It's the kind of thing that really respects your time without just padding out the entire course. All the content is free to read and watch, which means you could just go and teach yourself if you wanted to. Paid tiers just unlock the interactive stuff, the hands-on coding, AI help, and the full RPG experience. Go to boot.dev if you're interested and use my code Legendary Drops at checkout. That's going to give you 25% off your first entire year on an annual plan. Link is in the description. Guys, 6 years. That's all it took for the price of video games, something that used to be one of the most accessible.
Real quick, I gotta try Deadlock, bro. I really feel like I need to start playing it. Like, at least try the game out, see what they got cooked up. Because it's not like Valve released a bad game, right? There's no way that happened. So I need to try this game out.
Multiple forms of entertainment to get pushed damn near out of the reach of most normal people.
It's like Marvel Rivals.
First came the price increase up to $70 back in 2020, right when people were locked into their homes with not a lot of other options. And people just kind of forked the money over. Fast forward to today, and, well, the last couple of years have been nothing but constant headlines about prices going up again and again.
See, one of the problems now is that, like, back in the day, like, so you had, like, this is with the Super Nintendo era, right? Is that you had, like, different price points for different qualities of game. So, like, the best video games, Super Mario, Yoshi's Island, Secret of Mana, Chrono Trigger, like the expansive 100-hour, 50-hour video games from back in the 90s, those games were like 50, 60 bucks. They were really expensive. I heard a couple of them were like 70, right? They were a lot of money. But then, yeah, Super Mario RPG, there's another one, right? But then the more mid-level games, like, I don't know, like Jurassic Park or, like, I'm trying to think, like, some others, like the Kirby game or, you know, Super Mario World, they were like $50. And then you had the $40 games that were like the more arcadey games, like, you know, F-Zero, you know, Pocky and Rocky. You've got, I don't know, the Goof Troop games, stuff like that. And they were simple, right? They're simpler games. And then you even had games that were below that were like movie games or like, you know, promotional games, stuff like that, where it was like, you know, the Cheetos, Chester the Cheeto, or where the fuck his name was, the Cheetah, and it was like some game with him. That was like $20, $30. So back in the day, you had a better price gradation for these different games based off of like what the product was supposed to be. Now everything basically is like, everything's like $60 or $70, and I think that's not really accurate. And then you have indie game pricing, which I think is reasonable, and there is a lot of variance. But inside of AAA large publisher, you know, like video game development, it's really just the same thing. It's a one size fits all. And that started, it didn't start with Nintendo. Nintendo 64 still had the old system. It really started with GameCube. GameCube is whenever every game became $50. Every game was 50 bucks. That was about it. And then, you know, like the one after that, what was it, 360, the Wii, then it went up to $60. And then every game was $60. And that was it. But like back then, like there was a huge spectrum of how much games cost. Wrong PS2? Well, yeah, PS2 did come out before then. No, you're right about that. But it was the GameCube era, which was like PS2, GameCube, and the original Xbox, right? Those are the three.
$80, even $100. Nintendo being the first to break the second of the 66 seals.
I have
Sorry, I've been watching a lot of Supernatural
I'm part
lately.
of the problem.
Then came AI, then came the global trade tariffs, then it was
Yeah.
just a bunch of other convenient excuses that just made the prices go even further up.
Yeah.
First it was Xbox with Game Pass, then it was Xbox hardware went up, not
Right.
once but twice, then PlayStation
The
raised
Xbox Game Pass price hike, I don't know if I can really support Game Pass. Like, I used to be a very big advocate for Game Pass. I thought it was great. Now, like, I don't know. It's just, it's too much money, man. It is. It's a lot. Like, they almost doubled it.
their hardware prices last fall, and now here we are, just 8 months later, again with PlayStation increasing the price of the PlayStation Pro to $899, which is basically brushing up against $1,000 after tax.
My God.
PlayStation excused this on their website, saying, with continued pressures in the global economic landscape, we have made the decision to increase the prices of
This is the
PS5,
Concord
PS5
tax.
Pro, and the PlayStation Portal remote player globally. We know that these price changes impact our community, and
I bet they
after
do.
careful evaluation, we found that this was a necessary step to ensure that we can continue delivering innovative, high-quality gaming experiences to players worldwide. Man, guys, I don't know what to tell you. This is just global pressure.
Guys, just send it to ChatGPT next time, okay?
Sure, it's market headwinds. We just can't avoid it. I don't know what to do. It's AI taking over the world. It's tariffs. It couldn't possibly have anything to do with Sony funding over 12 live service games only to cancel half of them, burning hundreds of millions of dollars in the process. It couldn't possibly have anything to do with the critical lack of first-party output, the 8 studios they've shut down over the past couple of years, the estimated $400 million they burned on Concord, or...
By the way, somebody showed me some... I guess I probably shouldn't say this. Somebody showed me some internal documents for, like, investment documents about Concord. It was actually more. And by more, I mean a lot more. And by a lot more, I mean you'd be shocked how much it was. Like, the sale of the parent company that owned the company that made Concord was insane. The valuation.
The fact that their biggest bet,
Crazy.
Marathon, which allegedly was around $250 million budgeted before marketing, which means it's probably closer to $400 million all in, only managed to make over just $1 million in sales, and less than a month later is now averaging 36,000 players on Steam, a platform that makes up roughly 70% of their audience. Now,
where are they at now? Because remember, Mondays are always the days... Remember what I told you guys? Man, That's a flopperooski. And it's only gotten worse. You had it ready? I did. Marathon released? Yeah, it came out.
Yes, I know that Marathon is some divine success that we just can't see.
They
and
gave
the
it a
developers
9.
are in it for the long haul, but I would also like to remind everybody
That's what they said about High Guard. Please say this.
that High Guard had a 1-year road map. So maybe let's just come back down to earth for a second. Surely it is global headwinds and not the fact that their live service future is now hanging on a morbidly obese Amazon that lost a foot to diabetes. Now, while it might seem like I'm singling out Sony here, I promise you guys that I'm not, because all of these guys are making the exact same mistakes. Xbox just the same. These
She's
guys
on Amazon. She's Amazon Pantry.
have taken years of players' goodwill and support and money, and they have sacrificed it on an altar of live service, of subscriptions and games that nobody ever wanted to play. And now those same companies are trying to come to you, and they're trying to gaslight you into believing that these price increases are somehow out of their hands. Like this is just something of the
Here's
web.
how you know. The best example to prove that the price increases are not necessary is Expedition 33. That's the proof right there. That's a game that has AAA level quality, that had Andy Serkis and other very well-known actors, that had Ben Starr, Jennifer English. Like, these are all really, really well-known, successful voice actors. And I mean, Andy Serkis literally in fucking in Lord of the Rings, right? And not to mention tons of other voice acted characters that were in the story as well. And all of that, all of these things were in the game. And it was $50. It wasn't even 60. It was Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3 were 60. This was 50. That's the reality. That I think is the proof that this is not necessary.
It's just the market. It's just this unfortunate reality that we have no control over. No.
Budget
This
was
is
30
cost
mil?
transference.
I don't
This
know.
is them pushing accountability and the cost of their own failures directly onto the customer. All to keep their shareholders happy instead of just taking the hit, digging deep, and rebuilding their trust and reputation that they have destroyed. Their belief...
I think it's a matter of bureaucracy, and it's also a matter of organizational structure. I think that a lot of the companies that have had... Like, I think that every company... Only the best CEOs and leaders are able to avoid this, and even they fall victim to it, and they have to recalibrate regularly. Guys like Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, etc., they run a really tight ship. Gabe Newell, right? And like these people run an extremely tight ship. But the problem is that many people that are in part of leadership, they just solve problems by hiring new people, which does solve the problem in the short term. But then whenever you solve 10 problems that way, then you have 10 more fucking people, right? Or 100 more people in the company because you had to solve 10 problems with 10 hiring things. So that's what I think happened. You do not think it's also because of egos? No, I think that there is something that is corporate entropy. I've seen it happen myself in companies that I've been involved with, is that people always want to have more people working there because they think that that can offset their responsibility. And so there creates a general expectation that the company will generally grow. And I think that once corporate entropy fully takes hold and you have an HR office that's creating a management office that manages the HR at the management office, then you have so much of this shit happen that it's just, it's like a Titanic, right? It's like this ship is too big to move and to avoid danger. That's what happens. And I think that's the main problem these companies have, is that they're not run from a perspective of, you know, like they're not run in a light way, right? There's just too many people
Rather,
there.
their faith in this matter is that, well,
and also a lot of the people that are there don't contribute to the end. Sorry, the only people that are there, they don't contribute to the benefit of the end product. They are like ancillary, secondary people that are really unnecessary.
Players are just mindless slugs. That the hardcore gaming audience that makes up 18 to 20% of players is just going to keep buying things no matter what. That their demand is basically inelastic. It's unmoving. It's never going to change. That they can raise prices, strip value, and make mistake after mistake, and that crowd is still going to show up and just fork it over.
Nope.
And for everybody else, well, the rest of the sheep will just fall in line too, because they're going to convince themselves these prices are temporary, when they are anything but that. Because if any of this was about economic headwinds, then the prices would eventually
no. Please bring
go
this
back
up.
down
Please
when those
bring
winds
this up.
change, but that never happens. I'd like to remind people that we were once told that game prices would come down when the industry shifted into digital, but instead we just got the opposite.
I didn't think about that. That's actually a good idea. I was thinking about COVID. How many of you guys, the prices are going up because of COVID? Okay, well, that makes sense. It's a global pandemic. Maybe things are going to be harder to make. Then the pandemic's over, they stay up. That's what it was. It was fucking COVID.
I'd like to
And it's
also
also the
remind
digital.
people that the $70 price increase didn't happen until lockdowns, when publishers and console makers were making more money than they were actually
My
spending.
man.
They had more
My
engagement,
man.
more
There
investment
it
than they
is.
ever had seen in their
Yep.
entire lives. Even when these guys are winning, they're still pretending like they're losing. Now, while I understand
Of
that
course,
people
'cause
can
they're
and
not winning
largely will
enough.
just keep playing what they already have for now, the long-term effects of this are going to be brutal. We are already
Yeah.
rushing up against $1,000 consoles, and we're not even in the next generation yet, which is likely going to be even worse. That means
The
that
reality is that eventually, because of inflation and the way that our financial system works, when we are very old, we will look back fondly on the days where you only had to spend $100 to buy a video game. Like, assuming that we live for another, 50 years, that's a good scenario, right? That'd be good. If we live for another 50 years, the odds are that we will be looking back fondly on $100 video games. It's just the way it is. But the problem is that, basically wages, income, the amount of the quality of the games is not going up at the same rate that the price is going up.
this is an industry that built itself on lower and middle income households, and they are now slowly cutting those people out of the picture. Gaming becomes a luxury. Hardware
Because lower and middle income households are being cut out of the picture themselves.
becomes a luxury.
It's just-
And I
get
genuinely
out.
do not understand how any of these companies can look at that and think that this makes any sense. This is your audience. This is the people that you need, and you're now making it harder and harder for these guys to be able to buy in at all. And once you start pricing those people out, I don't see how this doesn't kill the console market in the next 5 years. PlayStation especially.
Yeah.
This is making even less sense. If their whole new strategy
He's right.
now is to keep their games off of PC, then shrinking your console audience is just going to destroy you. The only way that this makes any sense to me is if these guys have decided that they don't need ordinary people anymore, that wealthy households who now make up the majority of sales can carry the market, that these
I
guys
hate the fact that he's probably right about this. And how do you know this? Because this is literally the business model of gacha games. This is the gacha game business model where the majority of people are very, very light to free-to-play spenders, non-spenders. Maybe they buy a battle pass or something. And then the entire game is funded by whales, basically.
just keep paying out no matter what, but that math doesn't match.
Luxury cars, yeah.
Now, we
I don't
already
know a
know
lot
that
about that,
lower
though.
and middle income households are buying less and less hardware, and more of
They
that
have less
burden is
money.
now falling onto
Less
richer
disposable income.
households, which is
Yeah.
a much smaller market to begin with. Households making over $100,000 a year now account for more than half of all of these purchases for all this gaming hardware, and the price increases that we're seeing is just going to push
Keep
that
in mind that it is a surprising amount of households that make over $100,000 a year in the U.S. A crazy amount. I think that people are still stuck with 2001 thinking where $100,000 a year is a huge amount. It's actually not. The way that we saw a six-figure salary, the way that we saw that whenever we were kids, that's $200 and something thousand a year now. Or it's $180,000 to $250,000 a year.
threshold even higher, probably
Crazy.
into the $150,000 or even $250,000 range when the rest of the economy keeps inflating. So now you're
People don't
shrinking an
realize how much
audience
they've been left
from
behind.
a little over 40% of the U.S. households to 26, maybe even 16%, and the people below that just don't have any room to be able to close that gap anymore.
I'm broke. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm
Which
saying.
brings me to something else, and
People
maybe
been
this is
left
something
behind.
that is just too hard for these guys to understand. Maybe they are just too ignorant to be able to get it. But the more expensive that hardware gets, the harder it is for players to enter, which means there are fewer people around to be able to buy games at all. And once that happens, these giant full production games that these guys are making starts making less and less sense.
This was always the conversation around PC gaming, is that games like, for example, Half-Life 2, when it came out in 2004, a lot of people were like, well, how are they going to make the money back? What is this? So few people could even really play Half-Life 2.
because of the system requirements. And there were a handful of other instances of that happening too, where basically if the price of getting into a market is so high that it's prohibitive, then how can you possibly make any money?
Companies to get better. I want these companies to shrink down, but I'm not hoping for all of these guys to die. But something like this does not give them a future. It strips one away. There's just not going to be anybody around to buy any of these games.
That was the
and
big
you're just
one.
going to choke out the hobby.
The Half-Life was the most popular.
And if this is what's going to happen to the companies, imagine what's going to happen to the people that are already barely hanging on and using games as one of the very few things that they could still afford.
Yeah.
I really
they're going to be like the South Americans. That's what's going to happen. Is their turn again? It's third worldization, bro. It's everywhere. It's the thing is, even come to video games, you are going to be out there picking mints in Genshin Impact. No, you can't afford the new limited time banner character. No, you can't buy her weapon. No, you can't get her alternative outfit. But you can pick the mints and do your dailies. That's right. And you do that so you can be fodder for some Chinese millionaire that spends, you know, $10,000 a month on Epic 7 to just farm you all day and all night. That's it.
Not see how any of this works out in the long term. You know, one of the reasons why PC has been taking off over the past couple of years, getting bigger and bigger, is largely because people have been able to stretch older hardware a lot further than I think the industry thought that they would be able to. I just seen recently that over 50% of players on PC are still playing games at 1080p, which looks fantastic, by the way. I can attest to this. I was playing on 1080p not even all that long ago. But most of these guys are not chasing the highest end hardware. They're just chasing something that's going to last as long as possible.
It's expensive.
Possible.
That's why.
Also, they're probably not playing a lot of these AAA games anyway, but console's an entirely different beast. These guys don't have a choice. They're gonna get drugged forward whether they like it or not. The games start running like garbage, looking like garbage, or the console makers or the game makers just stop making games for them entirely. It's planned obsolescence, but it used to not be that bad because it was over a long period of time, and it was still a relatively inexpensive transition to be able to get into, a more exciting transition to be able to make. But no wonder PlayStation has been having such a hard time getting people off of the PS4. People can't afford it.
Well, now and now they're forcing people off of the PS4 by ending support to different things. Like, for example, Genshin Impact, it was like today or yesterday, announced that they're going to be ending support for the PS4. Like, I had to stop using my PS4 because it literally wouldn't update anymore. If it wasn't for that, like, now I'm using my PS5, but like, I mean, again, like, why would I use my PS5 if I already have my PS4? Like, I'm just gonna, it's a Netflix machine anyway. Like, I don't give a fuck. And so that's what, am I the only person that did that? I feel like I'm not.
More so now. That's why none of this, that's why I'm struggling to understand what the broader strategy is here. Honestly, I don't even think there is one, because all this is doing is shrinking your console base, which is also then cutting off new buyers. And by extension of that, it's crashing your hardware appeal, it's killing game sales, and it's just dragging the rest of the games industry down with it.
I think he's bringing up a good point, especially with like second order effects of controller sales. Like, you know, memory card sales back in the day, stand sales, like all of the other ancillary accessories are now having a much smaller market that they can be sold to. I think that what they're doing instead is they're trying to make more money off of individual users through things like Game Pass, PS Plus, marketplace sales, and then residuals that they get from that. And they're using that to make up for the console sales that they're not making. So it's like basically the gacha model again, right? Where you're just basically finding ways that you can continuously charge the people with the most money in order to make up for the rising baseline across the entire consumer base. That's what I think's happening.
These studios are effectively like stores in a mall, and the console is the mall, but the mall just locked the doors.
Oops.
Now, while I know a lot of people are going to hear this, and they're going to be like, yeah, whatever, okay, I'm just going to, you know, keep getting by. I'm going to coast by on the games that I already have or the hardware that I already have. That's true, but I think that it dodges out on a much larger issue, which is...
Consoles, you can't do that because they just, they stop doing updates. Like the functionality ceases to work. And because most things are digital demand or digital delivery, like you don't have the discs, right? It's not like it's a PS5 or a PS2 where you can just put the disc in.
Who these guys are locking out. Thinking about the new players, the new people, the young people, the students, the families that no longer can justify buying into this hobby anymore. I think we should probably talk about the people that they're locking out.
Yeah.
I try to be a champion of fair pricing because honestly, it is just my biggest concern, not only as a content creator, but just as a person. I did not come from money, and no matter how much success I find or how old I get, I'm always going to be worried about how much something costs because it's just baked into my DNA at this point. Even more so with video games because they were so instrumental in keeping me out of trouble and helping me make friends and keeping me sane and most importantly, helping me save money.
Well, I feel like for a lot of us, video games were like the benchmark that we graded the value of everything else. Like whenever my mom would tell me, you know, if I buy you this, that's like 1/10 of a video game, and she's buying me Pokemon cards or something like that. That was always, it's like, you know, it's like basically, you know how they say like Americans use everything like a football field as a frame of reference for everything? That's the way it was if you were like a you know, a nerdy kid or a gamer, a kid gamer in like the 90s and the 2000s. It's like everything was structured around the price as a relation to maybe either a fast food meal or a video game. And like I judged everything off of that, right? I mean, like, you know, getting a new skateboard with like, you know, an actual like, you know, custom made skateboard, that was like $120. That's like 2.5 video games. Getting you know, like a full meal at you know, fucking KFC, that was like half of a video game. If it was like, you know, a big meal for like my mom and me, right? Like everything was built off of that. It was all about that.
A lot of millennials, I graduated high school, immediately went to college for something that I was not cut out for, maxed out my credit cards, built up college debt, dropped out, and then found myself stuck working dead-end jobs, trying to survive, and just trying to figure out who the hell I even was. Years and years of living paycheck to paycheck. Years of feeling stuck. And through all of that, the one thing that I always had was video games. The one affordable thing. The one thing that I could hold on to. The one escape that I had. And now I'm watching entire generations and entire households get locked out of it entirely.
Yeah, you're being downgraded to a third worlder. And now you're playing free-to-play games. Free-to-play.
The first people getting hit by all this are low-income households, which is exactly what is making this so disgusting to me. The people who need access to cheaper entertainment the most are the ones that are being cut off from it, especially depending on what kind of living conditions you grew up in. I got a bunch of friends of mine that would straight up tell you that if it wasn't for video games, they probably would have ended up on drugs or had a kid before they were 16. That's not me being dramatic. That's just real life in this situation. Gen Z, Gen A, students, casual gamers, low-income households, all of these groups are just getting pushed further and further out of the market because either these guys just flat out don't have the money for this, or they can't justify spending that kind of money on something that they just don't have enough free time to be able to make worth it, especially at these prices. And man, that's just so sad to me because gaming has always had a relatively low barrier of entry. People like to shrug this entire thing off and pull the whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps routine or start parroting.
Tell that to a 9-year-old. Like, that's the thing, is like, I mean, these are kids that can't play the games. And also, like, what are the kids doing instead of that? They're getting groomed on Roblox, and they're playing Kamala Harris's fucking Fortnite map. That's not the way it's supposed to be, guys. It's not. It absolutely fucking, it's ridiculous.
Some TikTok life coach about how you should be spending all of your time making money, but people need joy in their lives or they start to lose their damn minds.
They're kids.
Back when I was stuck working at a gas station, back when I had no money to go out, I couldn't go out to concerts or anything like that with my friends, and I felt like I was going nowhere, video games were still there for me. Instead of me blowing my money on drinking or some other dumb shit, I could buy 1 or 2 games a year, and I could stretch those games forever. Night after night, I'd be playing online hockey leagues with NHL, or I'd be talking shit in FPS lobbies with my friends, dumping what felt like hundreds of hours into an RPG. And honestly, if I didn't have that, I don't know where I would have ended up. I think what bothers me the most about all of this is that I already know where this all ends. I know exactly what their plan is. It's clear as day to see. They do not intend to leave these people behind. No. They intend to use them. to squeeze more money out of them than they ever could have through ownership. Middle and lower income households and players are just going to get pushed.
Well, now they're allowing you to rent consoles. I don't know if you guys saw this before, but now you can rent a PS5. You know what they say? You'll earn nothing. Fuck. No. You'll own nothing, and you'll be happy. Wow. It's coming true.
Mobile subscriptions, cloud gaming, maybe even leasing consoles like PlayStation has already floated in the past.
Exactly.
All of it sold as access.
It's ridiculous.
All of it sold as convenience. All of it's going to be predatory as hell. This is a direct attack on the middle and lower class. It's a way to keep people exactly where they are, stuck in a cycle of smaller payments while owning absolutely nothing at all, paying way more in the long run because the price is broken up just enough to feel manageable while they're able to keep them on the hook forever. And the worst part is that this already works, which is exactly why these guys are going to keep doing it. Earlier, I showed a graphic breaking down where the paid audience is actually coming from, and what stood out to me is how obvious this divide really is. Hardcore players are making up the biggest share of the AAA audience, but the smallest...
Yeah. Čega nemam? Čega nemam? Čega nemam?
Sve ove stare krpi, eno i gore neke.
Godišnje jednu tvoju pantalonu.
Pa ja
Dobiješ
nisam...
5 majica, ja nisam jednu tvoju pantalonu.
Ja nisam vidjela evo 2 godine ni jedne.
Imaš na poslu što donesem? Doneti sve da vidiš.
A donesi, brate, da nosiš, ne mogu više svaki put i krpi, eno i gore jedne pukle ti između. A donesi te u pičku materinu.
Ne, one su verovatno čiste, donesi.
A donesi, brate, da ih ubacimo, da ih nosiš. A svaki put moram da krpim. Više mi presmrđalo. Pukle sa strane, pukle između noga, donesi. Prvi dan kad kreneš da radiš, donesi, brate.
S ponedeljak.
Donesi. Materina više.
Hoćeš ovo da...
Šta?
Falling asleep on my feet. All around the city, places, one other places, one other places. Right and wrong for the daily races, no exception, no exception. Ramasado, no tomorrow, no tomorrow. When I find races, no exception.
Share of free-to-play. Meanwhile, core and casual players, the groups that are far more tied to lower and middle income brackets, are making up the majority of the free-to-play audience. And then...
Yeah, they're literally serfs. They're like the plankton that the whales eat in the ocean. This is the way it's meant to work. Yeah.
I saw something much more uglier start to creep in. A whole category that doesn't register at all with hardcore players start showing up for everyone else. Cards and casino games.
Yeah.
5th most for core gamers and 3rd most for casual gamers.
Right.
So when these companies are trying to push out ownership out of reach, they're not just trying to change the way that people play, they are trying to train these people to operate within a worse ecosystem, more exploitative ones.
I think that what you're going to see happen is that as purchasing things over time will become more common, there will be added incentives for example, like if you're paying for something over time, like let's say you're paying for a PlayStation 5 over 3 years or you're leasing it, there is probably going to be a possibility. Like if I was a leasing company, this is what I would do. I would create a secondary way to make payments where every single month that you make a payment on the console, you have the opportunity to take a gamble of maybe like a 1 in 10 chance or a 1 in 7 chance that you can spend twice as much for the payment this month, but then you roll the dice on being able to own the console. If I was them, that's what I would do. I would. That would probably go so hard. And I bet that, and again, that's a good idea. I think it's a good idea. That's going to happen. It's going to happen. Don't give them ideas. I'm telling you.
Kind of ecosystems that are built to bleed the most vulnerable people dry. This is why I try to warn people. Luckily, there is a bright side to all of this. The more inaccessible, predatory, and disgusting that these people continue to make video games, well, the more they just keep shoving players into the arms of somebody else. And in doing that, not only are they making their own problems worse, but they're also strengthening the very competition that is eating their market share. Competition that respects their time a lot more, competition that respects these players' freedom a lot more, and right now, that means indie games and Valve. It wasn't all that long ago that we were talking about the pricing crash on Steam, where AAA games were not only losing market share, but getting outsold by indie games, but also the average price of games being sold on the platform had fell with it. The median price had dropped from around $20 to just over $14. And that matters because, well, it shows that there's 20%. Still an enormous demand for games.
It's insane.
People have not lost interest in gaming. They're just being forced to be a lot smarter with their money. And when given the choice between bloated, overpriced slop and cheaper, better, more focused games, well, more and more people are starting to choose the latter. And Valve, well, they're going to take that a step further.
Well, I think also, like, a big component to this also is that a lot of the AAA video games focus on content and mechanisms that are not important to the player. Like for example, like in not Where Winds Meet, in the Crimson Desert, there's a lot of features in Crimson Desert that I think most players don't really care about. Crimson Desert's a very great game. I think it's amazing, but at the same time, it has a lot of features in it that really are unnecessary that nobody really gives a fuck about. Like things like the wagon, like who likes doing that? I mean, sure, some people like doing it, but like, is it really worth designing a system like this in the game? And the really bad examples, Crimson Desert's not a bad example, it's actually a relatively good example because it's a maximalist game to begin with. But Assassin's Creed Shadows, why do you have a house building system in Assassin's Creed Shadows? Why can you pick the cats that are in Assassin's Creed Shadows? Is this really something that is increasing the user base? Is this something that, because it costs money to make something like that, and it increases the value of the game, or like the cost of the game, but is it increasing the value of the game? And I think, yeah, that's a good way to look at it, is that a lot of these AAA games have a lot of features and functionalities that increase the cost of the game, but not the value of the game. And I think that's why you see people that are going back to games that are a very uniform, very defined, but narrow in scope, but deep in focus experience. Something like Slay the Spire, for example, or Megabonk, or Ballpit, or anything else like that. That's the reason why.
Valve updated its regional pricing tools to help developers automate their pricing based on local purchasing power, not just flat currency conversion. And that's a huge difference. I don't think people really understand this, because instead of just charging somebody what the equivalent of $20 USD is in another currency and then pretending like that's somehow fair, instead, this system is trying to reflect what $20 actually means inside that economy. In some places, $20 is not casual spending. It is a big chunk of somebody's week. So Valve is effectively making it easier for developers to price their games in a way that real people can actually afford. Now, in combination with...
Unfortunately, you have people that use VPNs that use it to get around and to take advantage of regional pricing that's meant to subsidize people that are in developing countries. I think that it's a very small subset of people, but, like, I mean, again, like, obviously you have to have regional pricing. You need to have that, or you're not going to be able to sell anything in, like, Brazil or in Iran, for example.
And honestly, the timing couldn't be any better, but we're probably about to see another wave of even stronger indie titles, because making them just got a hell of a lot more accessible and a hell of a lot more cheaper. Valve just signed a deal with the makers of Garry's Mod to build Sandbox, a version of Source 2 with simplified creation tools and features that are brought over from Unreal and Unity, while also still maintaining the kind of optimization and performance that Source is known for. making it easier to not only build great-looking games, but also games for lower-end hardware, which is a pretty big deal. An even bigger deal, though, is that it's all royalty-free. And Gary Newman, the maker of Gary's
insane.
Mod and Sandbox, explained exactly why when he said, Valve gave me a chance. I'm already rich. I don't want to fuck anyone over. I only want to give opportunities to the next generation, like Valve
Patriot. I love to see this, bro. This is the way it should be.
did to me. We
Yeah.
can all win together. Man,
Absolutely.
Is that not a massive contrast from the rest of the industry?
It sure is.
Now, you're not only making it easier for smaller developers to make games of their own, make better games of their own, make more games for more people, avoid royalties, release their games directly onto
Everyone-
Steam,
yeah.
but you're also letting these guys keep more of their revenue and also
Exactly.
cut down on the kind of overhead that is constantly being shoved straight onto customers.
And again, it's like what I said before about how Valve is really smart. Oh yeah, these people making these games, you're going to get paid because they're going to sell them on Steam. And you know what happens when they sell them on Steam? You get your percentage from that. So it's all about lowering the barrier to entry so you can hopefully get a few games that do really well, and then you capitalize on the Steam sales from that. So it's, again, it's not that they're doing this for free, it's just that they're focusing the payment on a position where there's less of a barrier to entry. So that's again, that's smart business sense.
And I think this goes to show just how unnecessary all of this is.
Yeah.
While some of the biggest companies in the industry are trying to find more ways to make gaming more expensive, more restrictive, and more predatory, somebody else is out there trying to make games easier to make, easier to distribute, easier to make money off of, and easier for people
nothing
to
and
actually
wins.
afford.
Yep, that's
the
right.
split. You got one side that's building ladders, and the other side is trying to build toll booths. At some point, we got to stop pretending like this is just some
Yeah,
market or
I like that.
inflation or it's just bad
That's
luck.
good.
This is a choice. And if this industry keeps choosing to push normal people out of gaming, well, then they're definitely going to deserve
They're gonna stay
what
out of
comes
gaming.
next.
Yeah.
I remember this one time where I was uninsured, no savings, and I chipped a tooth. And for basically an entire month,
Yeah, I
had
remember
to
that.
eat Tylenol like it was candy until I could save up money. And then I finally got the crown, and when I did, I still had to make payments on it. But the entire time that I was going through all of that,
Yeah.
the one thing that I
the same
had
thing.
was that I had a crippling addiction to playing EA NHL, where I was doing these online hockey leagues on a website where you get with a group and you
Yeah.
guys play through like whole tournament brackets and stuff. And while it was the only game that I had time for while I was working that much, it saved me a lot of money, and it also saved me a lot of pain.
Yeah.
It got me through it. I'll never forget that. And that's why I take all this so seriously. This is why I want people to have fair access to entertainment, because I know how important it is. And also, going through everything, I also know how predatory the world has become over the years. And I'm going to keep calling it out. I should keep calling it out. Anybody that has
It's
the
really
opportunity
bad.
should, every single chance they get. And, you know, when you're coming from low income, everything is chip damage. Everything is built against you. You know, I had to take a job where
It's expensive to be poor. There's a lot of like really small things that, for example, like I don't have to pay because I have a lot of money. And like, let me think of a good example. Like if you can afford to, it's like little simple things. Like for example, like DoorDash. Like if you have a bit of money, you can get DoorDash. But if you have a little bit more money, you can get the Dash Pass, and then you have to spend less money. It's the same as Uber Eats or something like that. It's like being able to afford a membership to Sam's Club, and then you can buy things wholesale rather than buying them at Walmart. And then buying them at Walmart is cheaper than being able to buy them at the gas station. But it's the difference between having the disposable income that's discretionary of $6 versus $16, or $26 versus $60. And many people don't have discretionary spending income that's that low, especially whenever you're talking about multiple other products. Yeah, minimum balance fees. Yeah, minimum balance fees is a huge big one. Overdraft fees. You know who doesn't have to worry about overdraft fees? People that have a ridiculous amount of money in their account, or that have a good amount of money in their account. People that have no, like, think about, like, when would you ever have to worry about an overdraft fee if you're, like, really well off? Never. And so there are so many hidden fees and costs and things that poor people have to deal with that rich people don't ever think about. Or even, and this is not even rich people, these are people that are financially secure, right? So these are problems that like the bottom half of society has to deal with, basically. And especially the bottom 20%. That's the really bad stuff. That's the purgatory level shit.
I worked across the country, working 14 to 16-hour days, 7 days a week just to be able to crawl my way out over 4 years to find security. Then I stumbled into this job. Thank you, guys.
Struggle bus? Yeah.
No idea. Thank you, guys. But, you know, the entire time I just learned how everything is built against you. And here you now have these game companies that want to come in and they want to add another layer on top of that. No.
Another
Don't
piece.
let it do. Don't let them do it. Walk away. Find something else. Find other games
Have
to
some
support. Find other
self-respect.
platforms to support. Figure out your hardware situation. Buy a PC. Buy a small PC. A tiny build. Anything crazy, man.
Well, just wait till you get the, like, I mean, the thing is that if you want a PC to do gaming in, you probably have some sort of PC now. Look at the parts with that PC and build your own. I will promise you that if you have a good amount of time and a very little amount of money, you will always come out ahead making your own PC. And I said this even whenever I was involved with Starforge and everything. And like we sold fucking, you know, the custom-made PCs. Those are, like, the fact is that you will always be able to get a cheaper PC if you build it yourself. Like, now, I'm very fortunate that this is a pre-built, that's a pre-built. I've got one other pre-built over there. All of the older ones that are downstairs, those are all made by me. And you can build yourself a PC nowadays, a good PC. I would say you're looking at $1,000 to $1,600. I could be out of date with that based off of the recent price increases, but prior to that, that was about where you were at. 2,000? Really? With or without RAM? Is it really that bad now, guys? I haven't built a PC for like 5 years. Holy shit.
You know, even if it's an older gaming laptop, play indie games and do that instead. This is not going to work out for these guys. Abandoning the lower and middle class is essentially just going to dry up all of your earnings. If they
well, it will happen over time, because think about, like, in this, like, he and I are great examples of this. Now we're very financially secure. We're doing well. We can buy whatever the fuck we want, basically. Here's the difference. We grew up not being able to do that, and the habits that we developed as we were growing up leads us to continue playing these video games and spending more money. So basically, it's like you're cutting off the evolutionary cycle where you don't have younger people that didn't have a lot that found a refuge in gaming that then got older and got more discretionary income. Well, when you don't have that, now you've lost your pipeline to your high-end users. That's the problem. And that's a long-term problem that manifests in 20 years, not overnight.
If these guys actually think
like 10,
that they're actually going to be able to support everything using the upper class, it's not going to happen, just because by their nature, the upper class typically does not spend that much time playing these kind of games or spending money on this kind of entertainment. They have other forms of entertainment that they spend money on. And you're just not going to get the same level of income or the same level of loyalty that you would normally see from people that are somewhere in the middle. These guys are just going to continue to lose money at an ever-increasing rate, and it's going to get to the point where it's just going to collapse these companies entirely.
Yep.
Maybe that's what has to happen.
It's already happening.
The only way for any of this to be able to fix is for some of these guys to just straight up go out of business, or to just have
That's not a bad thing. I mean, again, like it's not a bad thing. Like that's nature. It's again, it's natural selection with business, right? It's the free market working.
The stock cut in half.
That's how it is.
Their staff's cut in half, and their presence cut in half, and then just lose to somebody else.
Capcom isn't having the same issues.
I
think maybe
anyway,
now they are.
Hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, share it on social media. Follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter. I always actually really like seeing you guys posting stuff on social media. I always get a notification or a tag because of it, and it's always like, that's nice. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
No, it's a good video. It's a really good video. I mean, you guys can tell, right? I mean, I'm pretty passionate and I'm very opinionated about this.
All right, YouTube.
So, like, for a lot of other people, like, they might not care about it in the same way that I do.
Imagine being...
I definitely care about this a lot.
Yeah, this looks kind of nice.
Off the cuff, Dutch Butters video. Hey man, some stuff's going on. Stuff's going down. The Roach King, Asmongold.
Whoa.
The Roach King.
Is that what? Does he call himself that?
Yeah. It's one of his things. It's one of his deals. Asmongold, the infamous, the basement dweller who lives in the attic, right? Is it the attic dweller or is he the basement dweller? He's the attic guy. We all know who Asmongold is. He's looking a little rough. He must have had a rough day. I'm not sure what's going on, but look, I love Asmongold. Everybody loves Asmongold. Well, some of us more than others. But you know, he went and got himself banned from Twitch for 7 days, which is wild because this dude, you know, basically carries the weight of Twitch and most streaming platforms on his back by himself. You know, makes a lot of money. You know, has big streams and here recently in the last couple of years, he's gone from playing World of Warcraft to thinking people cares about his political opinions, I guess, which is kind of wild, you know?
Apparently people do care because he still gets a shit ton of viewers.
I mean...
And you and I have shared clips of him saying some based stuff before, and we both kind of chuckle and we're like...
Go Asmon! Yeah, you know, I mean, I've got no issue sitting here saying, you know, that my political beliefs are they're mine. I'm not going to apologize for them. I've been conservative. You know, I go to church on Sundays. I was raised Republican. That's fine. I don't give a shit if people like that or don't like that. You know, I've never really tried to push ideologies, religion, beliefs, any of that stuff on people, and it's just
our whole thing is escapism.
Yeah,
we're trying to build something that people.
I don't want to talk about that stuff most of the time. You know, I want to talk about, you know, that stupid freaking arc drone that's shooting fire at my ass while I'm out there trying to like collect its parts that I shoot off of it. You know, but
yeah.
I don't know, man. These streamers, especially these big time streamers, it feels like they're doing everything they can to kind of push people's buttons. And Asmon, I feel, is a little guilty of that. The last couple of years, he's really getting some based opinions out there.
I just find it weird, like video game streaming. The roadmap from video game streamer to political commentary.
That's a weird fork.
It's a weird fork for people to go on,
fork.
but it seems to be consistent.
Yeah.
You get to a certain level of gaming, and all of a sudden you're talking about freaking world politics on your streams, and you got 120, 150,000 people
watching. The Asmongold that I know is the guy who's like making fun of people's armor outfits that they put together with the transmog system in World of Warcraft.
You just said 8 words and I have no fucking clue.
Exactly. You know, and it was just, it's hilarious to me. You know, I mean, look, I love Asmon and I wish him all the luck in the world. I mean, he doesn't have to do this. The guy's got more money than God.
Yeah.
So I guess it doesn't matter what he says because he can do whatever. He can get banned off everything in the planet. He's
still
fine.
have 100,000
He's
people
good.
watching.
He's good.
Not worried about it. I mean, I saw him. Kudos to him. I literally saw a clip of him the other day. Somebody super chatted or did something, and he's like, "Hey, he like legitimately was like, stop the show." He's like, "Hey, listen, I really appreciate you want to support me, but I don't need any more money. I have more money than I know what to do with.
Yeah,
you probably need your money more than I do."
Okay.
And I was like, as somebody who doesn't really watch him, I was like, "Yeah, right on, man. Fucking A." Like it kind of put him in a different light for me because all I knew about him was this freaking grimy little dude in his attic who's making video game content. That's literally all I know about him. And now I'm hearing about him getting banned, and I'm like, what the hell are you possibly getting banned
He's to the point to where he's letting his true feelings out about everything.
Yeah.
And he doesn't give a fuck who thinks what about any of it. And if he gets banned, I don't think he really gives a shit. You know. No. In fact, there's probably a little part in his brain that kind of wishes that he just got banned off every platform so he could just go fuck off and live his life. and you know, go by an island in the Bahamas somewhere, which he could probably do.
That guy would never do that.
And just go eat pineapples and, you know.
I don't know, man. I think
get a nice little girlfriend, and you know,
there's another part to it is that when he does this, he goes and makes a video about it, and then guys like us watch it and go,
yeah,
huh, that's weird.
That's
so
crazy.
Let's check it out because he did literally 3 hours ago. He made this video why I got banned from Twitch.
All right, well, let's watch it.
Let's check it out, guys. We're gonna switch. Oh, I gotta switch the sound real quick.
Okay.
To
you need to do that. You need to find a button that just does that with one push of a button.
There, I just did it.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, is it?
No.
Oh, wrong.
Gonna be able to do.
There
It's
we
gonna
go.
be an entire week.
Start it over.
Jeez, guys, I'm gonna have so much free time.
Free
Well, I
time.
guess I can start by making this video, right?
There you go.
So I got suspended last night on Twitch. I end my stream and I come back from the gas station and I get a message and somebody says, why can't I chat?
He's got a really
in the
nice
stream?"
studio.
And I'm like, what happened? And I look and I get a message.
He's like the polar opposite of us.
Suspended for 7 days.
Hey man, it works for him.
Because of hateful conduct. So this is what I did. This is what I said. I said that I didn't give a fuck about the opinions of third worlders, and then particularly in the thing that they referenced, I was referring to illiterate goat herders from Afghanistan.
Again, the way this looks out in the public is not a United States.
The opinions of third worlders don't matter. Like, I don't care what some illiterate goat herder thinks in Afghanistan. It doesn't matter.
In the context
Stop.
of
Stop.
those
Just say it.
people.
Is he wrong?
No, of course he's not.
He's
wrong.
not wrong.
No, he's not wrong.
He just maybe should have.
No, he shouldn't have done anything different.
Said something
Nope.
a little bit different.
Nope.
No, I don't
Fuck
think.
it.
No, he's not wrong at all.
No.
You're right.
No.
You know, it's like we could like bring it home. We could go down to the news. You know, watch the news. Do we give a shit about what any of these homeless degenerates that live in
That
the
live under
freaking-
the sewers?
that live in the sewers underneath
Not
the strip
really.
give a shit about? Do we give any craps at all about what their opinion is on anything? Nope. Not a single little shit.
But he gets banned for saying something like that, which is funny to me. It just seems like such a weird freaking standard to hold people to. But he makes a good point here in a second. Let's keep going.
Believing AI-generated videos about Iran winning the war and nuking Israel off the map. Gentlemen, I would like to confirm that I am 100% right, and you don't either. And neither do they. Because if Twitch cares about their opinions, why don't they apply Afghanistan's opinions to women on Twitch?
There you go. And that's all you gotta know about that.
That's it. They're lower than pets. They're lower than animals.
I'm not even gonna touch that one. I'm just saying that the standard, the standard of applying rules. Rules for thee and not for whatever the freaking phrase is. Like they're saying
rules for thee.
They're
but not
looking for
me,
reasons
that
to
kind
get
of
rid
thing.
of him because he's too far in one direction for the company politically for them to care. Like they're not gonna can't have him on our platform. That's dangerous. He's spreading dangerous misinformation or this or that or whatever other freaking code word bullshit that they want to put together.
Right.
I just think I'm more interested. I don't really care. Politics to me are a freaking giant mess. You know my opinion on politics.
Yeah.
And it is not friendly.
No.
To anybody. I don't give a shit if you're Republican, Democrat, or whatever the hell you are. You're all a bunch of fucking,
They're all the same.
They're all the fucking same corrupt bullshit. I am not a person that needs to be talking about my politics.
Nope.
When it comes to politics and me, and I don't consider myself a celebrity or anything like that, but I go with the freaking Kurt Russell route.
Sure.
Kurt Russell was asked about his opinions on politics, and he said, I'm an entertainer.
Yep.
I'm here to entertain people. Nobody should give a shit about what I think. And
Right.
that's where I'm at. I'm an entertainer. I like making entertaining content. I like making stuff about
I'm
video
gonna.
games.
The more I get into this, I kind of feel like I'm more in the. And this might sound funny, but I'm more in the Clint Eastwood kind of mode. Of it, you know, because everybody knows he's what he is politically.
Yeah.
But he just goes out there, and he has for 80 years now. Just made his movies, made cool movies, and he doesn't. He doesn't give a shit what people think his politics are. He's gonna go entertain.
Yeah.
I like the celebrities that's how they approach these things, and they're just so few and far between that you know, and they're afraid they're going to get blackballed or blacklisted, and they do for opening their mouths and having opinions and stuff. So I honestly find Asmon in the space that he's in kind of refreshing, but it's such a weird leap for me.
Yeah, I'm not mad at him for saying
No,
any of
no,
this
I'm
stuff.
not either. But
He
it's
can say
just,
whatever.
it's a weird leap for me when you get video gamers.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
that all of a sudden are super politically active, and they have these opinions, and it's just kind of crazy.
And then they get in freaking spats with other
Yeah.
streamers who
Yeah.
used to be video gamers, and now they're political commentary
Right.
guys, and they're fighting with each other because one's left and one's right. It's bananas.
Uh-huh.
And that's the part that interests me about this whole situation. I'm like, what is the deal with these guys once you get to a certain level? And I just mentioned a minute ago, I'm like, what if Burnt Peanut, great freaking entertainer, hilarious to watch. He's playing video games left and right. He's having a great time. He's got thousands upon thousands of people watching him. All of a sudden just goes, let's talk about Iran.
That's hey, what's your stance on abortion?
Yeah, it's like, what are we doing?
What?
I don't understand it.
Or it's like it's like I can just see it. It's like let's go, let's ride.
Lock in, boys.
Let me tell you about Jesus.
It's such a freaking.
Have you gone to church today? God dang it, man!
What are we doing?
What's happening? Yeah,
that's where I want to know in the comments below what you guys think about this, because I'm sitting here going, why are we doing this?
Yeah.
Like, I'm all for, if you got things to say them. I guess if you have a giant platform like that, I mean, who the fuck am I to say not to? But it just seems like,
I mean, granted,
for people like,
we're not in his spot. Maybe if I had $50 million in the bank, I would be a little more.
I'm going to talk about my politics.
I'm going to talk about what the fuck I want. And if you don't like it, go fuck yourself.
He's literally reacting to freaking CNN news clips.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole situation here.
And when you go into CNN, you're dragging the bottom of the barrel, looking for things to like react to anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's talk about CNN. I don't know, man. It just seems like such
What's
a
Don
crazy
Lemon
thing.
up to today?
Oh God.
I
thought he was in prison. I don't know. Look, man, I just thought it was really weird. I don't think Twitch should have banned him for that. Obviously, that's a freaking double
Of course
standard.
not.
Obviously, it's a double standard.
Absolutely.
That, they're allowed to say whatever. He makes a point later on about this. Like, you can say whatever you want about fat Americans, and nobody's going to say anything about it. No, you're never going to get banned for that. But you say something about this third world country, all of a sudden, everybody's up in arms about it. It's pretty crazy. It's a crazy world out there, man.
Words hurt. Words hurt.
Words hurt. If words hurt, the freaking YouTube comments would have us all in tears.
Yeah, I people go at me every single week because I might say some off the cuff thing about one of our autistic dudes in our Discord or something, It's like, how dare you? It's like, yo, man, everybody's good. The dude I'm talking about knows I'm talking about him right now.
Yeah,
okay, so it's all fine. It's all fun and games. But
I do feel like the cancellation culture is going out the window.
It's on the way out.
Yeah. I don't think people are fed up with it.
It's not 2020 anymore. 2016. Those days are done. All you gotta do is look at the pop culture. Look at the box office. Look at the shows that are getting canceled. It's all going the way of the wayside.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic. It's good. And I don't know. Maybe we need more of these big time streamer types to start being a little more open with their mouths. I don't know. It's not something I really want to do. I'm not going to be shy if people want to ask me questions and stuff. It's fine, but I'm not going to like start a stream and go,
let's react to CNN.
let's talk about this news article. It's just, that doesn't sound fun to me.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like,
yeah, here we are talking about Asmon, but Asmon's like he's supposed to be a game streamer, and I don't think I've seen him play a game in a year, maybe longer. So I don't know.
I don't know either. I mean, no, that's not true. He was playing Windrose not too long ago.
Yeah.
Around the same time I was
so.
playing the demo, he was playing the demo as well, and he said it was freaking mind-blowing or whatever. Like, he still games. I think the majority of his stuff is still gaming, but then he has this whole other side of him that it's all political stuff.
Yeah.
And more power to him. I just find it super strange. It's just a weird freaking pivot from one side to the other. And I don't know, maybe it comes with popularity. You get to a certain point.
Let's talk about World of Warcraft, blah, 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 Trump. Okay. Whoa, hey, look out.
I'm along for the ride now. But I think these people have a really big voice, and a lot of people in some weird way look up to them. And as I'm sure there's people out there that look like,
dude, I have a mad amount of respect for Asmongold. I do. The dude has paved the way in a lot of respects for what, you know, we're trying to do.
Yeah.
You know, and he did it out of his attic at his mom's house. That's now his house, you know, and he grinded it out, you know, and he's been doing it for years and years and years. And like, mad respect to him and all these guys that do this. It's wild, you know, and it's just a new entertainment medium, and it's not even new anymore, I guess.
No,
this is how people get entertained these days.
It bums me out, but it kind of like irks me a little bit when my oldest son, I'm like, hey man, because he's getting to the age where we're gonna start considering what he's gonna go as far as vocation goes, and I'm like, I want you to be in a trade, I want you to be carpenter, welder, name a blue collar job that you can go make a lot of money doing. Like, that's the vein I want you to go in. And he's like, yeah, but I could be a YouTuber. I'm like, you could?
Yeah.
I can't say you can't. I can't say that's a pipe dream anymore. I'm like, yeah, that is. Here I am trying to help you do the same thing.
I told you and your wife yesterday that I have a cousin who got a full ride scholarship.
Yeah.
For esports.
Esports stuff.
That blew
legit.
my mind when I heard that. I'm like, what? He's going to college on a full ride as a freaking League of Legends player or whatever it was. It's wild. Wild to me. Yeah. So
there's a lot of money in that space.
The world's changed.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's absolutely changed.
For sure. Back when I was growing up as a teenager, you're like, what do you want to do for work when you grow up? Being a YouTuber was not a thing.
Asmon Gold's going to run for president in 10 years.
I heard David Goggins is running for Senate or something like that. Like, fucking make America hard again.
Gogginator. And get some goggles. Goggins.
No, not Walton Goggins.
Oh, not
the actor. David Goggins.
Which one is he?
He's the freaking crazy workout guy. Where he runs like freaking 500 miles or whatever. That dude.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have you're gonna have to refresh my memory on that. I think I know what you're talking about.
That tracks. You wouldn't know who he is.
This is some guy getting in shape. What are you talking about,
bro? No, it's freaking David Goggins. Get hard, motherfucker. That guy.
No, I do. Okay, I think I know who you're talking about. It doesn't matter.
Anyway,
but yeah, I mean, it's wild.
I just personally, I don't want my game streamers to like pivot that hard into like the political stuff. Like, I get it. I mean, do your thing, man. But I'm just not.
We're moving into the midterms. That's going to be hitting hard here this next few months, and then as soon as that's over, guess what? It's president election time.
Is it really that? Is it going by that fast, dude?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I'm not ready for it. I'm not ready for it.
You know how it is around here. It's just shit everywhere.
Yeah.
It's wild. But, it never ends. It never ends. But people are allowed to have their opinions, and some people have bigger platforms than others. And that's the issue with Asmon, is he has an opinion that some people don't like. And these are the people that are in charge of these platforms that he's on.
How much longer are they going to be in charge?
I don't know, man. Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
And a 7-day ban for him. It's a slap.
He doesn't.
It ain't shit. He doesn't give a fuck.
No, not at all.
But I don't know. To me, it feels like Twitch is they're gonna lose more by doing that.
They're gonna lose money. 100%. They're just gonna lose money from his ad revenue.
Whoever decided to do that. Some CEO, some CFO somewhere sitting down. Because he said that. You know how much money we just lost by you doing that? Yep. You're fired.
And that's why there's always been a thing about them. There's always been some kind of thing about them banning people for less things that when they do the same thing. It's like, well, you didn't ban this guy for doing that when all I did was this, but these guys have 1 million subs. I only have 20,000.
So you can pick on me and not lose anything.
Exactly. Which
just seems
it's dog shit.
If there's going to be a freaking standard, there needs to be a standard. And that's how it should run, but it never does. It never does. They always pick on people for one reason.
It's always about the money, and I think they're just probably trying to like set some kind of bar here going into whatever world we're going into here now with all this stuff. I don't know.
Pozdrav.
Who gives a shit what third world country people have to say? He's not wrong.
Banned.
He's not wrong. He isn't wrong.
Oh man, it's like when you were like. I remember when we were talking about the whole PSN thing with Helldivers, and you were like, "Yeah, they won't let people in freaking."
Oh, they're gonna we're gonna give a shit about the 12 kids in fucking Zimbabwe with internet access that play the game.
They don't. That's the thing is they don't exist.
You're right.
There's nobody that has a PC in this country that they're trying to sell the game to, and it's like.
It's like there's that one dude in Swaziland who has a dial-up connection. I don't.
Kim Jong Un is the only person who has a computer in fucking North Korea.
North Korea, yeah.
It's like he's the only one. We're not allowing you to buy a game unless you have a PSN account. Kim Jong Un. It's like, all right, bro. It's a weird hill to die on.
Yeah,
Nah, dude. I'm in this instance, I gotta stand with Asmongold.
Yeah, for real. And you haven't been a fan. That's the funny part.
So this is nothing. I mean, it might be personal, I guess, if you think about it. But to me, it irks me a little bit because I work my ass off, and not specifically Asmongold, but I work my ass off a lot, and I see people who are just low effort, straight to success. And I know this is all just like reading a book by its cover kind of thing, because I don't know the guy.
I've been trying to explain it.
But I'm looking at this. I'm like, look at this dude. He's a multi-millionaire. And
doesn't comb his hair.
He lives in squalor.
Lives in a freaking shack.
And I'm like,
has a dirty shirt on. Doesn't freaking manicure his beard. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
No.
And I'm
just like, people think that way.
I'm just like, man, what the fuck am I doing wrong? Like, I must be doing something really wrong.
Yeah.
Because. Not, it's the I want what he has, yada 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 kind of a thing. I try not to let that shit get to me, but I just look at this. I'm like, how the fuck, man? Like,
look, man,
how the fuck am I not?
I get it.
How am I not further along?
You're not the only person
how am I not
that's
further
ever
along
thought that.
If this guy can freaking pull this shit off, why can't I?
But
you know what I mean?
But honestly, I think that's part of his charm.
Maybe it's like this weird freaking weird jealousy thing.
The Roach King. That's what it is.
I mean, I'm sure people make fun of him endlessly for it. It's like, dude, I remember seeing something.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. I live in garbage, and this is actually clean compared to what he used to be on.
It's fucking crazy. Dude, I'm sorry.
But yeah. Anyway.
Nah.
Good for Asmon. I'm glad he's sticking to his guns.
Yeah. It's funny. Like this situation in particular shaped my opinion on it. It shaped my opinion.
Oh, I do. No, det was. Kako ostao za metla leti jevem. Damn, son. Ben ostao za metla. Konzolar slako, pogledaj. PS7 ili PS5, a? Gdje je Resident Evil? Gdje je Resident Evil ovdje? su vražbine. Mora da se žena neka seli ovdje. Jest. Roze. igram... Gdje ga ovađa? Da se pitađe. Ne igram ja tako, ali volim da pogledam to što... Nos kompatizi su onako interesantne stvari. Bez da spojluješ questove i to.
Šta je čitao?
Jebi se ti čudo. Znaš koja je najjača izjava svih decenija? Beka Belada. Slušaj sad. Lako je tebi, ti čitaš.
Da.
Nego, molim? Pa kao ti čitaš, gdje šta? Ja rekao da, dobro, treba sve pismene ljude zapaliti. Ujebit, dosta brzo. Ne,
Odigra?
malo su... Idemo... Malo neki interesantno da su... Neki glitchless run. Ne. Ti bez glitcha. Nemaš glitch. Prvi vukovac. Onaj prvi vukovac, znaš, onaj u prvoj zoni, u onoj klinici. Kad te udari, imaš kogu da navučeš na kapiju, tamo onome groblju ispred ne klinike. Da te zgrabi i da te gurne kroz vrat. I onda otvoriš kapiju, možeš odmah da ideš u Forbidden Wood. Bukvalno rodina. A šta, ne ideš ništa da ubiješ? Ideš po key iteme tamo, znaš. I onda ti kao speedrun taktika u suštini možeš i da te ubije, ali kao da bi odmah došao do prvog checkpointa. Imaš oružje i vraći se dalje. Mislim da se kira. Mislim da si uzimaju većinom pištolj. Na pištolji. Ili se kira ili cleaver. Cleaver radi onaj bleed. Ne znam ko ti treba udaraš sad. Za bleed. Ovo je cleaver. Malo prije vidio si Jelaj Smajte još skuplja boce da može da ispamuje Cleric Beast, znaš. I još se ide po materijal, i ovo znaš, ništa novo od mene. I sad piči po boci, znaš. Po malo metaka imaš na inicijalni stak u njih. Botica. Tamo je blisko bločaj. Baš optimalni ran. Gdje si nosnio? On. Sad si vratno dode. Tu imaju boce, desno čini se. Da li ti će lijevo tu zove? To znaš, ima prečice ozove. Što rekao, dobro, pogledaš, ima neka prečice. Što ja možda ne znam. Naka tamo. Vidi. Gledaj sad. Čini mi se sad, to se ja uradio, ti nisi to uradio. To je ona terasa gdje sam ti ja rekao. Sad si išao dolje kod pacova. I kad ću zna koji lež da udari. Ti išao dolje kod pacova. Uzme taj bullshot dolje. Uprljava. Tako je kanalizacija. Vjerojatno ide na Gaskona. Da si rekao, pada Gaskona. Ne znam zašto bi njega izgledao kao prvi gost, ali... Dobro. Župao sam da je... Jesu mačka. To je mir, stvači. Mir, neće neko vjerati. Tu ti imaš shortcut sa liftom, to znaš. Ja, for. Moram se učvanjem. Gledaj. Gledaj sad, viš kaj debeli. Ma neki glitch. To sam gledao ranije, da je kao udari kuglu i ubije se on sebe. Debeli. Ne znam kako. Ovo je što. Abort Hunter Mark. Ovo ima 8 boca. Ovo. Stepeni samo nema tako. Ne znam zašto, valjda ne možeš da dođeš ovo desnom stepenici nego. Ono što naprijed. Viš? Samo možda trčiš. Nije NPC ne ide ovo desno. Tako radi svojim transformom. Leva 2 puta light i onda transform. Transform ovako da rastavi ga kao onaj skakav. Death. Sad sam smišao zve. Sad, ali samo kad se transformišao, znaš, onda je ranije na vatru, znaš. Mislim, ne. Po broš ideš, mogu da soketuješ oružje. Tu ću možda pokazati onu foru sa onim Bagmanom da si je, gleda toga. Mislim, ja obično pogledam neke koji imaju komentare onako zanimljive, ovaj lik ono, kao mašine igra. Samo sekundu. Gdje si bio uđu? Gdje si bio uđu? Spao tamo u bu. Gledaj ovo. Gledaj. Uš. Ona se plašit, neće tebe da dira niko. Ođe, aj ti nisu ni bili, ođe. Vidio? Gledaj. Znaš gdje ono, iza neka tele kad izlaziš, ono gdje ti smo farmali. Znaš? Da. Gledaj sad po, ja sam znao gdje je tu neđe, ali ne znam znao gdje je tačno. Gledaj. Iz kapele kad izađeš, zamotaš odmah desno. Gledaj, ideš desno. A? Gledaj. Znaš kao iz Elden Ringa ona fora. A ne treba da te, ako te udari, to se ne računa, znači mora... A, ukopina, gdje ovdje ja. Kao mini boss. Sad nije fora da ga ubiješ, bit ćeš ga kasnije. Nego fora je Fora je da ga nateraš da, ono, mislim da ga nateraš da te zgrabi. Da. Iznabadate. Onda ti ide animacije, ne probudiš se na checkpoint, nego te kao kidnapuje. I bukvalno te odnesi u drugi deo grada. Te zanima to? A? Pararam, 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 pararam. Ja sam inače skupio bi jedno 15-20 boca. Kad si ti otišao jedno 15-20 hiljada, uzeo sam level 2 i napredio sam oružje za jedan level. Mislim da sam uzeo onu sekiru. Sam napredio. Šta se ja uradio, sam idiot. Oh my god! Oh my god! Basically idiot. That's what I am. Little cracks they escalated. Before we knew it was too late. Result. Oh my god. Šta bi? Ne. Sjedi. Ajde. Imaš šipunjaš tu? Samo ne znam koji imaš.
Šta ti imaš? Samsung.
Aha. Ako nije standardni, ne može.
Standardni.
Zato što Samsung i ta stala bagra imaju svoj neki govnovi port.
Samsung nema na iPhone.
To ti je plus 4 još, znaš. Buđe se malo dexterity. Ja na endurance. Plus 4. I čučno samo drugačije malo kamenje da ima više damage. Vladi fi damage.
Healthful portraitists.
Znači za neka pela odeš desno, znaš. Zamotaš
Chief
odmah.
viewers stream live remove the space emergency.
Najprvi prolaz levo, biješ onoga čikicu pored vrata i onda odeš desno, čošak. Ali ne ubiješ ga, možda ga ubiješ da je on loot, znaš, onaj bagman. Ali fora je da ga pustiš da te čapi.
Čapi.
Čaci. Ne tu. Levo. Ne tu su ti vrani. Nije to.
Ođe čovječ.
Nije tu su vrani.
Eno.
On.
Ja ne znam što s tobom ne. Žove. Ajde, ubij me.
Ali smakni kucu da te ne...
A nije bio da sad tu, ne znam.
Nije.
Koja je ovo for? A?
Možda kad smo ubili Bloodstar Beast, znaš?
A, misliš? Nije bio tu, 100%. Evo viš kada je...
Čorine su bilo tu.
Viš da je došao. I? To.
Yes. Blizu. Čićo.
Nije bio tu. Moguće ono što kažeš ti Bloodstar Beast su bili.
Ma slična fora u Dark Souls, jel da, kad te ubije onaj Sif, jel da? Onaj Scaleless, Sid the Scaleless, sjećaš se? Onda te baci u zatvor. Također. Sad tu imaš checkpointe, imaš određene neprijatelje, imaš bossa isto jednog. I imaš prečicu koja te vraća nazad u onaj, čini se da te vraća u onaj Old Jarna. Nije loš farm spot, ja mislim, vidiš.
A vjerojatno možeš neki drugi putem doći tu, jel?
Ne, ovo je jedini način da dođeš ovdje.
Jel?
Da. Unseen village, da. Ovo je jedini način da dođeš ovdje. Ja se ne sjećam. Kada si lampu upa, jes.
Torch the light.
Torch the way.
Light, torch.
Nije zaključava vrat.
Kako je to za torch za zaključava vrat?
A može svako dođe i izađe, kako hoće, znaš. To nije Alexander the Great, ako si na to mislio. Onaj čup. Blood Bullets si radio, znaš. Nemaj se. Čekaj. Šta kaže? Madman, toil surreptitiously in ritual to become the moon and cover the secrets. A, znam šta je. Da, ovdje ima isto jedna fora dobra. Da. Ovdje si u suštini trebao da dođeš kasnije, vidjet ćeš. Da ili kasnije si morao doći ovdje u selu. Imaš da pokupiš da li se ovdje pokupi čalis ili tako nešto, vidjet ćeš. Okej. To ti je vjerojatno napolje, da, što ima gore? Sad već nemoj to te kokne. Tu imaš neđe fenjer gore, znaš. Pazi. Pazi. Da, ima i to. Si joj kukti health od glavi.
Sam bio pun ja.
Da, ima si oko 90% HP-a.
Kaki su napetajući.
Pa jesu, ali ono... Nije da... Znaš koliko on ima, možda 700% HP-a. Ti si mu sjeve tako skinu 300.
Tu sam, dobro.
Nije... Pa isto kao u DS1. Sjećaš se sve kuka, pogineš u zatvoru, vratite u zatvor, znaš. Dok ne nađeš put napolje.
Može. Legalno, može. Gdje ovdje u te pičke mater.
Ja. Da.
Nije čisto.
Ali te tiskaš dugme da te pusti, znaš. Ti si je puštio, tiska sapi. Znaš.
Ja sam takav daržljiv.
Ima neki drag. Šljunak. Inače, ona ti stoji za vrata, tiska dugme da te pušti. Puštaj kola!
Ma kak je onaj svoj radi i to je to.
Ona stoji odmah iza vrata, znaš. To sam sve ti kažem, mislio sam da stoji iza vrata. Kako te nas gledala frontalno, to mi nije jasno. Ovako nekako. Zako sam pokao.
Maš tvoju. Mač. Krnici!
I zasede na svaki čošak. Pazi, imaš babu odmah desno.
Krnici.
Ček, odmah desno ima jedna. Probaj će te zgrabiti. Roll.
Krnici.
Op. Eto ti kamenčića koliko voliš. Ako će ti treba kamenj.
Pebble.
Opa. White. Koliko to je bilo boca? Na 6 komada? Dobro je. Šta si zbio? To dvojica? Ja sam mislio da će ostati na parcu kelpa.
1300.
Ovi, ali?
1400.
Pa fino.
Fino i sakate.
Samo izviri napolje. Ako se iskače pa ne možeš da se vratiš, ne idi. To ti je moj savjet. Ne idi, mislim da ti je boss. Ako je to jedna od onih vrata kroz koja se iskače, ne možeš da se vratiš. Šta vi su oni? A? Si vidio? Nešto gličuju. Taj što leži.
Mrtav je.
Što mi zada kada se foliri.
Muerto. Intrasitito.
Daj Barka da vidimo malo više sobu. No.
Light the torch the light.
Polako, stani. Slušaj, ako se iskače i ne možeš da se vratiš, ne idi. Tu ti je boss, ja mislim, s leve strane. Uz brdo. Samo polako. Ne možeš da se vratiš, jel da? Ne idi još.
Mislim da ne.
Nisi uzeo checkpoint. Gore ti je boss. Na vrhu stepeništa. Eto, to hoću ti reći. Čisto da ne uletiš u njega tamo.
Dobro, vratio bi me naš.
Ja znam. Potrebe da se zalećiš u njega. Mislim da koliko si se krba s onim Blood Star Beastom, ovoga ćeš lagano. Gore bi trebalo da ti je iza toga, iznad. Probaj skroz gore. Mislim da ti je checkpoint tamo. Na vrhu stepeništa. Treba si da otrčiš, znaš, skroz gore. Mislim da to što radi, znaš. Op! Eka! Inače imaš bakice iza leđa. Znaš? Op! Još jedan. Mislim da se nabafuje on, znaš.
Ja vidim nešto za crveni se.
A i onda za to radi toliko štetu. To. Pazi na džip, na to. Pazi.
Nema mi rebene, me zaglavi.
Nije nego došla si unapred. Treba si...
Kono me zaglavi.
Ući uopšte si nabio.
Htio sam da opalim iz pištolja i onda sam kontao da sam dvoručan. To me silo.
naći checkpoint gore, narko stepništa.
Antinito. Čekaj, sam zapucao netu tamo. A sad ga moramo biti. Ovo je dušice, odlično. Moon.
Da, to ti je ona Karel runa, to moraš da kupuješ, idi gore desno, pa tu ti kažem idi, eto ti. Samo znači. Sad si tu s njim. Tako ćeš. Dobijaš više runa svejedno. Ne ide tako. Treba da je opremiš, imat ćeš kasnije da je kupuješ. To je dobra runa. Gdje je drugi? Evo je poblicu. To bi se nije da se krbaš, da se poblicu. Kad se ne nabuffuju, skidaju pol healtha, kad se nabuffuju, skida 90% healtha.
Jebaše majku.
Evo ti startuješ tu, vidiš. Ne, to ti ima every physical defense, verujem. Ja sam gledao.
Nema veze.
Ćeš roleplay, ha? That was tough, son of a bitch. Ono nešto si ga tuka kroz grobove, znaš. On ti ima rune, znaš, ih sad ne pojde. Ne, opet ćeš se s oblicom tući, znaš. Gledaj.
A što da radim?
Ništa. Bježi gore, nek te prati jedan. Mora te pratiti oblice. Mašet. Šta da radim? Sigurno ne mora stojiš da te oblice bije. Udre! Što je to? Bloodstone shard, jel ne?
Ovako mod.
To ti je, ja mislim, još jači materijal, znaš?
Nije isti. Twin Blood je jači.
Da, on ti je za level 3, pa ne. Nemaš pištolja, to mislim. Vić, ovo je kombo bio! Ovo je kombo bio, jesi vidio? Jesi vidio? Probao je fintu rukom i onda je promenio u onaj... Kao Horalu, a? Znaš kako Horalu ima one udarce, ono kreneš rukom, pa ono ti pobjegneš, ono ovako rukom, da udari.
Mačak. Viđi ga, gledaj ovo, viđi ovo, ništa, viđi ovo.
Ovaj, ma ne, ovaj je zaspav. Neka ga budi.
Gdje se može doći dobro farma, a samo ne možeš koristiti, u stvari možeš.
Možeš, učeš jednog. Ne obući se.
Doći. Što je ovo, doći.
Ne znam ćeš ti tome izdureš ako te klepe. Ne znam šta je bilo da tu udario džak. Op! Ide do 300 svaki daj.
Skoro 400.
Ne skidaš ti ima uopšte ni malo, sam ti kažem, s tim heavy napadom, viš? Treba ti 3 heavy napada, jedan je papa.
Twin Blood, ovo nam treba.
Pazi, tu su ti bakici, stani, polako. Polako. Kriju se iza stuba, jesi vidio?
Sram te bilo.
Mislim da imaš jednu, pazi, polako iza ti ćoškova. Čak bi ti rekao da uzmeš baklju u ruku, znaš, kad ideš tako. Ima i zase da uda svuda po okolini.
Si da me zagrli. Čedo moje, falio si mi puno.
Češ da kupiš boce ili tako nešto? Ili da naprediš jedan level da uzmeš boce za kusur. Znači bi moglo da se farma za armoru, ne znaš? Pa možda health je bigim, šta znam, a? Dobit ćeš defense, ja mislim kad da dobiješ malo defense. Uzmi healing ako nećeš ništa drugo, to ti je savjet.
Koliko mi treba da 8.000, 9.
Da.
9,5. No dobre. Daj.
Či još healtha da kupiš, no? Dakle, si ustanovio gdje može da se...
Idemo ovo da istražim, da vidim dok ne mogu stići.
Hoćeš bossa da iš koji? A nisi to
Gdje sam ovo?
Nisi se vratio do...
Škočajk. Mačk. First floor sick room.
Ne.
Je to to?
Ne. Ne, to nije to. Nešto nije u redu. Kao te pogrešno varpova, znaš?
Izgleda da nemamo...
Šta sad treba opet da te zgrabi tamo?
Ja mislim da je tako.
Aj.
Jer nemam uopšte, znaš. Neku folu nemam.
Ne, ono ti izlaz, znaš. Ono tamo ti izlaz, verovatno. To moje pretpostaviti.
Koje?
Ne svaki put ležim u majke.
Ne, evo, viš črču gurčali su.
A ne, idi levo. Imaš levo checkpoint. Otkaži.
Gdje? Tu?
Ne, kod nas. Levo, viš grobove gore. Tu. Ne, drugi, taj. Stiči, istražite grobove, jedan od tih tima, probaj taj.
Ovo?
Da.
Awaken above ground.
I don't know. Viš. To što se radi.
Nakon tamo što ovo radi?
Ne znam, usisivač. Eto šta radi. Kakav napad. Šta vi? Pa nisi ga stalo odmah, nego si ga tukao light udarac, ne?
Ne, promašio si ga.
Ali kad spamuješ light attack, on se ne stegre nikako, čini mi se, znaš. Nego on ono kao istrpi i kao ne nastavlja dalje da se bije s tobom.
Zabranit ću, da te volim, zabranit ću, da te pete.
Udreš. Još, udri. Još. Koji ti je bacio? Twin Blood Shard ili?
Mislim da jedan i drugi da čuju samo pitanje dropa luta.
Emma, welcome to my channel.
Ne. Šalio sam se.
Ne, kad je bio na animaciji nisi ga mogao stagrat nikako, znaš. Bakic.
Srcu da te volim.
Znaš, još jednu ne izlazi, čisto da ti ne spoiler malo ono.
Ne.
Nema. Češ da ješ bossa?
Ma lagano. Nego nešto tumara ovdje.
Tumara, svašta nešto.
Vepar.
Heavy attack ulezi. Op. Sedi. Git. A, umre.
3200.
Ozbiljno?
Svinja da je masli.
Pa dobro, ali obično, znaš kako, ne bi trebalo da imaš tako jako oružje, pretpostavljam. Znaš. Da. Tu kod rata imaš armor set, ako se dobro sećam, znaš. Tu. Ima neđe armor set i ja mislim da te vraća prečica u onaj old armor. Mislim da je tako nešto. No ti običan kje. A to ti obično žukjelo tamo. Da light attack radi 100 damage, 100 kusur.
Gdje ću sam?
Radi je charge, ništa, znaš. Ajde bre, umriš.
Uždio sam. Iskoristi?
Iskoristi sve. Ovo je vrat. Vrat. Ovo bi prešla. Tu. Aha. Black Hooded Iron. Nema tras nikakve, si vidio. Daj samo description, daj neki. Šleme loš. Daj samo, daj description, stani. Worn by the hunters of unseen village. Hunters of Yahar Ghul answer to the village. Founders the school of Menzies. Hunters in the name only.
As a high defense but only against physical attacks.
Kakav je bar taj torzo? A nije loš, viš, nije loš.
Firebolt ništa. Dobar je za poison, viš.
Jel da? 45. Flanzit kopot. To je tu levo, skroz do zida. Taj ćošak. Ne tu. Očigledno tu ne možeš, nego tu iza te koči. Ajmo. Kaže behold.
Pale blood sky.
Pa, daj paniraj na nebo da vidimo. Ovo je gore. What the fuck? Kako ovo prati? Nema helta, znaš. Radi se hitno. Skoro si u šini ustrano, znaš. Glavu.
Pale Blood Sky. Ja sam došao odavde, ili tako jest?
Šta je tu? Uđeš neđe ima zasoru, kažem ti, ona baba će te uvati s nožićem, da te iznavuče. Čuvaj se. To je shortcut.
Mislim da da.
To ti shvatri da odeš odmah lijevo, da se ne boriš s onima, znaš, samo da izađeš napad. Ideš nazad.
Ne, pojma.
Ali to što uzmeš level, stani.
Znam, ali opet ću morat da, dobro.
Ne, samo izađeš napolje. Šta prase da ubiješ? Kaj ti plan da ubiješ prase za tragediju? Dukat.
Ne,
možda... A nije ona tu?
Gore?
Ne, prošetala se. Samo obiđi ovo mjesto pa ćeš naći. Mislim da kod nekih grobova se šeta. Možeš da... Treba da leveluješ još jedno to... Da im... Još 4. Koliko damage da vidim, nisam... Možeš svako da naprediš, imamo toliko tih blood shadova, znaš, svako može na plus 3. Može slobodno. Ne košta ništa. Onako nemaš niđe namenu za to, znaš. Napravio si petoroži. Što ima najbolji scaling? Bić nema sigurno. To je
dobar za skill, scaling B.
Ima i kop. Čini se.
C. Ima na snagu scaling.
Radi skoro 200 damage, viš? 143, koliko toliko damage?
Kirkhammer ima snagu isto. Demijohn.
To 10, evo.
Welcome, what is it? Very open.
I'll shut your eyes for a moment. Naime, kad ne dobijaš više ni damage, znaš, onda možeš slobodno health gurat. To za damage ti ide uvijek na procenat, znaš. Svaki upgrade ti zapravo daje... Da, si vidio? Znam šta je, to je ono čudo što bježi, znaš. Stani, samo...
Da, startujem.
Da, ne, stani, pritisni start. I ideš desno. Šta je, pojavio si i pobjega sam, ne?
Ja vidim nešto protičao par mene. Blood of Adela.
Yes.
Ja stamina za ovo, znaš. Neće nestati.
Imaš, naprijed ga još jednom se kill.
Čekaj, samo još...
Shkatiš.
Da deremo svinje od kurca.
Naš 2 prase tođe prazni.
Dobro, zapravo.
Daj ti ga naguči, sam ti rekao. Odri ga. Znaš, ne znam koliko vremena da ga ono, znaš, iznabadaš da se ne hilaš. Još jedno, pazi. Provuraj se kroz beton. To ti counter damage bio, to si mu radio 400 i nešto, znaš. To što si ga crpnao tokom njegove animacije. To će ti trebat za bossa dolje u podrumu, znaš.
Na lightning je.
Aha. Mislim da je na lightning.
Boga mi kučak da je 6.
To ide se na guđe, ne? Odri! Ne možeš uvatiti uopšte u kam, naš, na auto,
Što 3 pičke materne. Koliko skida ovaj jebo. Moje najgori jebo mater za zatući.
Ej. Ko je to bio?
Ma, nisam.
Bagmani.
Bagmani baš. Duša mi luta, bez kaputa. A moguće da ne počne.
Piše da ti je Henrik set.
On će izgličio ako zove.
Dobro to. Nazad, letili si. Dobre, ti što radi, Silje? Piše Henrik set je dobar protiv toga bossa. Dođe to drugo, znaš? Taj što ti nosiš. Basically. Kako kažeš taj napad? Samo šući. Heroj, različno. Ja bi se nahilao ovdje, sad ću ni 10.000. I dalje ljudi, jel?
To je heavy u stvari, samo roll nazad i... Ne natežeš ga, samo udariš. Samo udariš, samo usnu. Prvo ubijem, bomba. Uđuvaj me rune, maco.
Kjer?
Maco, 20.000 runa, lagano.
Ne znam kako ćeš ovo izvesti. Kući. A ne.
Prozdroje moju nameru. Ali ja njegovu.
To je kao, ono, kako kaže ono, double uno. A taj se ne pomere, ali?
Izgleda.
Nešto stoji zamišljeno. Što ti je one hand? Isti taj. Charge.
O.
Ćeš da ga... Pazi. Sino. Sjep koliko te puta udario. Udario je po vazduhu 6 puta, znaš? Uporazno.
Što je to nitoš?
A, znaš šta je. To ti je tool. Znaš? To ti je hunter tool. Nije to tu. Nije ni tu. Zapravo, je li to mele oružje? Proveri samo. Nije key item, to ti je oružje, to znam. Ne, gledaj. Radi inspekt.
Iron Morning Star.
To je lightning, znaš? For the reasons unfold, the hunter's watchable time did not fully take the device. Tonitors. Ekipi ga, samo da vidim na to što mislim. A transform?
To mu je transform.
Da ga kao napišeš, jel? A kao Mace neki, ja? Koji radi lightning. Ja znam, samo nije upgrade-an.
Interesant. Imaš free lightning oružje.
Da, ima enchantment već. Ali ona pređi. Pređi. Hoćeš nazad u selu. Da naprediš, sekiraš jednom.
Ček da vidim, samo ima još nešto da...
Upali bakle da vidim. Ima zapravo. Ali pre nego što krenu da istražuješ dalje, ja ti... Ajmo si.
Pušti mi li igra, majko. Samo čekaj ovo, idi ovamo, tani.
Well.
Jebote, prešao sigurno nisi ni
Nisam.
igrao.
A ne, nisi.
A znam da nisi, ali
Ne,
kažem
nisi.
ti toliko si gledao da znaš gdje se šta nalazi, a nisi ni igrao.
Znao sam da je armor set ovdje u ovome, toliko da ni kočije sam znao da prike, znao gdje je tačno.
Še bilo prase, par.
Kada su bili tu prasići, ja?
Nisu.
Što? Ima.
Sam bio, ali...
Bio si, a možda ako biješ ovako razumno da radi. Prvi udarac.
Zatvoreno. Nema više ništa.
Ima. Nego si promašio skretanje. Nego što se vratiš na katedralu, imaš put desno, ako se dobro sjećam.
Moguće da ima još jedan vrat, čini mi se.
Nisu vrat, put gore.
Ovo gore, tu.
Da,
eto, da. Da, ovo je prečica, ovo je ovamo sam izašao.
Se obaki. Nema. Iskočio bi iz teksture da iskočiš tu stvarno. To sam gleda isto neki kao fore za speedrun, nešto. Skočiš na tu ogradicu pa trčiš tipa ono nogicama po milimetarskoj terasi. Aha, ovdje se znači spuštaš vjerojatno nekako. Jel? To su ti ne rupe bez dna. Da ti kažem odmah, znaš. To ti je kao prečica za nazad, tako neka fora. Znaš šta je na krovu toga? Se meni čini.
Gdje bre?
Plak, tu, viš. Tu si ispada napolje, na tu terasicu. Tu lijevo. Tu na koči.
Nema tu ništa.
Sigurno.
A vidiš?
Ne znam, zala ti se skoči. Može i tako.
Ma kakvi samo se majmuniš.
A udari glavom, nevidljivi zid, jel? Pa onda imaš samo onoga bossa u podrumu dolje.
To je to. Tu nema ništa.
Imaš šta levo još? Tu na levoj
Sve
strani.
sam pobio. Ima samo se farmu jako kuću. Dobro je za farmu. Prasić.
Ti reci. Kad ih tučeš s oružjem koje je upgradovano kao što pri tebi, da. Znači Slovini sam sigurno. Ne treba ti puno udaraca. 3 udarca za one backmane i za prase. No big deal. Na primjer, sad da ostaneš jedno pol sata, mogu bi za to naravno sečeta. Ja mislim da je 40.000 da smo računali, da. I imaš i oružje, da, ono, Blade of Mars imaš.
Da, 40.000 pušta.
To je signature weapon kao njima. A šta je, nemamo za taj Antrax. Još jedan.
Da.
Oni bacaju, jel tako?
A šta mu je ovo? 44? Aha, bol to tako.
Znaš ko ti daje te šabe?
Gdje su oružja ovamo?
Dolje, ispod nogu, dole desno.
Ima li ovdje ništa?
Imaš za... To smo kupili sve. To ti za Blood Star Beast, inače, te bočice krvi. Mislim, za njega znam da ti treba, ne? To ti je melevaš, nije puška. To si misliš da je puška, ali melevaš.
Nemamo ovo, jel? Nemamo.
A nemamo, treba ti materijali za to da upgradeš. Ja sam zašto možda kupiš još jedan Kirkhammer, već imaš jedan kupljen. Iz ti 2 komada. Ne, imaš ga već.
No.
Kurfor. Pa hoćeš to da probaš? Kako mu je skem?
C na skill.
Samo C na skill.
Ide Arcane, ovaj.
Da ti Arcane nemaš. Imaš 10, ja mislim da smo malo... Jel da?
Most effective system has such as after quick stepping.
Ćeš šarno da uzmeš. Imaš 2 komada, si vidio?
Kako su ovi pištolji?
Blunderbuss ti je sačmara. Ispaljuje kao još manje damage radi nego pištolj, ima kraći domet, ali ono kao spread shot radi. A repeating pistol ti je puca po 2 metka.
2 metka.
Nije, si radi dobar damage, ali brate, nešto toliko municije na početku.
Još ima bloda tako. Ma ne, ovo ima blod.
Hajme i oba.
Da, nema fizika nego blod.
Ćeš prsa da uzmeš? Ili...
Ima dobar blond.
Kako ti taj? Ćeš kljon da uzmeš?
Ma neću sad to uzmem neki.
Onda se levo.
Imaš.
Gura je health. Ili nešto, nam pojme damage. Mogu da gledeš health-a? Znači se... Bar da se ta skala pomalo. Nije tu. Imaš mnogo lokacija, znaš, tim bakticama, tako da ćeš te da istabaš za one, kako se zove, šade. Šta? Šta uradi? Izgleda da ja ima problema s tim, s tubićima, znaš?
Sad sam ga najebao.
Bore, više su američki capture, šta je sad? Popizdaje si jedan. Shoryuken! Shinryuken! Tatsumaki! Shoryuken! To!
Pali smo oboje.
Nerešeno.
Daj mi rune.
Da.
Siso jedno.
Tatsumaki Shoryuken! Sve što su animacije, znaš, dolazi, udarite nogom, pa onda klizeci, pa onda rikvec, pa opet, op.
Ima neke...
Ima rada.
Kao onaj Jedi. Nije mi dao, ladno je, kao umro je, ali nije umro.
Ovo je sad mu probao nije. Ja mislim da vrh toga glaiva može da udari kroz to, ali sečivo ne, znaš, to sam provalio. Oni su stijek, priznaj. Čudi me da nije uradio onaj charge napred, znaš. Ovo. To je to. Idi, napredi ga.
Čekaj da uzem još malo zeleno.
Obi pras. 2 praseta su ti 6000. Znaš gdje su prase?
Oprase prase.
Oprase prase. Oprase prase.
Oprase prase. Oprase prase. Oprahvah. Odrahvah. Prahvah.
Znaš da ima ono što glečuje kroz zid? Jec!
Dovatimo ustane jedan praseća.
Si skonta da je to platforma neka, znaš? Točka neka u tomu. Vidiš to povraća. Ne, biš još jedno imat ćeš za ovaj. Lijevo.
Šli opet protočat u ovo?
Nego stani.
Možda i neće.
Malo je palo, znaš? Oj! Zađi iz toga stupa. Uspije da izličuje, znaš. Sjedi.
Sram vas bilo.
Dobro, ako ti fali za početak igra, ako ti fali boca za healing, možeš uvijek dobiješ uzeti 2 praseta i kupiš. Možda se boca uzeti, znaš. Sve se posle. Jel je trebalo doći do ovdje? Znaš? Trebalo je doći do ovdje.
Bukvalno za 5 minuta nafarmaš level.
Ne samo level, već kažem ti i boce možda kupiš. Doćiš 360 je svaka boca. Možeš uzeti.
Ma ne isplati se dok poješ boss, to sam ja skontao.
Dok se isplati se, ako ti je level prespo. Koliko imaju sad? Si to napred, jesi? Aha, sad, da, na level 5. Veli imaš jedno na level 5, nego 2 na level 4.
Što ovaj Rifle Spear ima physical i blood attack, viš ti to? Kaži sad.
Jel nemaš toliko viška materijala, napredi jednom max. Imat ćeš vratno oblazit ćeš imati onako češće te, kako se zovu ti bloodshada. Imaš zelo.
Welcome home. Very well then.
Da ti kažem možda... dobro. Kaže, praviš bossa u podrumu, ne tu. Totally addicted to this. Yes.
Dobro, Ilija, vas da li imaš komentar neki?
Šta,
Ne tu, ne tamo.
Ja sam mislio da nema checkpoint nazad. Da sam se setio da imaš mnogo više checkpointa u igre nego što imaš ti tačaka na tom roku. A?
Da.
Je ovaj bači? That was random. Da.
Mamo ti.
Ja sam njega dokračiš sa light zacima, ne?
Da vrati health.
Tu bad Miloš dete. Da loše obiše Miloš. I dokle možda ga napređuješ dolar 6 vratno, ne? Nisam gledao što treba da sleći ovo. Odmah se okrenuo na tebe, si vidio? Nakon toga što mu ovo radi, pomislio da ti si sav inside, pa nije. Što te vakumira. Dva.
Jedan, ne, samo jedan, da.
To, viš to što ono radi, to ti je greb. Ta komanda.
Gdje je onaj boss dolje, jel?
Podrumu, ne izlaziš napolje. Ne izlaziš napolje, vratiš se nazad u
Dobro.
zatvor. Jedan sprat niže i onda ideš lijevo kroz onaj zid polomljen.
A bilo je dolje side još neđe, ljude.
Dođe. A?
Ne znam.
O, šta je to? Pogledaj. Ne mesi.
No.
Mada mislim, vratno će ti trebati 8 komada ako ti stavljam da sleći, da ti treba...
Nešto pomijeći. Hvala ti.
Pazi, probat će to opet iz bossa, znaš, čuvaj se.
A baba može da ga duva.
Evo je, spremna je za još. Spremna je za novi duel.
Uš, crkotinu.
Čekaj, kako ovo nisi pokupili mjesto?
To je ona što je crklo. Znaš sam bio jedno odmah.
A.
Kad sam ušao. Op.
Da.
Ma ovo kao nešto radi, ali ne znam šta.
Moram preparirati. Da je mrtav. Nije mrtav. Pucaj ga pištoljem. Koliko imaš sad? 7-8 komada, ali? Proveri.
Boj, da, boj.
Kako ti si start pogledaj.
Jesi li
drugi tab. Skroz levo.
Pred koju kleče si?
6 komada. Trebalo ti je 5 za prethodnu.
Možda 8 treba sad ima sad.
Ja mislim 8. Mislim da se tu. Mislim da ti je to pomoć, ali ne moraš, znaš, samo boss ima više HP-a. Znaš ako napadni ga odmah, viš onu vreću kostiju, polako samo, desno, to je to. Nabafuj oružje sa vatrom, probaj prvo s vatrom.
Ili bolt.
Probaj vatru, to što on radi letnik, to znam. Piči napred. I pre nego što ustane tuci, udri. Udri! Udri. Znači, znaš da mu lomiš ručice, ali ne smiješ da ideš prvo, moraš da ideš pored njega. kelp, znaš. Slušam sad, nisi levelova kelp. Onaj double sledge. Da nisi potrošio 3 ili 4 zadnja levela samo na HP. Znači, pomeranje.
Ovaj zaspaj beš imati na mrdu.
Ovaj, tajni. Gdje si tajni ti? Ne moraš da ih biješ non stop.
Ma zbog onih materijala.
Mislim, u suštini da leveluješ oružje još jednom vratno viziju onoga bossa, znaš? Iz gaća. Koliko je to? 7, ne?
Vod.
Dokači si ga samo jednom, znaš? Sa pola toga svim. Ne tu. Iz stepenice. Kako se sponuješ gore od lampe, ideš tu dalje. I tu. Pazi baba, Možda malo repom, znaš? Živi.
Pišk.
Samo repom možda. Gdje trčiš, kuda? Prvi put kad ideš kod njega, imaš najbolje šanse da ga izvlačiš.
A, jeste.
Znam. Isplati da se kilovi, znaš. Nisi još ovo arenu skinati tako.
Spol kill.
Sad.
To mi prcata.
10 HP. Ovo ti sad ona varijanta kad trčiš kroz boss arenu da zgrabiš 20.000 duša i onda kao svaki put te ubije, znaš. Bam, 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 i onda na kaj kažeš, ma jednom te ubit će se. To ti je to. Čudi me te baba ne uvatila u prolazi.
Nešto krene, ali nešto se gicne, ali ništa se ne dešava. Lome vaze, čujem. Šuprave. Aj skoči na mene i jedi me.
Dobro, ne moraš zaključavaš kameru ako ćeš duša, pustiš samo, znaš. Jedno i tam. Možeš sada pogledaš u njega bez da skoči na tebe, ne? Ne udaraš dublo, ovo sam ti kažem, znaš, po nogama ga udaraš. Da, ako zaključavaš kameru isto, tu je ono boss u Dark Soulsu, ono, vazda kamera mu ide na glavu, a ogroman je. I ono, glavom ide svuda po boss tereni. Ti ne vidiš šta radi. Ono, free bowling. Vidiš?
Ne znam.
Just uopšte na ekranu.
Koja borba s kamerom pomoći.
To je ogromno. Znaš, ogroman je izvrpada, ono, čitao vidno polje ti zaklanja. I kamera se zalepi za njega svaki put, znaš. Kad se očešeš od njega, kamera se zalepi za njegovu uzicu. I dok se otključava kamera, on te već udari, znaš.
Fiksira mi glavu, hoću ga tučem po nogama. Ako ga ne lokujem, onda ga promašim. I ajte sad ti.
Ja, znaš koji je boss takav bio u Dark Souls 3? Onaj, sjećaš se onoga u zonju, ono je zamku, ono je Lordaeron Castle. Znaš onaj boss što ide na sve 4 noge, znaš što se gica i ono zaleći se. Onaj guard dog ili kako se zove. Onaj što nosi buzdovan, onaj ledeni i baca ledene magije i strči na tebe, galopira na sve 4 noge.
Neće puštati samo na 5 sekundi.
Izvješ?
Baš koja borba s kamerom. Kamera je najveći problem, kudnici.
Kamera je pola borbe. Neka nova dejs. Kamera je pola borbe.
Ček, vidi ga, evo ga, vidi ga, te ljulja malo, ljuške, da bere kruške. Gdješ, brate?
Kaže ovako, slušaj, it can be knocked over with R2 charge attacks aimed at the center, such as the X. Ako uspiješ, ne znam kako ćeš odoreš. Ne znam kako se odoradiš.
Ja ga pucam odavde.
Da mu bacaš boci. Probaj one na stani. Nemoj time.
Ma zeba se, nemaš se.
Slušaj, kaže ovako, instead of backing up from here...
Da jeba, mate, možeš ili me pogledaj.
Stisnuti ruku. Šta bi ti rekao, da iskoriciš bolt counter marki da se vratiš nazad, znaš? Bar kupiš healing za te parte. Ako možda se vratiš. Ješ.
Znaš što, to sam ovaj napad kad radi, onda ga nešto kao možeš udariti. Oj, range. Onda nešto tam patla. Na 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Jedan, dva udarce, onda već treći ne možeš imati, znaš.
Ovaj su krenu.
Kad si mu previše sa strane, znaš, onda više ne radi frontalno napad, nego radi...
Left away. Pazi, ovo je znaki već jedno. Ne može jači. Ubi sad će biti u drugu fazu. Mada mi vergla
Kaže, posle minut borbe, infuzuje sebe sve još više lightninga.
Welcome to my channel.
Idem ja da Ball Hunter Mark i...
Pa to ste kad da Mark kupiš, ili da uzmeš, ne znam, health, ili da kupiš boci. Da kupiš boci definitivno, ne znam, ćeš ih farmat posao.
Ne, za već je level ovo kak imaš.
Pa nije ti to za već je level. Znam zašto? Kad ga ubiješ, otvaraš prešticu za old jadno, znaš? Tamo gdje si bio, u onoj zoni, gdje je najđur i vrdar. To ti iza vrata, odmah tamo lijevo, iza njih. Pitanje ćeš ti to da reći. Da viš? Neće te on pušti da ti to reći.
Ne, evo.
Ako začeka da se buffuje, onda to možda radiš.
Sad sam mogu. Odgovario.
Ne znam kad radi onaj skok, znaš? Kako moraš da budeš dođe. Kad si nekoj... Šta bi se...
Čižo.
Ne, dugo animacija treba, znaš, sad dugo. Znaš te je homeward ball za ovo. Pa i ne moraš biti tvrdo, ako si vidio, moga si ga udarat u zadnjoj nozi kad to radi, znaš. Samo da ne budeš blizu budno oprošaj, mislim, da je to. Ajde, kreni. Kreni gumane, jedno 5 puta si probao, znaš.
Awaken. Osam mi treba, dam još jedan.
Šta je ovo? Za elektrik nova napad. Drži.
Oba!
Šta je? Elektrik nova. Nije toliko težak, nego treba ga stegraš, o tome se radi. Ti pokušavaš da ga ovako prckaš, pomalo da mu odcepiš health, a zapravo može da se stegruje i onda može da ga istučeš ovako. Treba ti level 300 da ga ubiješ. Ima kad na električne grudi i kad na električne glavu. Moraš da pogodiš šta će da radi. Sad ćeš boce da uzmeš, ti ćeš da farmeš.
Možda uzmem malo.
Možeš još da napiješ jedan.
Fali mi jedan.
Jedan, ne? Si gleda?
8 treba.
Nas. Sad visi rep preko, znaš? Hoćeš ove da opušaš za taj jedan. A što se radi? fali ti tipa jedan udarac čini se. Op, op, op. Usisava sve oko njega, šta?
Kao nešto te primakne sam.
Baba teori, pazi. Iza. Dobro.
Šutri pičke.
Ajmo, Mortal Kombat. Fighting. To je to.
Da ne ubijem 2 pasa.
Ali, da se kažem, treba dođeš u fight s tim gušterom, što manje duša, onda nećeš ušte mora da sebe forsiraš da trčiš.
Da i mora nafarmati ovih.
Boca? Lakše ti kupit boca neko farmati. Jedno prase ti je 3000 ti. Vodac, je? Ne, prije je bilo 3, sad 2. Mislio si da neće, ne? Mislio si da neće. Ne, nego dugačak mu je taj charge i onda je kao polklizao kroz teksturu. Da. Ti bi je zaključio na animaciju, znači ne možeš popovići. On iz planeta udari glavom i novom popadiš.
Gdje ga tu?
Ja rekao ćete prati do smrti, ja? Kids. Malo više tijela na smislu. Oj, governor!
Dobre! Majko vam jebe, ne možeš ulete njih 46. Aleluja, 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 aleluja. Četiri mi je dao, jebate.
Ko pras?
Jedno pras. 4 kila.
Ode! Jesi vidio? Ne znam da li ti uredi... Čekaj, to onaj healer kad se ti vratiš nazad, to sam zaboravio ti pitam.
Mislim da da.
Ne, ja mislim da da. Nisi to ti da radiš, ti znaj. A? Narišanija si onoga, ali je toliko swing bio širok da... Ići. Ne! Op. Gits. Skok. Znaš šta je light attack i charge?
Nešto kažeš mogu i ovako.
Ja ne znam, ti kada imaju 500 health-a, ne? 200 možda 200 health-a. 200, 300. Da ni mjesto što se healaš ako ćeš da ideš nazad sad, u šta? Ono iz navike, ili?
Mislio sam da potamanim još ove...
Pa potamani ih onda. Usisivač, a? Dalje si ga po koljenu, znaš. Ti poradi, i opet, znaš. Pa nešto minimalno, 40 damage. No, 15.
Not too bad, 30.000.
To ti je otprilike malo. Ja sad kažem, ako ti ostane neki kus u 4-5.000, uzmi boce, pa bolje to nego da staviš onome bossu. Sve, nego mu.
Čak nešto mrda ušima.
To je. Obrko mislim. Još jednu, dobiješ još jedan slot, jel?
Šta?
Još jedan slot dobiješ, viš?
Aha, da vidim.
Možeš još...
Šta se treba? Bloodstone chunk.
Ne, skroz desno idi. Tu.
Aha, da, vidim.
Ali mislim da nemaš ti njih, znaš?
A to su neki drugi, jel?
Znaš šta, probaj. Slušaj sad, u drugi slot tapni.
Da skinem i ovaj?
Da stavi taj drugi neki.
Aha.
Vidiš, sad možeš. Stavi crveni u taj treći. Stavi si. Sad tu nađi neki. Ne znam zašto to tako ide, znaš. Valjda oblik tih kamenčića, znaš. I u pitanju. Korec u pitanju.
To je to.
Koja je sad 200 damage, ne? 210 damage skoro. Ja mislim da ti oružje idu do plus 10, znaš. Jer ti do plus 9, pa plus 10 imaš neki kao, znaš, jedan materijal neki na budževi. To ti je to. Mislim da idu do plus 10. Tek u Elden Ringu se, čini mi se idu do plus 20.
Very well, let me.
staviti 2 na skill. Da se skilluje na skill, ta isto se killa, tako?
A nastoj na Arcane.
May you find
Na što? Na skill i na strength. Na Arcane?
Više na Arcane nego na skill.
Pa stavi onda 2 tako na Arcane.
A što je Arcane kao?
what is it? Very well.
Mystic stat. Ti mi reci šta je Arcane.
Ne. Kako da stavim...
Ništa nisi naradio. Šta? Da...
Help.
R3. R3.
Šta je?
Pa pritisneš taj, kao unutra, tu peču.
Ne.
Piše... Ali ne, levo već desno.
Ček.
R3 ti je...
Welcome. What is it, Hugh? Very well, madam.
R3 help.
Da. Ne switch, već prekidačka unutra.
Tisnuo sam, čovječe.
Onda ne radi.
Po 5. put.
Evo ti radi, viš da radi sad.
Ovo je na ovaj.
Idi na dole.
Kako se zove? Ovo.
Vidim, trese se slika.
Wow.
Heavy physical. Power of weapons that use quicksilver bullets. To ti je blotinge. Ušine range oružja.
Arcane
ti je
attack.
magije.
Arcane attack. Ima oružje na Arcane šlidu.
Pa imaš uzdovan ti Arcane. Naprimjer si.
A šta je Discovery?
Pa, pično Discovery.
Može.
Što kaže, hard this attribute, the more items will drop. Koliko sad imaš atak? Ne, na sekiru, 222. Piše ti tamo, suma sumara, vidio sam ovdje. 222. Da. Viš, to ti solidno imaš. Ako ga sad ne možeš vidjeti, to ne možeš nikad vidjeti, znaš da ti kažem.
Ma težak je, zato što treba veći level, kak je.
Koliko ti treba veći level?
Treba, ne znam, već jače oružje, jači armor.
Brate, piše ti da ga možeš, znači, bukvalno...
Dobro, evo sad ću ja tebi da pa ćeš ti...
Daj mene, ja ću.
Ja probam.
Ono mene vidiš sa 10.000 duša i onda trčiš kroz boss arenu pokušavajući da zgrabiš sad to na gomilu. I treba si kupit boce, brate, za tih 4.000.
Ma dobro, ih ubije, no...
Sa 10 boca?
10 boca.
Ti, problem što ti farmaš tu, znaš, previše. Ne odeš kod njega i kao žao ti je, znaš, da pogineš.
Bio sam troje invalids, skuta.
Je, zato što radi 200 damage udarci. Surprise.
Motherfucker.
Čo ti strniš? Iz 2 heavy, viš. Dobro je. Šta bi? Si teleportova, šta? Ide. Si vidio? Op. Kao Duracell baterije, znaš. It keeps going and going.
Nisam to čeo.
da si teleportaš, šta? Možeš da probaš i ovo, blot, slušaj me sad, imaš blot pelet, znaš, a onda možeš da ga agresivno biješ, što ga više kombo udaraca vežeš, čak i sa light attackom, sve mu više damage radiš. Više da probaš heavy attack na grudi. To sad, heavy proba. Gađe mu glavu, znaš, dobra fort. A glava mu uzim. Sad nije nalikvisan, spontano, sad se opet nalikvisan. Skontao si ga razmagnetisa kad si ga...
Gdje sam već stigao sam ga... Dobro, dosta sam uskinuo. Jače i bije oružje, znaš. Malo, dosjeti se je bilo. Malo ovo, malo ono, nabuđiš.
Pa gura si još jedan onaj kamen isto. Napravio si malo damage i staje si kamen. Kamen ti daje procenat na DPS. To fin. A ovo je sad ubija za udarca, znaš, 2 heavy. Vidio kako su poskakali okolo. Fokusiraj da ga ubiješ, ne će to skazi. Pokušavaš da zgrabiš 3000 bez veze, mislim da se ovdje da ti pošli.
To što piš.
Si nebitno.
Bi 2 prasta i to ti to.
2 prasta 6000.
Dođi, majku.
Mislim da prosto kažeš ti da on kamera ga loptuje stalno u glavu, znaš. I malo kad si govorio gledariš i on je nešto kao u glavu, a on glavom diga gore i ono...
Ja što je pisalo kao kad glavu naletiš, onda ga stagira.
Što šta?
Pošto sad sam ga heavy attack, a nisam ga razmagnetisao. Mislim kad glavom, nekad kao iz trupa.
Stani, nemoj da utrčaš.
Počitaj sam. Nemoj ti pogledaj sam. Imaš 2 animacije njegove kad on radi. Bolje pošto se tu bijem. To te baba navatala. No ko je? Momci. Što je bilo? Nećete da pratite u bossarenu. Evo, stani.
Imaš elektrik beret i elektrik nova. Jedna ti počinje iz glave, druga iz grudnog koša. Moraš da gledaš gde počinje. Ima sve da otključaš kameru i prođeš samo iza njega. Ali ne predaleko. Ćete onda kamera opet kaskat okolo. Dobre, nemoj se promirati. Tamo ti je nula. Dovati, mamo mu jebe. Ti svajpao, no? Svaki. Kako probaš da prođeš kroz njega, zato što mislim da kad blokuješ tako kameru, to što ti radiš, ne rašuješ u njega, nego rašuješ u stranu pored njega. Znaš? Da uzemeš hilo. Dako. Lovna prasa, ne? Hop. To ti je na 20 boca, mislim. Ne, 15-20 boca, tako. Viš? Easy. Ziman. A gdje si moj moćak voli, Mislim, ne znam koliko ti je pametno da probaš da zoneš onoga lovca da ti kao odlači pažnju. Ma ne. Ali imaće... Ako ti sad ima... Mislim da probaš jednom. Znaš, ako baš hoćeš. Malo će ono na sebe, znaš, ako ti ono malo budeš pasivniji igrao.
Kada probat ću, što kažeš?
Jednom te ne košta ništa. Mislim, košta ti jedan insight, ali nema veze. Čekaj da se spone. Tko je to?
Ovo sve što sam ja našao. Ovo je Brenner i ovo je...
Ne znam što je to.
Neki mač.
Ovdješ. Vjerojatno možeš i ti to da nađeš. Većinom tih oružja možeš ti da klikaš. Oni su imali onaj Kirkhammer, na dvojčici ih zvala tamo ranije. Pušti njega da on malo... Da ima... Hit. Çok güzel sürüyor lan. Nasıl? Nisam ne čuo. Probaš da to zreli uradiš. A zapravo ne nešto puno više HP-a, znaš? Radiš
Ma ne
ono-
pomaže ovaj ništa kakis.
Nešto se guminjavam da poznaš.
Samo...
Skakuje se po renu.
Što za koga ga istopio, gdje?
Pa dobro, imam heal ili
Ima.
Ima. A znaš šta je fora? On ga ubije i onda staneš sa bossem koji ima veću skalu healtha, znaš? I šta onda? Tigrovi. Da si uspio da ga dekneš. Sad, bro. O!
Kao uglov sam ga nešto
Da.
stegirao. Dobro.
Hop.
Yes! Gdje je on?
Ne znam, na kilu si. Skočio je neđe bio, znaš.
Stegirao sam ga u uglu.
Šnatalj. Tako će da radi neke nove mađije. Nazar. Ima neki nudac, vidi. Kao da ono nije bilo dosta.
Da, možda stegre kaj ugla udaraš.
Ne, ako se ne gica praviš. Možda onaj overhead smash sa tim glevom što udaraš, znaš, ne znam, a možda stigneš da ga udariš. Dobra, neći. Tako kad ti radiš to topa, popri tebe 2 km jer je 0 što godišnji. Na šoku. Znaš. Tek tako si uradio u štarabu.
Ja ti probam. No. A nemoj njega. Evo ti ovaj drugi, što budiš ga? učiš njegove, znaš, poteze i, znaš.
To sam ga izdoći na brzinu.
Idi, poslušajmo, idi otrči par krugova, samo da vidiš kakvi su napori.
Thanks.
Ovo savjet. Ima 2-3 puta kad zamahuje, ima skok.
Ja, kad ostavlja rupu u napadu. A onda ne zna gdje da dođujem ako otključavam kameru. Iđe u babu što radi. Baba je otrčala krug napred i vratila se. Znaš?
Da moraš zaključati kameru. Kako ne vidim.
Se sjećaš fore sa Dark Soulsom? Sjećaš toga?
Šta?
Gle. Mamo tebe. Dođeš ovako. Pokušavam da ga odsnajperišem, jesi vidio? You can do it, Homer! You can do it, Homer! Šta je bilo, bre?
Bro.
Nabio sam guzi, znaš? I samo sam spamao heavy attack i on kao gicase da ide nazad i udara guzicom u zid i ne može niđe. Znaš? Ništa gluplje životu nisam vidio. Ne treba ti veći level, nego samo treba da nekako ga smiriš. A kamera ti se ne bounce kad se on nabije guzicom. Niđe, bukvalno. Nazvali, ćeš još nekog bossa tu bio. Šta? Ubio se ga iz drugog puta!
Ustalo te ću.
Šta mi više? Treba mi više levela, leveli mi trebaju. Šta ti treba? 15.000 levela ti treba.
Usalo.
Ne mi usalo.
Vidio sam kako te usalo, uradio si heavy attack, on je radio breed. Nijedno ti nije opalio šok. Jel ti opalio šok? Nije.
Ne može da stigne ako radi šok.
Ma, ne može. Vidio si kad
može.
radi breed, onda ne radi šok, nego samo kao više ti ođe. Da bi uradio 3 puta zaredom breed. Meni je svaki put šok, ono, puls.
Misliš, bretono kao...
A da, ništa ti ne uradi, samo kao nešto nategne se.
Iskoristi, ovo ti je prečica za nazad, samo ne znam tačno. Pazi, na hilu se jednom, slobodno. Ovo ti je prečica za ovog jadno. A znaš gdje si prilike?
Znaju to, na vrata velika smo otvorili.
Nemaš ovdje ništa. Znaš, već smo sve ovo istražili, znaš? Imaš njih ako hoćeš da biješ.
Pa da se teleport.
Ma da. Imaš tamo onu lampu. Pa da to ne uvine izdovaći. Imaš 20.000. Teleporti se, molim te. Počeli su da dolaze mobovi. Češ napolje? To pobjega od tebe. Ajde. Gdje ti je djevojka? Ajde. Gic. Što je si ih istaba sve? Gdje? Ejde, nesretnici. Nije vrateno, samo treba malo put some spine in it. Ajde, i ti. Eko, brat. Mene čini kao da si ga već ubio, gdje znaš? Možda grešim. To je neki novi put, šta?
Ne znam, nemam pojma gdje su.
A ona terasa.
Aha, da.
Ona terasa.
Da.
Tamo ne znam otkuda ođe. Ovaj mali Tarabić. A da, znam i ođe. Znaš? Ma nema ni health, znaš. Ovo light attack ćeš ih izut, bez da radiš heavy. Piše, ako dođeš u zatvor, znaš, ako te zgrabi vreću i boriš se s onim, kako se zove, onim Dark Beast, onaj par, ono veliko lightning govedo. Onaj Đura, onaj Hunter, znaš, više nije agresivan prema tebi, ne zna neku foru. Ako odeš kod njega gore na tavar, možda ideš kao da pričaš s njim normalno, znaš, pa neće se napasiti. Gdje si ninja? Gdje si bio gore? Nije gore, popeo se na vinograd, znaš, to mu je smatračnica.
Ko?
Pa nosici. Tu se popne i onda rješani mačke. Nemaš gore nikog, ja mislim. Zapravo, ne, tu ti je put za nazad. Da, dobro ideš. Ali lijevo. Ne.
Čekaj, ne mogu...
Ne.
Nego na...
Napolje, pa desno. Pa desno. Petorica tire, znaš. Petorica, pogledaj ih. Što si nauka, znaš? Nije mjesto na koju foru lokuje neprijatelja koji je kilometar dobro. Jesi primijetio ti Kubura radi više damage, znaš?
Zbog Arcane, možda.
A mislim da je Arcane, da.
Mislim. Znači ne radi više, ne znam koliko ona radila. 5 do 10.
Šta je dao?
20.000. I dao ti je badge.
Da nešto još.
Badge.
Šta radi s badge-om?
A mislim da kupuješ oružje ili nešto. Pogledaj prodavnicu.
Badge-o Krisnić.
Stani. Pogledaj prodavnicu. Nešto uzmeš level. A znate. Bolt paper možda kupiš. Samo 9 ili? Ja mislim samo 9
Kako možda nosiš?
Ne.
Nemam pa.
Ne, mislim samo 9 komada možda kupiš. Ili 9 ti imaš, kako to ide?
Pa. Što je onda kupiti?
To već imaš. To si našao, znaš. Ima nešto gore? Ne. Tu? Ne.
Piš da kupimo?
Pa kupi, što ima veze, skupit ćemo za 4 set. Kupi rukavice. Koliko nam fali? 26.000, jel tako? Svi nikako. Beš malo prasića, imaš i toga da iskoristiš isto. Nemaš opet. Ne imaš? Imaš 18.000. To možeš spaviti.
To je ovo, no?
Da. Crow feather. Kao onaj, kako se to zove? Nije tu. Jest! Imaš otole. Duše, to ti je graveyard.
The Beast.
Da, ono ti je na kapelici. Koliko te bilo? 18.000?
Maš se to isformati, nije to strašno.
Nekad imaš dobar spot tamo. Ono što je interesantno što si bukvalno paralisan, znaš. Kad on kao promaši jedan udarec, ono bonkuje ga od stenu i kao ono stane nešto. Još veže neki kombo na to, znaš. Si vidi.
More. Give me more, give me more, give me, give me, give me. Čekaj,
Ne
nećemo
tu.
da, ne.
Bakice te vidi. Prasiće si ti, ne? Prasiće jeriš. Ajde, džukelice daj po 700. Sad vjerojatno izvu, znaš. Vjerojatno bi izvu onu Ameliju. Ali savjetujem ti da je ne biješ još, nego dođeš prvo u šum. Onaj kako se zove... Taj prs gubi. Ej! Znači, fora imam te kumaši. Skoro 300 damage. Fucked up. Aha. To je svako nenormalno, znaš. Ti si njega odbijao ti metkom i on ti ipak udario, tako?
Eto viš.
Ej. Šta?
Kako sam ga tak.
Pazi onoga drugog hera. Sad će on, stani, onda ga ne ide ujuriš.
No samo ovaj.
Ne ujede.
All bark, no bite.
Bi si dva insajta kad si bi onu zver, znaš. Viš? Ali ja mislim da ne dobijaš nikakav armor set. Možda pogledaš, znaš onaj oltar gdje kad dobijaš bossa imaš da kupiš armor. Ne verujem da dobiješ armor od onoga bossa, nema logike, znaš. Možeš pogledat, ali verujem. Ma je tamo nekjer kućiš, ne moraš malo da ubije vreme. Gdje znam koliko, po 700. Ne?
Ne mogu!
Ne mogu popadići. Ej, ima si neki konzumabal isto za te duše, znaš? Da iskoristiš.
No, znam, to ću da uradim, poslije emisiju.
Moraš još jedan.
Gdje se prodaje, ono?
Šta da prodaš?
Nešto.
Prodaj metki. Prodaje se metak.
O.
Ne, nemoj to. Ne. Prodaj metke. Malo šikami. Metke. Jedno, ne moraš sve. Treba ti puno, znaš. Treba ti...
To je to.
To je to.
Vrana.
Pogledaj gore na onaj oltar. Ajde, vrana. To bi bilo 40.000 za stil. Hoćeš toga da probaš?
Ajde, bro.
Sad se malo ječi. To je tamo pravo, mislim. Znaš da ima ovakav sličan armor set, ne baš svim detaljima u onom Elden Ringu.
Jo?
Pa ima onaj krov Assassin, se sjećaš? Znaš ti ima one kao jače napade kad kao... Mislim kad da li backstepuješ ili kad vidiš dole si.
Ađe, viš kako... Sam izdržljiviji, ne zajebaj. Siš se prije kojim udari.
Dobro, mislim da ti se... Znaš kako ti misli da se skalira? Jeste, imaš ti više HP, ali... Mislim da se skalira sa oružjem, znaš. Da, ako ti oružje nije odgovarajući, ima bukvalno si nerfovano. Ćeš... Tako. Znaš ako mogu si još jednome, da se može tradeovat malo s njim. Heavy. Glava. To. Ba. Ne bre, crkni. Koliko? Do 2000.
Da je neki gem.
Dobro, idi dalje. Imaš još da ideš tu. Dugački su ti dungeon, znaš. Tuda.
Nešto kao da je bilo stisno.
To ti je lift.
Iđi mi perje.
Da si ga vrati gore, znaš.
Da.
Pa će da povlačiš pa kidaš posle. Da tu je bila lampa isto. Lijevo. Stani. Sjećaš se onih kao Elden Ring?
Ima. Secret.
Ima tajna smrt. To da ga pozoveš nas. Evo. Neki grobovi uzio.
Vjerojatno boss.
Znaš što me podsjeća? Sjećaš onih dungeona u Elden Ringu? Kad moraš da protočiš čitav dungeon da bi povukao prekidač neđe da kaže somewhere in the dungeon door open. Ti je to poznato? Bukvalno isti dizajn. Pa mislim ono, znaš, sve su iste ideje, samo ono, drugačija malo igra.
Da, vjerojatno skača nešto.
A zato su ti dali dimke da ne vidiš šta ima iz. Hop.
Burezera.
Hop, evo ih još. Jesi čuo ono zvonce, jer ih priziva ona?
Ne.
Se ja sjećam, imaš da skupljaš oružje, neka mečići u nekim grobovima. Što neke kao kripte da otvaraš i u njima imaš kao ono plagu. Ovi izlaze, a? Su zlodarci budući.
30 duša. Baš.
Kometi. Ti si došao dolje, ali tako? Još ako dizajn ovih nivoa, ono, sve zaraz. Evo ti. Pazi na moju kolove. Polako.
Boga mi.
Jesi vidio? Cursed Fire Blood Game, jesi vidio? To neki switch bio, si meni čini. To na kraju, pogledaj. Viš? Čuje neki zvuk?
Ništa. Ali ovdje može skočiti, čini se. Nije, bar ne izgleda preveliko.
Dolaze kao na tacnu, znaš, non stop. Htio sam da heal ne daju, znaš. A ovaj bre priziva. Vidiš? Što ja čudim upravo dolaze, kao... Ima neka soba gdje imaš 3 debeljana, znaš, oni su ti kao mini bossovi. I znam da jedan puca od njih, a dvojice idu da tabaju. Ovo da, čuj se ovoga. Pazi. Roli poli. Miss Molly. A, šta? Ista, bukvalno poruka, znaš. Somewhere a door to the boss dungeon, kako door opens. Ista poruka. Ali tek kad igraš svaku solidu možeš da provališ. Naprimjer, neko je našao da iz Dark Soulsa 2 jedan nebitan mob, znaš, bukvalno nebitan mob ima animaciju onih kao udaraca isto kao Radan iz Elden Ringa. Isti ima moveset, znaš, a totalno nebitan mob. Šta nešto gađa, jel? Nek je zamk, isto. Ne, te što si ih ti izudaradio. Da, vidio. Oh my god. Tu kao samo skočiš dolje, ne? Nema ništa, ne? Ili kad staneš na pressure plate. Pressure plate te tuče, ne?
Ne, onaj me gađao sa strelama, nisi konta. Darts kao neki.
Da, ali šta se otvara tu?
Ne, pojma, otko znam.
Who knows?
Aha, vratio sam se.
Nisi promašio neko blago, nisi?
Ej da jesam, ne što je pohvalno. Znači da mi je dao jedan ili dva insight.
Nesi kad si pobedio na Garđina da si dobio insight. Da, ovo su ti 3 bossa, čuvaj se. To su ni debaloguzi, znaš.
Jo, što poredno.
Pazi, jedan ima kuburu, znaš. A vidi sad to dotekneš gore. Taj skroz desno što ga ne vidiš na ekranu. Taj ti ima kuburu, vidiš ga? Mada ti izdovaći. Viš? Ovo je što radi ovako, ne ga desno skroz.
Ja sam siguran kojeg sam.
A pobjegni im gore, razdvoji ih samo. I nije ni važno kojeg si tukao. Samo ih razdvoji. Bit ćeš obojicu ovih mele, znaš. Jednog si ubio. Jednog si ubio. Statina je s kuburom, pazi da ne znam kako skida sa čmalicom. We'll find out soon enough. To ti nešto ima pušku, čuvaj se. Again. Već! Uzvanja! Aj! Dobro, ovo su ti kao... Čekaj, tu svašta nešto ispade. Nisam ne vidio.
Nisam ni ja.
Ček, piše ti na ekranu, stani!
Spala je 6 strana.
Samo si potvrdio. Ne. Da si dobio od onoga Dark Beast. Ne.
A sa ima uključavaš kao šta?
Oružje.
Jel?
Da.
Šta smo pričali kad smo onoga ubili?
Koji?
Sa što si ga ti ubio?
Spark Hunter Badge. Šta je?
Pričali smo onaj mis, jel?
Tinnitus. Da. Daj, Tonitus.
Ne znam što je ispalo, to znam, ovo je ispalo, to znam.
Viš piše ti shape, znači nisu svi istog oblika, viš. Viš imaš rating, viš rating, viš, pogledaj, imaš kao ocenu koliko je jak. Pogledaj, viš rating 2, viš ovaj 9% daje, vidiš. Viš koliko daje posto damage, 13,5. To je baš jako. Sad ako odeš nazad i samo sokiteš jači meč, veći damage sigurno.
Ovo je kao bloda, tako viš. Što smo i ovo dobili?
Da, taj si dobio. A treba ti još krvi i treba ti mold. Imaš nešto ili? Tu na kraj gore. Malo neki čest nešto. Čisto sumnjam, pošto su ti bosu izbačili nagradu. Ima finjer. It keep going on and on. Ide još. Da, mislim da su pre godinu dvije da su uspeli da mapiraju sve dungeone, znaš. Toliko su ono dugački. Zato što svi ti dungeoni ono rade, imaš jedan dungeon koji ono imaš kao tipa i levo i desno da ideš, znaš. I svaka putanja, to su ti ovi kasniji dungeoni. Znači bukvalno se računa na dvije strane.
Insight.
30 dobio, A tu imaš checkpoints. Da se vratiš i da svaki to još jače kamenje uložiš.
Pa može. Što da ne?
Mislim, na početku dobiješ ono što ima 1 kao ti daje. 1,5% damage daje. Not quite impressive.
To baš ovdje, no? Physical, at full health, to je znači ispada 10%, a ovo je 13%.
To je stalno 13%, da.
Znači ovo?
A imaš drugi slot, tisni 10, taj. Sad tu staješ drugi. Imaš i šta još? Ne, taj mora tu, ja mislim, znaš. Sad nađi drugi. Imaš još neki. Imaš taj ti još 13,5, tako?
Ovo je 9%. Gledaš ovo ispod.
Aha, to je u sredini onaj stat, jel?
Drugi ovaj, viš?
Da, vidim. Pa uzmi taj, 9%. Imaš i ovo, viš? Taj, Trust, Adept, Blood. Daje ti Trust Attack plus 8%. A što je taj Cursed?
Fire Attack.
Daje ti Fire, free. Da. Probaj.
Jesam te skida ovaj...
A dobro, kažem ti probaj.
Physical vidiš.
Pa znam, gubiš. Ali ispadate...
To je ono za beasts. A ne treba mi to se. Daj ću. To je opcijano.
Od 9%, ne?
Ma da, flat.
To ti je prepostavljam ako ne ideš na bossa ili na nešto što je...
250.
Dobre rune se dobio, jeste da nisu neke pare, dobijaš po 30 njih, jel tako? To je ništa, ali kamen je dobro.
Gdje se ono ide na ovo, evo?
Da, tu. Ne. O, jest tu.
Rune su uglavnom skonta, nema ništa drugo, možda na kraj nešto, da armor neki.
Ne, oružje imaš, da imaš oružje koje recimo kako ti objasnim, uklet oružje, recimo isto kao što ti imaš, samo što recimo ima neki stat na buđi. To sam gledao. Naprimjer imaš kao blood tinge sekiru na prvo. To je NPC.
Ajde, čisto mi predvušta.
Mislim da ti je boss tu odmah.
Misliš?
Nije. A šta je prekidač pored vrata? Nije. Što je ovo? A, isti mačekić. A nisam vidio taj armor set. Moraš dolje, dungeon. Dobro. Šta?
Još ovo nema ni. Ovo je više ozbiljno. Pa bi baš ispade.
Koliko daju? 285.
Šta je Arcane Cage?
Ne, pa
Mada dobro imaju više helpa iz ovoga.
a imaju, ono. Eto ti je za druge te dungeone. Znaš, možeš čitav igru da pređeš da ne uđeš ovdje. Jel znaš to? Apsolutno da ignorišeš ovo. Mada ima jedan dungeon, vode li to neđi, možda ima tajni zid. Rukica. Hop.
Neki slabiji. Nego nešto se ih pokoj.
Da, oni su već infiltrani. Gdje sad? Hop, nešto tu. Ja mislim da ih nešto samonuje, znaš. Ti kao krvavi zombi, oni stalno skaču 100%. Ima se nešto tamo s strane, onaj jarak. Dič. Čekaj, si ubio onu zver? Brate, da, ona ih stalno samonuje, znaš. Ona neđe gore, brate. Da iskaču non stop. Oj!
Nema da znači, nekad su samo na bridžani tako.
A njih 50. Tu ti je onaj iza ćuškića.
100 noga.
Hilt.
Evo vidi.
Čađo.
Odram od kurca.
Čađo od tebi je. Svjetići. Znate, udaraći jedan njega. Kažem 100% ih diže, ona. Nemoguće da oko dolazi. Evo, vidiš? Ona bre ide okolo i samo zvoni, znaš. Imaš te krvi ko kućiš. Babilonovi viseći vrtovi.
Da.
nisi pol sata i biješ, nemaš ni 10.000, znaš. Ono baš...
Nije za farmom, ne?
A nije za farmom, postavljam baš ako hoćeš ono da se malo ono fajtaš.
Ona je smetko.
Šta ima u toj sobi?
Nemam pojma.
Da ti interesuje.
Da sam došao, ne? Da.
Da. Ne znam ako si taj stvorio tu, ti si prošao, on je kao...
Čekao su mrdajne neki?
Mrdajne.
Ima...
To je vjerojatno prekidača mrdajne te vraćaju nazad. Do bossa. Prepostavljeno. Znači, ovi su sad kao... Guzanje. Još ovi kamenčići. Ovo je neko blag kisar. Zamka.
Nešto me odra od kurca.
Mislim da je ta zamka, viš ta, statua, udri. Mislim da je statua. I sad vjerojatno... Kroz vrata si sralo.
Ma da, gomila krša bilo to. Ovdje nema ništa. Na medenu.
Ja prepostavljam medenu. Ima još neko skretanje ili samo...
Ba, nema.
Ja prepostavljam da je ispred vrata bossa remi. To ti to. De. Tu imaš checkpoint, ja mislim, onu baklju. Ne vredi ništa checkpoint, pošto ne možeš ovdje nakupit. Ne možeš nakupit za level up, znaš. Ne doći jutro. Si joj? A?
Da su itemi za...
Da možda otvoriš novi kao dungeon.
Sastojci.
Ima li nešto za nete piserije? Levo. Ček.
Imamo li ono što se...
Ček.
Upa.
Da ima. Jadem. Vidiš kakav zampao. Jednom iskočiš petoreci. Da, ona ih neđe opet sa mnom. Ko zna gdje je. Ovo je neka terasa iznad, znaš? Dobro, jedi da skačeš tu, ne?
Ne, ovo se vraćamo. Opet.
A tu možda ima neki item, znaš? Ne.
Samo ću pas dolje,
Ne,
ništa.
obići krug okolo, možda...
Ništa ne otiću.
Ti i Oljak.
Nemo, Berni moj, D'Artagnane. Neki tamo krvnik. Te ti gledaš?
Možda te ovaj gađa malo tvojim koktarnom. Si ima dobru poziciju, nije da nema. Šio kako trči. Šio vuuu. Lift. Pogledaj. Pa samo pogledaj. Aj sad gore opet. To ti pečice. Ne, samo pečice. A isto to imaš od DS1, sjećaš se. Isti džao. Ajde bre, miči se. Puštaj kola. Nisi neđe vrata promašio. Tam da ima neđe da se ide. Ne vjerujem da je ovo samo kao da se popneš na gornju galeriju prečica i ne vodi niđe. Nemoguće. Ček. Jesi taj...
Su ovdje gore?
Ja mislim... Mislim da nije.
Nije.
Ne. okej, sad si ga otključao, ali... Bravo. Ej, sad se popni gore ako znaš. Ma ne možeš se popet gore. Znači tu... Gdje je boss? Znači nije ti ovo bilo to. Tu su neđe boss vrata, ali tako bilo?
Ne, gdje si ide napred, progres.
Aha. Are you sure? To je mene palo. Hajde udariš zid.
Što je ovo?
Labirint, tako se zove. Ptomerian labirint. Ne mogu setim, više setim odakle si došao, znaš.
Znam ja,
desno.
Ne,
tamo desno, tu. Tu gdje se vide te neonke.
Odavde sam došao.
A da li ima ona glavna soba, znaš? Ona startna. Ne.
Sam ja otvorio onaj mehanizam, jesi?
Jesi.
Ono čuk.
Kud sad?
Ništa. Da.
Dobro, bio od pomoći. Slava mu.
Znam odakle sam došao.
Aj, sad. Okle ovaj. Okle on ispao. Pobio si bio sve pa puta 2, znaš.
Znam ja, bio je jedan prolaz, odatle sam došao.
To je jedan od tih spojnih krugova.
To treba biti krug.
To je cvetić. Ma da ličilo bi na From Software da uđeš u sobu i da samo zatvore vrata za tobom, znaš. Kao ono, kako ćeš da izaći. Imaš one kaveze kojima se penjaš gore, tako da nisi baš ono u kucu.
Sad, da li je to na gon ili... Nije, dom.
Nije, to je tu. Nego velika je soba, pa ti se čini